Chapter 1532 Union of Phoenix and Dragon. Chapter 1532 Union of Phoenix and Dragon. Lin Ming stiffened. Xiao Maxian's words echoed in his heart and stirred an inexplicable pain. He felt that this love was too heavy, something he could not afford to bear. I am not deserving enough for you to do this. If Senior Demon were to find out about all this, then how would you continue to hold your head up high in the monster race and demon race? If the demon and monster races really did sign a pact with the saints, then Xiao Maxian might be married off to the good fortune saint's son. If so, then Xiao Maxian deciding by herself to make love to Lin Ming today would be a great crime of betraying her own people. Not only would Empyrean Demon lose all face with his race, but so would Xiao Maxian. It's enough as long as I think you are deserving. Xiao Maxian sobbed, her voice cracking as she vented her grievances. She grasped Lin Ming, saying to him, "Why do you have to bring up these matters? Why do you have to bring up my grandfather? Today is only today. Can't you stop lying to me and make me happy? I won't think about what the future brings, nor do I want to." Xiao Maxian began to strip off her clothes as she spoke. Her fingers trembled as she undid her ties and her upper clothes began to fall off, revealing her smooth neck and snow-white skin. "My body, my primordial Yin and Phoenix blood, countless people have desired them. I give you my body without asking for anything in return and without caring for what the future may bring, as long as you want it." Xiao Maxian's eyes were wet with tears and her cheeks were blushing red. With a flick of her finger, all of the clothes she wore burst into flames. The brilliant flames flashed, burning her clothes into fading ash. Then, her body, the delicate and supple body of a young woman, pressed up against Lin Ming, leaving a shine in his eyes. Her slender waist, her slender thighs, Xiao Maxian was filled with the beauty of a young woman in her prime, an enchanting beauty as mesmerizing as the brightly lit moon. Underneath the endless starry skies, starlight sprinkled down on Xiao Maxian's perfect body, covering her with a faint veil like liquid mercury. In that moment, Lin Ming's breath caught in his throat. The Xiao Maxian in front of him was far too beautiful, far too dazzling, making it impossible for anyone to look straight at her. Xiao Maxian pressed her finger against Lin Ming. Before he could respond, his clothes also burnt away, leaving them exposed to each other without the slightest barrier of clothing. An unspeakably soft touch, the atmosphere of a young girl that could enthrall anyone, all of this challenged the final bit of brightness in Lin Ming's mind. Loving lips kissed Lin Ming. Two soft white arms slid around his back like snakes. In that moment, Lin Ming nearly lost his mind. Even though Xiao Maxian didn't ask for any result between them in freely offering her body today, Lin Ming wasn't willing to have Xiao Maxian lose all standing within her two races. To a girl, especially one considered a saintess in the eyes of the monster and demon races, reputation was extremely important. With Lin Ming's personality, he refused to ruin her good name. But perhaps he had the ability to change things. If he was strong enough, then he could be the one to give Empyrean Demon and the Monster Emperor what they wanted. If he could do this, then he could reverse their situation with the Saint race, and there would be no need to sacrifice Xiao Maxian. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a firm resolve in his heart, one that he had never felt as deeply before. He needed strength. He needed strength beyond strength. And the premise to achieving all of this was, if he could face Tianmingzi and survive. As all of this passed through his mind, Lin Ming growled. He picked up Xiao Maxian from his body and pressed her to him. His hands recklessly roamed over her body, feeling all over her without anything separating them. He could feel the softness pressing against his chest. He affectingly traced her back, traced her curved bottom, and stroked her soft thighs. Sensing the sudden change in Lin Ming's thoughts, Xiao Maxian felt as if she was melting. She enthusiastically responded by sucking on Lin Ming's skin. Her warm tongue lapped up Lin Ming, teasing him all over. The desires within Lin Ming exploded like a volcano. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and thrust into her body. Xiao Moxian cried out as a strange and aching feeling passed through her. She could feel that there was no barrier that existed between her and Lin Ming fusing together. She had no idea why she cried out, but she wasn't able to suppress it from echoing out of her throat. She stretched out a shivering hand and stroked Lin Ming's cheek. Lin Ming, do you know? If we were to die in the next moment, I would not be afraid of anything at all. You won't die. We will live on, I'm sure of this. Lin Ming's voice was firm. He thrust into Xiao Moxian's body again and again. The energy within Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian became turbulent. The phoenix blood essence that entered Lin Ming's body finally fused together with the two yang energies, rushing into him like a tide. As for the power of blood vitality inherited from the essence spirit embryo stone and the ancient black dragon energy that he absorbed from the god-beast tomb array formation, all of that poured into Xiao Moxian. This energy flooded through Xiao Moxian's body, intertwining with the waves of pleasure that coursed through her as she made love to Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian cried out again and again, unable to prevent groans from leaking out from her overwhelmed senses. Her face was like a red tide, flirtatious and loving. Through the blending of their blood vitality, not only did Xiao Moxian not lose any phoenix blood essence, but the yin-yang harmony within her began to rapidly rise and her inner world constantly expanded. From the peak of the divine transformation realm, she was nearing the divine lord realm. Xiao Moxian had absorbed a massive amount of the grand mist spirit bead essence. However, she still hadn't been able to break through to the divine lord realm. For some reason, she had been missing just the tiniest spot. Now, she finally understood that her failure wasn't because she hadn't accumulated enough energy, but because the grand mist spirit bead essence was far too yang attributed. If she couldn't achieve yin-yang harmony, then it would have been near impossible for her to make a breakthrough. A brilliant divine light began to shine out from Xiao Moxian's lower abdomen, completely surrounding her and Lin Ming. Beneath the cover of this light, Xiao Moxian's strength rapidly rose. Whoosh! The remaining grand mist spirit bead essence was summoned out by Lin Ming. It dissolved in the air, turning into two mighty streams of gray energy that submerged into Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's bodies. Thus, the grand mist spirit bead essence had been completely absorbed by Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. In that moment, the endless starlight of the universe gathered around Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, forming a swirling whirlpool of dreamy starlight around them. In this sort of enthralling and confusing environment, Lin Ming made love to his heart's content. He kissed Xiao Moxian's lips, kissed her slender pale neck, and kissed her bright red nipples. All the energy within his body merged together with Xiao Moxian as one. But compared to Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming's harvests were far greater. The energy brought forth by Xiao Moxian's primordial yin blood was different from the grand mist spirit bead essence that Lin Ming absorbed, as well as the strength sealed within the essence spirit embryo stone. However, these energies weren't much stronger. With a pure strength joining with them, all of this power came into equilibrium, fusing together in Lin Ming's body where he could utilize all of it. His mortal body began to subtly change. His broken meridians began to regenerate, becoming even tougher than before. His skeleton developed a crystalline luster, and even his battle spirit that had been stranded at the early Blue Soul realm seemed as if it would make another breakthrough. ANF. A resonant dragon roar echoed out. From between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the phantom of an azure dragon flew upwards. But following that, there was also a clear phoenix cry as a dark phoenix phantom shot up into the skies. The true dragon and true phoenix danced in the void, both of them rejoicing in life. The true dragon phantom was flooded with thunder and flame. As for the dark phoenix phantom, it was filled with pitch-black flames, flames that seemed as if they could burn down the world. This fiery atmosphere, these are the flames that Xiao Moxian has comprehended, the phoenix nirvana true flame. In that instant, Lin Ming obtained a deeper comprehension of fire. Lin Ming's attainments in the concept of fire had been at the 6th level. He had been stuck at this boundary for an extremely long time. No matter what law it was, the further one's comprehensions were, the more difficult it was to comprehend more. But now, as Lin Ming made love to Xiao Maxian and their energies joined together without reserve, Lin Ming was able to deeply experience the true meaning of Xiao Maxian's phoenix flames. His concept of fire pressed up against the threshold of the 7th level. Ka. Meanwhile, beneath Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian's inner world was experiencing earth-shattering changes. The boundaries of her inner world broke apart and endless starlight and boundless energy rushed in, nourishing this world. This energy formed origin energy clouds in the skies, followed by origin energy rain. Underneath the revitalization of this origin energy rain, all the myriad lives began to regenerate. All sorts of spirit trees and spirit grasses grew with glee. In just several short breaths of time, Lingji and ginsengs grew to the ages of tens of thousands of years. There were even some spirit grasses that developed their own spirits, forming plump fruits like little porcelain dolls that fell to the ground and began racing and hopping about in joy. Xiao Maxian had finally broken into the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, she was a Divine Lord that far surpassed others at her step. In terms of the essence gathering system alone, Xiao Maxian was no worse than Lin Ming. In the breakthrough process, Xiao Maxian's body became increasingly hot. This type of heat transmitted through Lin Ming's loins, giving him an indescribably pleasurable feeling. Finally, with a loud roar, he released his life essence into her. Xiao Maxian stubbornly held onto Lin Ming's back. At this time, her entire body was flushed red as if she were burning up. She opened her eyes, her vision blurry, as if she found all of this extremely satisfying and yet extremely painful. Lin Ming, I'm hot, so hot. Xiao Maxian clutched onto Lin Ming in the throes of passion. This tempting scene nearly caused Lin Ming's blood to surge again, making him want to take hold of her and make wild love to her once more. However, Lin Ming still retained a certain clarity in his mind. He could feel that something was off with the current situation. Xiao Maxian had just broken into the Divine Lord realm, so she should be radiating energy and joy, with her strength soaring to the heavens. Yet why was her body releasing such a burning heat that even her consciousness was blurred? As he probed Xiao Maxian's body with his divine sense, Lin Ming was immediately shocked. Within Xiao Maxian's inner world, as well as her meridians, she was flooded with flames. This power of fire became increasingly wild and intense, as if it wanted to burn her to the ground. Lin Ming also came from the ancient Phoenix clan and had pure Phoenix blood essence fused into his body. Although it was much weaker than his azure dragon blood within him, Lin Ming was considered relatively knowledgeable about phoenixes. He immediately understood just what Xiao Maxian's situation meant. Nirvana, this is a phoenix's nirvana. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. At this time, Xiao Maxian was actually experiencing her phoenix nirvana. Chapter 1533 Xiao Maxian's Nirvana. Chapter 1533 Xiao Maxian's Nirvana. To undergo nirvana was the most important transformation of a phoenix's life. After undergoing nirvana, the mortal body of a phoenix would be thoroughly incinerated to ashes and a new life reborn in that sea of flames. The mortal body of this new life would be far more powerful than before and also have a certain ability, that was, to burn their blood essence to an unlimited degree. A phoenix was the only existence in the world that could recklessly burn their blood essence and yet never have their blood essence fade away. By virtue of this ability alone, a phoenix was destined to stand at the highest level of all god-beasts. Different phoenixes would undergo different numbers of nirvanas in their lifetime. The more powerful a phoenix and the purer their bloodline, the more nirvanas they would undergo. In their life, this type of phoenix might undergo 2 or 3 nirvanas. After this phoenix grew up, although they wouldn't be as strong as an Empyrean, their strength would still stand between a half-step Empyrean and an Empyrean. However, in mythical tales, there were stories of phoenixes with royal bloodlines that would experience 9 nirvanas in their lifetime. After 9 nirvanas, they would become as formidable as a true god. Xiao Maxian's entire body became increasingly hot, as if she were boiling. Her cheeks and her stomach all turned fiery red. Lin Ming probed Xiao Maxian with his divine sense and discovered that her entire body and inner world was flooded with raging, overwhelming flames. These flames surged through her meridians and blood vessels, heating up her bones. Lin Ming's eyelids shot up as he noticed this. A phoenix nirvana was not easy or simple. The richer and purer one's phoenix bloodline was, the more terrifyingly powerful their nirvana would be once it erupted from their body. Xiao Maxian was undoubtedly talented, and her nirvana would be no worse than experiencing heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming. I am hot, so hot. Xiao Maxian's consciousness dimmed, her eyes fluttering. She dazedly reached out a hand and grabbed onto Lin Ming, pulling herself into his embrace. A burning heat filled Lin Ming's embrace. Xiao Maxian dripped with sweat, and as her sweat evaporated it covered them both with a thin layer of mist. At this point her eyes were blurred, and she recklessly stroked Lin Ming's body, as if she were under the effects of an aphrodisiac. Her enchanting and upturning breasts were so flushed red they seemed as if they were ripe peaches, ready to drip juice. One couldn't help but want to knead them. Facing this Xiao Maxian that was wildly rubbing and inflaming him, even though Lin Ming had just undergone a round of lovemaking, he still felt fires burn in his loins. Yet, he didn't dare to needlessly move Xiao Maxian. He wasn't sure what Xiao Maxian's nirvana would be like, and he feared that the slightest mistake would affect her crossing this tribulation. In that moment, all sounds in the world seemed to fade away. As Lin Ming held on to Xiao Maxian while she dripped fragrant sweat all over him, he sat in meditation, his mind as still as water. And at this time, outside Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi's barrage of attacks had slowed down. Tian Mingzi's body was bathed in blood and his complexion was pale. He had clearly reached the point of exhaustion, a lamp without any oil remaining. As he looked at the dimmed-down starlight that sprinkled from the 9 stars above, his lips curved up in a fiendish smile. If those 9 stars dimmed down, it clearly meant that Lin Ming's breakthrough into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was verging on failure. Lin Ming, you will soon fail your breakthrough to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. I want to see just how you'll continue to fight with me. I have waited for this day for far too long. Tian Mingzi's hair was disheveled and he staggered as he stood. In a severely wounded state, he had used the heart demon art as well as simultaneously attacking Primordius' heavenly palace and blocking the light of the 9 stars. He had long since become unstable. He supported himself up with his black sword. Strange, if Lin Ming failed in attacking the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then that starlight should have completely vanished. Why is it still there in a dimmed-down state? Tian Mingzi looked at those 9 stars that seemed as if they would disappear at any moment and yet stubbornly hung on. Whatever, I have already won. After attacking the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and failing, Lin Ming will surely encounter a backlash. The fate of those that recklessly try to resist heavenly tribulation must be miserable indeed, Right now he must be bloodied and suffocating to death. Good, then let me fan the fires once more. As Tian Mingzi thought like this, he swallowed down a medicinal pill. His face immediately flushed red with blood. This medicinal pill clearly stirred up his blood vitality. This was not an ordinary pill. Normally speaking, taking such a pill would have tremendous side effects, and one would never use them unless it was a critical moment. After swallowing this pill, Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a dark and evil light. He formed more and more seals with his hands, the bright red seals he produced slamming into Primordius' heavenly palace. Bang! The power of these blood seals sunk into Primordius' heavenly palace and headed towards Xiao Maxian. Tian Mingzi! A glimmer of hatred shined in Lin Ming's eyes. He punched out his fists and struck those bright red blood seals. In that moment, all the strength in his body fused together as one, and with a loud explosive sound, the blood seals shattered. Lin Ming's body merely shook in response, the blood within him moving restlessly. This strike filled Lin Ming with joy. He could feel that his own strength had increased by a large margin. Even if he hadn't made a true breakthrough into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his body transformation and essence gathering systems had experienced rapid growth. And when Lin Ming punched through these blood seals, he could feel something soft fall deeper into his embrace and 2 delicate arms wrap around his neck. Those heated soft breasts drew close to his own, their softness and touch beyond description. Lin Ming looked at Xiao Maxian a bit dazedly, his mouth parched. "You're about to undergo nirvana soon. What do you want?" Lin Ming gulped, not sure where to place his hands. Xiao Maxian licked her lips, slowly saying, "I want to dual cultivate with you." Her eyes were still blurred, but she had sobered up a great deal. "That feeling just now felt far better than I thought it would. I want to try it again." Lin Ming wanted to say that this was her nirvana and randomly doing something might not be the wisest idea. But before he could say anything, he could feel Xiao Maxian push him down and straddle his waist, riding him from above. Xiao Maxian, who had just been introduced to the affairs between men and women, not only did she not have the shyness of a virgin anymore, but she instead had a wild taste to her. Her luxurious black hair fell down in waves, dancing in the air. At that moment, Lin Ming felt his body burning all over. The fires of nirvana within her passed through the contact of their bodies. These flames broke into his inner world and fused with the heretical god tree. This fusion startled Lin Ming. It felt as if it wasn't Xiao Maxian experiencing nirvana alone, but it was as if he was experiencing it together with her. Suddenly, energy surged through Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. Inexplicably, some dual cultivation methods flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Although he had never studied these methods before, with his perception and foundation, he had more than enough time to use them. Soon after, he displayed this technique with Xiao Maxian. Although this dual cultivation technique wasn't too profound, their bloodlines meshed together far too well, and even if they didn't use a dual cultivation method, they still would have been able to reach a fusion of their essence, energy, and soul. As their ecstasy reached the peak, Xiao Maxian's body suddenly melted. This was true disintegration. Her body shined with a brilliant light and blazing flames shone forth from her inner world, splendidly burning all around her. These flames were not the shape of ordinary flames. Rather, they formed blossoming dark red lotuses in the void, as if they were truly material objects. As these flames transformed into lotus flowers, their degree of heat was unimaginable. The flames of a phoenix's nirvana were some of the most terrifying flames in the endless world. Even though Lin Ming's fire laws had touched upon the 7th level concept, he still couldn't withstand this heat. But strangely, as Lin Ming was scorched by these flames, he felt euphoria beyond compare, as if the hotter his body became, the more pleasurable it was. He held on to Xiao Maxian, who nearly disappeared into flames, withstanding this heat. It was like they were both being melded together into a single flame, truly combining. Divine light pierced through the void. Countless beautiful red lotuses opened all around Lin Ming and Xian Maxian, their temperatures having reached inconceivable degrees. Even Lin Ming's body began to melt away. Lin Ming also had phoenix blood within him. Although the quality was relatively low, after receiving Xiao Maxian's primordial yin, his phoenix blood could be said to have undergone a qualitative leap. It could be said that within the entire ancient Phoenix clan, there wasn't a single person who could compare with even 1% of his current bloodline. Now, after being galvanized by Xiao Maxian's nirvanic flames, Lin Ming's own phoenix blood began to brilliantly burn, causing a nirvana fire tribulation within his inner world. A phoenix's nirvana was not a light matter. The more powerful a phoenix, the truer this was. In most cases, although nirvana wouldn't fail, it would still consume a massive amount of origin energy. This was an inevitable truth. However, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's nirvana was different. Seemingly because of their yin-yang harmony, or perhaps because of dragon and phoenix dual cultivation, the process of their nirvana was extremely smooth. Their mortal bodies melted away, becoming forms of energy. Their life forces and souls seemed to fuse together in this brilliant blaze of energy. With a resonant phoenix cry, a black phoenix shot up into the skies, a phoenix flying to the highest heavens. This phoenix was no phantom. It was Xiao Maxian's true body. In that moment, Xiao Maxian had turned into a true phoenix, no longer that of a half-phoenix. In the process of her nirvana, Xiao Maxian's essence, energy, and divine had been baptized and revitalized, growing at a horrifyingly ridiculous pace. Originally, she had just broken into the Divine Lord realm, but now she had reached the peak of the early Divine Lord realm. She was just a single step away from entering the middle Divine Lord realm. The terrifying speed at which her cultivation base rose completely shocked Lin Ming. This was the heaven-defying feature of one with a phoenix body. This was the monstrous talent of the royal phoenix bloodline. Lin Ming also found it hard to estimate how strong Xiao Maxian currently was. He had only followed Xiao Maxian's nirvana and had obtained a massive advantage, but the advantage she had gained was at least 10 times greater than his. In the endless starry skies, Xiao Maxian emitted a heart-warming keen. Her body began to condense within the blaze of flames. A brilliant red lotus opened up, revealing a proud womanly figure. At this point, every aspect of her could be called perfect, dazzling and blinding to the degree that it was nearly impossible to look at her straight on. Chapter 1534, Opening the Dao Palace. Chapter 1534, Opening the Dao Palace. Xiao Maxian floated high in the air, lofty and proud. Her delicate newborn body was fair and enchanting, as flawless as jade. At this time, her long hair danced about her and her entire body was bathed in sparkling starlight, like an immortal goddess. If anyone were to see Xiao Maxian now, they would inevitably feel a sense of shame and inferiority in her presence. Lin Ming. Xiao Maxian brightly smiled as she looked down and saw Lin Ming. Then, she rushed downwards like a little bunny, her bare body flying into Lin Ming's arms. A jade warmth in his arms, the fragrance of a young woman, and also the residual aura of the flames of nirvana, all of this was like a dream, leaving one enchanted. Xiao Maxian would never have imagined that this round of dual cultivation would have given her so many benefits. She had brought the yin-yang energies within to harmony, not only allowing her to break past the Divine Lord bottleneck, but also helping her complete her first nirvana. The earlier a phoenix experienced nirvana, the better. However, even more so for a phoenix with a royal bloodline, it was still extremely rare that they would undergo nirvana at Xiao Maxian's current boundary. Xiao Maxian held on to Lin Ming. Without any explanation, she wrapped her arms around his neck and deeply kissed him. Beneath her lips, her tongue played with his for a long time, only then reluctantly separating. She coyly looked at Lin Ming as she flavored the aftertaste on her tongue. Her kiss with Lin Ming was just like holding hands with him, allowing her to equalize their energies. Of course, this effect was 10 times greater than with just holding hand. It was like not only their energies connected, but their life forces and even their souls, leaving them both enthralled. This was countless times more wonderful than when mortals kissed. Xiao Maxian didn't seem satisfied with kisses alone. She licked her lips and said, "Lin Ming, I'm in love with this feeling. I want to experience it again and again and again." As Xiao Maxian spoke, she was about to reach down to deliver her fragrant lips onto Lin Ming's once more. But at this time, Primordius' heavenly palace violently shook as another blood seal came crashing down. Tian Mingzi. As this blood seal fell down, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian each struck out, crushing that blood seal to nothing. After passing through and being weakened by Primordius Heavenly Palace's array formation, Tianmingzi's blood seal didn't have much strength remaining. It was easily broken apart by Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian at their full strength. This drop-dead old geezer. Xiao Maxian grit her teeth. She was an extremely vengeful individual. Tianmingzi had cultivated in Empyrean Demondon's domain for many years, and had even trained in a part of the heaven-absorbing demon art, receiving the graciousness of Demondon Heavenly Palace. Yet not only did he not return the favor to Demondon Heavenly Palace, but he even wanted to take Xiao Maxian for his alchemy. How could she not hate him? Lin Ming, you try and break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace once more. Then, you and I will join forces to strike down this old bastard. Xiao Maxian spoke up, her words brimming with confidence. This was the confidence that came from strength. Xiao Maxian had gone through the equivalent of 2 breakthroughs just now. The first was breaking into the Divine Lord realm, and the second was experiencing a Phoenix Nirvana. There was no comparing her previous strength with her current state. Good. That's always what I intended to do. Lin Ming's eyes burst out with a sharp light. At this time, the foundation of his mortal body had reached an indescribable degree. Lin Ming's mortal body contained the incomparably pure phoenix and dragon blood that had begun to fuse together. Not just that, but he also had the strength of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence. With all of this gathered together with the accumulations Lin Ming gained during the years, his mortal body had reached a truly heaven-defying realm. What was defying the heavens? That was to break through the heavenly Tao rules and to defy the will of the heavens. Lin Ming let go of Xiao Maxian. He took a deep breath as he released the 8 inner hidden gates to their limits. Ka-ka-ka-ka. His joints released explosive crackling sound. This sort of sound shook the body, even causing one's eardrums to tremble. Atop Lin Ming's head, the light of the 9 stars suddenly shined brightly yet again. He wanted to attack the 9 stars of the Dao Palace once more. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace had held Lin Ming down for far, far too long. Even if he were to attack this boundary now, he would still encounter numerous difficulties, each one harder than the last. But now, the moment Lin Ming had been waiting for had finally arrived. With his absolute strength he would break through these shackles. 1. Energy trembled in the skies. The lines of the great Tao reappeared. Above Lin Ming, the 9-star Tao diagram reformed. The Tao diagram wove together, forming a massive net that pressed down towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was already prepared. He roared out loud, all the strength within his body erupting like a volcano. 1 billion genes, 2 billion genes, 3 billion genes, and still rising. Only when his strength neared 4 billion genes did it slow. At this time, Lin Ming's fists could break down mountains and rivers and tear through space. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. A strength of 4 billion genes, when used by the 100-layered waves technique, was magnified multiple times. Lin Ming's strength rose once more, surpassing the critical point of 10 billion genes. In ancient times, strength of 10 billion genes had a specific title. That was, the strength of a dragon. This wasn't implying that the mortal bodily strength of a true dragon was only 10 billion genes. Rather, it was a description of a martial artist's bodily strength. Once their strength broke past 10 billion genes, it would experience a qualitative change. Gotcha! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the 9-star Tao diagram. The 9-star Tao diagram violently shook, seeming as if it would disintegrate at any moment. An alarming crack ripped through the 9-star Tao diagram. The heavenly Tao laws were about to be torn down by Lin Ming. After a great chunk of the Tao diagram was torn apart, faint strands of starlight fell through the Tao diagram and shined onto Lin Ming. This starlight gathered into Lin Ming's body, circulating through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lin Ming felt his flesh and blood become far more powerful and far more solid. This starlight gathered somewhere in his body, seeming as if it would form its own Tao Palace. Once the Tao Palace formed, this would be the true 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I've only absorbed a little bit of starlight, and yet my body has obtained so many advantages. If I can truly follow what the ancient texts say and refine a star into my body, then what boundary will the intensity of my body reach? If I can refine all 9 stars into my body and form my own Tao diagram in the skies, then even an Empyrean won't be my match. In that moment, a heroic feeling surged in Lin Ming's heart. His road of martial arts was without end. It was impossible to say where the limit lay. Extreme Empyrean, true divinity, neither of these were Lin Ming's end goal because he wanted to surpass all of this. Ka. Lin Ming gripped his fists, his joints exploding. With a roar, he punched out a second time. Bang! The gap in the Tao diagram tore even wider. More and more starlight flowed out. Lin Ming greedily absorbed this starlight, feeling his mortal body strengthen. His punched out again and again, his fists crashing into the Tao diagram until they were stained with blood and his arms were numb. The 9-star Tao diagram represented the rules of the heavenly Tao, beyond reproach. Even if Lin Ming were to barrage the Tao diagram with the strength of a dragon, he still wouldn't be able to safely break it open. Whenever the energy within his body became chaotic and his blood began to tumble about, within Lin Ming's inner world, the harmonized dragon and phoenix energy would turn into a dragon and phoenix phantom that raced through his body. Then, Lin Ming's aura would immediately become much smoother. I've already torn open 90%, I'm almost there. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a severe light. The more he attacked, the fiercer his attacks became. Although there was only 10% of the Tao diagram remaining, this last 10% was the most solid and most difficult to break apart. In order to do so, he would need to consume a massive amount of energy and blood vitality. And at this time, outside of Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi saw that the 9 stars hanging above him, which had just dimmed down, had suddenly become several times brighter than they were at the start. In particular, the star known as Army Breaker was releasing a light as luminescent as a full moon, causing one's will to tremble. How could this be? How is this possible? Tian Mingzi was dumbfounded. He had clearly driven Lin Ming to the edge of despair. In order to do this, he had not hesitated to consume his life force, consume his blood essence, and risk permanently damaging his future cultivation forever. He felt that he had already used all possible methods to their limit. And in truth, everything he did seemed to have succeeded. The starlight of the 9 stars had dimmed down, and they seemed as if they would vanish at any moment. No one would ever expect that they would suddenly brighten up by thousands of times. Damn it all! Tian Mingzi didn't believe in superstitions. He clenched his teeth, taking out more pills from his spatial ring and swallowing them down. His face flushed as red as blood. His hands flickered as numerous blood seals were formed by him. These blood seals were all intended to stir one's heart demons. Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a grim light as he sent these blood seals all smashing into Primordius' heavenly palace. This was a move that consumed Tian Mingzi's blood vitality in order to cast. The foundation of a great world king's body was far too terrifying. If an ordinary world king were to attempt such a move in this state, they might have withered away to dust. At this time, within Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming only sneered as he saw all of these blood seals fly towards him. If there wasn't the protection of Primordius' heavenly palace and Tian Mingzi was directly attacking Lin Ming, then Lin Ming absolutely would not have been able to withstand this attack. But within Primordius' heavenly palace, everything Tian Mingzi did was merely wasting his own strength. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. With his strength of 4 million genes, Lin Ming struck out with the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. This was strength training's flow like silk, that was recorded in the chaotic virtues combat meridians. In the past, the chaotic virtues combat meridians stated that those who practiced flow like silk to the highest boundary could turn their own energy into 1,000,000,000,000 strands and turn anything they punched into dust. And now, Lin Ming had clearly surpassed this boundary. His fists smashed into the blood seals. After being severely weakened by Primordius Heavenly Palace's array formation, these blood seals simply exploded into the tiniest motes of energy. Lin Ming punched out again and again, smashing all these blood seals apart. Then, he grit his teeth and erupted his bodily strength to the limit. The gate of life's blood essence burned and the power of dragons and phoenixes erupted. He shot into the skies, firing right into the 9-star Tao diagram. Break, 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At this time, Lin Ming was no different from a blazing meteor. He poured his complete strength into this one strike and even used the Gate of Life to burn 20% of his blood essence. This could be described as an all-out attack. Gotcha! Lin Ming's fist crashed into the final flaw of the 9-star Tao diagram. In that moment, the 9-star Tao diagram finally shattered. 9 stars, 7 bright and 2 dark, appeared in front of Lin Ming. A powerful impact rushed through Lin Ming's blood, but he didn't care about this at all. As long as he could break through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and baptize himself underneath the powerful starlight, everything would recover. Moreover, his mortal body would reach its peak condition. He spotted the direction of the army breaker star and hurtled towards it. Chapter 1535 Refining a Star. Chapter 1535 Refining a Star. The stars manifested within the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were in fact not true stars. True light-emitting stars were massive fireballs like the sun in the sky. Their volume was unimaginable. Even an Empyrean or true divinity would find it impossible to refine such a large object. When a martial artist said they had the ability to move a celestial star, they usually meant that they could move a planet that wasn't too big. To move something as large as a blaze star was simply impossible. The stars in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were formed by the 9 stars heavenly Tao of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. Each human that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had 9 stars that corresponded to them in space. But after the events of the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, up until now, only Empyrean Primordius had been able to fully step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Now Lin Ming was the second. As Lin Ming approached the army breaker star, he discovered that this blazing white sphere of light was only a foot in diameter, and in the center of this sphere was a fist-sized core. This was the essence of the army breaker star. The star in front of him was pure strength condensed from the rules of the heavens and earth. What Lin Ming had to do now was to refine this star into his own flesh and blood. In that moment, Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. Astral essence surged out from his body, and with his 4 billion genes of strength, he reached out his arm, directly grasping onto the army breaker star. Chila! As Lin Ming's hand entered the blazing white sphere of light, he felt a terrifying pressure and burning heat, as if this sphere of light wanted to tear apart his hand. The closer he reached to the core of this white sphere, the more intense the heat and pressure became. Lin Ming could even feel that his body was about to explode to pieces. With starlight as my sail and a Tao diagram as my ship, I shall sail the vast universe, my strength rising to another heaven. Lin Ming roared out loud and grabbed onto the core of this star. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his hand was immersed in a pool of strong acid, his flesh and blood being melted away. If it were a martial artist with a weaker body, then their hand would have been instantly melted away to bones. Lin Ming revolved the Celestial Tyrant Manual and sucked out the strength of the star core. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was a cultivation method jade slip that the old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had found together with the magic cube when he explored an ancient ruin. The only problem was that it was incomplete, so it was hard to say just what grade of cultivation method it had been. But in the current divine realm, the Celestial Tyrant Manual was undoubtedly a peak body transformation cultivation method, because all body transformation techniques related to humanity's 9 stars of the Tao Palace had long been lost to time. After being held by Lin Ming, this star core flushed right and left as if it wanted to struggle free from his grip. Lin Ming was startled. It was like this star core formed from the heavenly Tao rules had a mind of its own. It was incomparably mysterious. What a wondrous road of martial arts! The 8 inner hidden gates and 9 stars of the Tao Palace are both body transformation laws of the human race and also one of the laws of the 33 heavens. Just why would they change? Lin Ming was puzzled. To change the rules like this was to take one of the 33 heavenly Tao laws and reverse it. Such a splendid road of martial arts had been severed just like that. It was truly regretful. Then, Lin Ming placed that star core in his mouth and swallowed it down. For a time, Lin Ming felt an indescribable heat flow down his body and sink into his inner world. Infinite starlight burst out within Lin Ming's body, and a massive amount of starlight surged out from him, making his entire body shine with a beautiful crystalline transparency. In this baptism of starlight, Lin Ming could feel the astral energy within him being fired up and tempered, purified repeatedly as it was refined again and again. The starlight of the highest heavens became increasingly dazzling, shining like flowing mercury as it spread throughout Lin Ming's limbs and bones and then converged into his inner world. This sort of scene represented the majesty and wonders of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. It was unknown how long this process continued. Sometimes Lin Ming would feel severe pain rack his body, and sometimes he would feel extreme pleasure. Although the process of refining this star wasn't easy, he didn't experience any life or death dangers. This was mainly due to Lin Ming's bodily foundation being far too solid. If his mortal bodily intensity were to be placed amongst martial artists that had just entered the 9 stars of the Tao Palace 6 billion years ago, then he would be far, far stronger. To use such a body to refine a star, even if that star was far more formidable due to the change in the heavenly Tao rules, this sort of matter still wouldn't be anything to the current Lin Ming. In the sky, the 8 other stars had already vanished. All of Lin Ming's pores opened as they overflowed with starlight. When Lin Ming trained in body transformation before, he took all sorts of divine pills and medicines to aid in his breakthrough and often had to experience the process of having his body transformed and reborn, reforming his marrow, expelling the impurities, and even draining out his old blood until the new mercury-thick blood filled his veins. But now, long before Lin Ming had broken into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he had trained to the point that there wasn't the tiniest amount of impurities left in his body. His blood and his recently combined azure dragon blood and phoenix blood essence couldn't be changed again. Without reaching this degree, it was impossible to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. When a martial artist broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in this state, it was no longer possible for them to replace their blood and bone marrow. The true 9 stars of the Tao Palace was to use the starlight of the highest heavens to baptize the spirit body, inscribing the power of the laws into the flawless mortal body. Strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, tempering marrow. These 6 stages of early body transformation could be called laying down and strengthening the foundation of a martial artist's body. The gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, gate of death, gate of opening. These 8 inner hidden gates could be called digging out the very depths of a martial artist's life potential. Then, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were inscribing the very laws themselves into a martial artist's body, allowing a human body transformation martial artist to utilize the strength of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. The 3,000 roads of the great Tao, no matter where they started, all headed towards the same destination. If one walked down the road of martial arts, it was impossible to bypass the laws of the 33 layered heaves, because they were the foundation upon which the universes of the 33 heavens were formed. As time passed, the crystal nucleus of the Army Breaker star completely decomposed in Lin Ming's inner world, turning into shimmering starlight that formed a revolving Tao diagram. Then, starlight began to gather upon this Tao diagram, using it as the foundation to build a palace. This palace was square, with sharp corners, giving off a solemn and dignified atmosphere. At the same time, it glittered crystal clear, as if it were carved from the most luxurious jade. This was Lin Ming's Tao Palace. The moment that this Tao Palace finished building, it meant Lin Ming had truly broken into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming's consciousness took human shape. He entered his own inner world and stepped into the palace. In the next moment, his surroundings suddenly changed. He arrived in a new world, a vast and boundless land. But no matter where he looked, he could see a heavy fog, as if everything here was waiting for Lin Ming to develop. Although the Tao Palace had formed, it was still empty inside. The array diagram was not yet complete. This also meant that Lin Ming was only at the very beginning stages of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. A Tao Palace in my inner world. This is the Purple Temple Tao Palace. Lin Ming's eyes sparkled. The Purple Temple Tao Palace was one of the 9 great Tao palaces of the human body. The function of this Tao Palace was to condense the power of the stars from the highest heavens. In a short period of time, it would allow the intensity of Lin Ming's astral essence to rise by a dramatic degree. This sort of increase could be by 3 to 4 times, or even 8 to 9 times. The exact number was determined by the foundation of the martial artist as well as the completeness of their Tao Palace. This was because the origin of the Purple Temple Tao Palace's strength didn't come from a martial artist's body, but from starlight in the highest heavens. Thus, even if it increased strength by several times, it still wouldn't overdraw a martial artist's potential. This was the advantage of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In comparison, the gate of life's blood essence was to burn a martial artist's blood vitality. If one burned too much, it would damage a martial artist's life source and would reach unrecoverable levels. From this alone, the difference between the two could be seen. As the Purple Temple Tao Palace completely opened, Lin Ming's clothes began to flutter about him. A massive amount of starlight formed a vortex within his body. As the Tao Palace became established, it began to crazily grow. From several billion genes, it grew without end. With irresistible momentum, it broke through the strength of a dragon and continued growing. The opening of the Purple Temple Tao Palace not only meant Lin Ming gaining another ability, but in terms of his body alone, he experienced a massive leap forwards. Lin Ming floated high in the 9-star heavens, his eyes closed as he silently felt the transformations occurring in his body. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This is 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As Lin Ming raised his hand, he could feel the astral essence within his body surging all about him, his supernatural powers billowing like a tide. As the starlight fully entered his body, his bodily strength had already reached more than 15 billion genes. Without relying on the celestial tyrant manual to superimpose his strength, just his base strength alone had surpassed the strength of a dragon. And if he were to use the celestial tyrant manual again after this and gather the strength of the 9 heaven stars into his body, then Lin Ming's explosive force would reach an incomprehensible degree. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace, I've finally broken through. Tian Mingzi. I've made you wait for a long time. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. In his vision, a deep killing intent flashed. Chapter 1536, Facing a Great World King. Chapter 1536, Facing a Great World King. As Lin Ming's consciousness withdrew from the star space, Xiao Maxian was the first to welcome him back. Lin Ming, I knew you would succeed. At this time, Xiao Maxian had already used energy to form a long black dress. After experiencing her phoenix nirvana, her body exuded a strange and enthralling appeal. It was no longer just the simple pureness of a young girl, but contained many flavors of grace and charm. After Lin Ming broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and obtained Xiao Maxian's primordial yin blood and baptism of her phoenix nirvana, the yin-yang energy within him had also become balanced, and the rise in his strength was not a small matter. As for Xiao Maxian, she had broken through to the Divine Lord realm and experienced her first phoenix nirvana. Her strength had risen even more than Lin Ming's. After several hours of cultivation, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had both been reborn. There was no comparison between the past and current them. The two of them both contained a dreadful supernatural power within them, one that wanted to break free. Siener, let's go! Because of the substantial change in their relationship, the way Lin Ming called Xiao Maxian also changed. Xiao Maxian held on to Lin Ming's hand and followed him out. She was well aware that outside of Primordius' heavenly palace, there was a great world king waiting for them. However, this didn't cause her to feel fear. Rather, it ignited a blazing fighting spirit in her heart. The Divine Lord realm to challenge a great world king. Looking at the broad world, since ancient and modern times, just who had this sort of daring boldness? At this time, outside of Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi was looking at the skies with suspicions. The 9 stars had long since vanished. Just 2 hours ago, the extremely dim 9 stars had become incomparably bright. Among them, the Army Breaker star was especially brilliant, like the luminescent moon shining on a clear night. Because of that, Tian Mingzi's thoughts had become chaotic, and he had spared no expense to use an arcane skill, even using his blood essence to form heart demon seals again and again. But due to the array formation protecting Primordius' heavenly palace, he had no idea whether or not his attacks had been effective. Afterwards, those 9 stars had brightened for a long time before slowly dimming down and then vanishing completely. This scene caused the overly cautious Tian Mingzi to frown. He had no idea just what had happened. It had been countless years since anyone had broken through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and even any ancient texts that described the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been lost to time. Tian Mingzi had no idea what sort of phenomena would occur when a martial artist tried to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After seeing the 9 stars disappear, Tian Mingzi believed that Lin Ming should have failed in his breakthrough. This brat is really the reincarnation of a demon god. Even the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that were cursed by the heavenly Tao have produced such a phenomenon because of him. It was like he had nearly made his breakthrough. Luckily, my heart demon seals are especially used to stir martial artists' heart demons when they are attempting a breakthrough. Otherwise, that brat really might have been successful in his breakthrough. Tian Mingzi calculated in his mind. He felt that this speculation was the most reasonable. Perhaps because of the heart demon seals and the energy backlash from failing to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Lin Ming's mortal body might have already collapsed and he may have been in a dying state. Looking at Primordius' heavenly palace, this inestimably valuable palace was still covered with a powerful array formation. It would be impossible to shatter its defenses in a short period of time. Tian Mingzi diabolically grinned. Such a wonderful treasure, and yet you cannot drive it with your own power. You can only rely on using 9 sun jades to supply the required energy to power the array formations. That is truly a waste. Then, let me help you receive this treasure. Moreover, all the secrets on your body will also be mine. I will allow you to maintain whatever feeble existence you still have for several more days while I restore myself to my peak state, and then I'll slowly refine this Primordius heavenly palace once more. After that, I'll pull out your soul and refine it, ha ha ha. As Tian Mingzi imagined himself using a soul-searching technique to discover all of Lin Ming's secrets, he became increasingly happy with himself. In trying to kill Lin Ming for these last 20 years, the price he had paid was immeasurable. Not only had he severed his hand, but he had even lost the Skydark Holy Lands that he had ruled for 50,000 years. Now, he had even been forced to burn 30% of his blood essence, greatly damaging himself in the process. My lost blood vitality can be restored using Xiao Moxian. She has a half-phoenix body, and she also comes from the royal phoenix bloodline. If I use her to make a pill, not only can I fully recover my blood vitality, but I'll even surpass my peak state in the past. For me to encounter Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian in the Azura Road is my life's greatest lucky chance. If he was successful in killing Lin Ming, this would indeed be the most important moment in Tian Mingzi's life. He would inherit everything of Lin Ming's. Even becoming an extreme Empirean in the future would be easy. Thus, even though Tian Mingzi was a naturally cold-minded and sinister individual who hid his thoughts deeply, at this time he couldn't restrain his mood from wildly oscillating. I'll sit in meditation, and 3 days later when I've restored my strength I will have a 90% chance of refining this heavenly palace. Although Tian Mingzi desperately wanted to kill Lin Ming right now, he didn't immediately try to break through Primordius Heavenly Palace's array formation. Rather, he decided to wait until he restored himself to his top condition before killing Lin Ming. This was to ensure that his plan was successful and prevent Lin Ming from counterattacking him in any manner. Then, Tian Mingzi casually set up an array formation around Primordius Heavenly Palace. To Tian Mingzi, Lin Ming was a turtle in a jar. There was no escape for him. As Primordius Heavenly Palace was surrounded, Tian Mingzi grinned. But then, his smile froze on his face. He stared blankly on as the array formation surrounding Primordius Heavenly Palace was torn apart and a youth in black clothes stepped out, following by a young woman in a dress. These two people that just stepped out from the array formation were Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. What? Tian Mingzi couldn't even believe his eyes. He had been thinking of all possible means by which he could refine Primordius Heavenly Palace, and yet Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian emerged on their own volition? Could they have realized that staying in there was the same as waiting for death, so they planned to rush out now and risk their lives battling him while he was at his weakest? A wise decision, but still useless. Even though Tian Mingzi was near exhaustion and he was covered with countless wounds, he was still a great world king. He was in existence who could destroy a planet with his hand, so how could he be killed by a mere divine lord powerhouse? As for Lin Ming's avatar, Tian Mingzi didn't fear it anymore. He had only been surprised by the avatar's sneak attack before, but now he was prepared. He could absolutely use an array formation to imprison the avatar and then slowly refine it. No matter how powerful that avatar's bodily defensive abilities were, it was impossible for it alone to change the tide of this war. Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, are you really that impatient to die? Haha, that is just what I like. Tian Mingzi laughed. Although he was arrogant on the surface, the truth was that he was maintaining vigilance all around him in order to prevent Lin Ming from using any more of his dirty tricks. However, no matter how guarded he was, he still felt his heart shake as he saw Xiao Moxian's cultivation. Xiao Moxian had also broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Just what was happening? Tian Mingzi felt this to be unbelievable. He was well aware that just some time ago, Xiao Moxian had only been at the late Divine Transformation realm. After entering God-Burying Ridge and Tragic Death Valley, why would her cultivation base suddenly rise to the Divine Lord realm in such a short period of time? Even if she were to ignore all consequences to her foundation and swallow any heavenly materials she could find, it would still be impossible for her cultivation to rise so quickly. Divine Lord realm, you also broke through the Divine Lord realm. Good. Very good. But you still cannot change your fate of destruction. The only thing that will change is that when I use you for alchemy, I will be able to press out more of your phoenix blood essence to restore more of my lost blood vitality. Tianmingzi looked at Xiao Maxian and cackled. Although he could see Xiao Maxian's breakthrough, he actually couldn't see Lin Ming's. Tianmingzi didn't understand the boundary of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace to begin with, so he only thought that Lin Ming was still at the peak of the 8 inner hidden gates. However, he could faintly feel that Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were much stronger than they were before. This caused him to be on full alert. He was only worried that Lin Ming would have some tricks up his sleeve, not that Lin Ming would be stronger than he was. Tianmingzi, aren't you afraid that the wind will bite your blathering tongue? Hee, just you wait, I'll cut you up to feed to the dogs. Xiao Maxian stood in sharp opposition, not backing down in the least. This caused Tianmingzi to scowl. You really have no idea of death or danger. Tianmingzi flicked his hand and a pill flew into his mouth. With it, an abnormal red color brightened his cheek. His missing blood vitality seemed to become exuberant once more. Without a doubt, this was a pill with a side effect. Eating too much of this would have a tremendous impact on his future. Lin Ming sneered as he saw this. Your body is already so ruined that you need medicines to fight? Your arm seems to have been severed too, and the meridians haven't even fully healed. How pitiful, but, no matter how miserable you are, I won't show any mercy at all. I will kill you now in your weakest moment. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, astral essence surged out from his body. An unimaginable great strength erupted from him like a tide. Tianmingzi's pupils shrank. His complexion became increasingly fierce and wild. So your strength has made some progress, no wonder you're so arrogant. But, if you think that this alone is enough to defeat me, then you are far too naive. Let me show you what the strength of a great world king is like. Today, I will make up for all the blood vitality I lost from your body. Tianmingzi drew the black sword from his spatial ring and stepped on the void, slashing out at Lin Ming. As this sword came slicing down, countless demons seemed to gush out from the blade. At the same time, this sword also carried with it a terrifying suction power. This was Tianmingzi's heaven-absorbing demon art that he used in conjunction with his attack. Seeing Tianmingzi's sword cut down, Lin Ming didn't evade or dodge. He locked onto Tianmingzi's sword light and punched out. In that instant, Lin Ming's great strength of 15 billion genes erupted, strength that surpassed that of a dragon. Gotcha! With a loud crack, Tianmingzi's sword light disintegrated into countless motes of black light. As for Lin Ming, his body only shook, but he stood firm where he was without retreating a single step. What? Tianmingzi's was bewildered. Because he was cautious that Lin Ming would play some trick on him, that had only been a probing attack just now. Even though he hadn't gone all out, it was still a terrifying strike. Despite this, he never imagined that Lin Ming would block it barehanded with such ease. Chapter 1537, Fighting Tianmingzi. Chapter 1537, Fighting Tianmingzi. Tianmingzi's complexion changed as he saw that Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased. Although he had overdrawn his blood vitality and his boundary had dropped, a skinny camel was still larger than a horse. This sword strike of his was able to instantly kill a peak holy lord, but Lin Ming with his early divine lord realm cultivation had been able to easily block it. Although Tianmingzi had only used 30% of his strength there, didn't Lin Ming also not use his complete strength? Tianmingzi's lips shook as he spoke. An inconceivable possibility appeared in his mind, but only this possibility could reasonably explain what just happened. You broke through the 9 stars of the Dao Palace? As Tianmingzi looked at Lin Ming now, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Lin Ming was far too fearful to the point that it suffocated him. Originally, Tianmingzi with his great world king cultivation had joined forces with an ordinary world king, 2 half-step world kings, some guides and underlings, and later even a half-step Empyrean. This amazingly mighty lineup of martial artists had been used to hunt down a late divine transformation realm martial artist through the god-burying ridge. That could simply be called the most ludicrous joke in the world. If news of this were to ever spread out, then they would all be laughed at as idiots who tried to kill a chicken with an oxen knife. Not even hunting down a strong world king would require such a luxurious lineup. However, this amazing lineup of individuals, in hunting down a single junior, had met an unexpected result. First, they had forced Lin Ming into tragic Death Valley, a land that no one had ever emerged from for 10 billion years. However, not only did Lin Ming leave unscathed, but he had also obtained massive benefits that allowed him to break into the Divine Lord realm. Even a Divine Lord realm martial artist still wasn't worthy to be chased by such a strong group. Once they found him, they could instantly crush him to death. But following that, Lin Ming had lured them all into a danger zone, using all sorts of traps and methods in addition to his own terrifying combat strength to kill them all off one at a time. If Ash Murder, Mr. Zhou, and all the others who came before had made the grave mistake of underestimating their opponent, then Tian Mingzi could be said to have treated his with the utmost sincerity, stopping at nothing to ensure victory. He hadn't even hesitated to use up his own blood essence, and even then he had only caused Lin Ming to receive heavy wounds and be forced back into Primordius' heavenly palace. Afterwards, he had even used his heart demon blood curse so that Lin Ming's heart demons would burst out during his breakthrough and he would perish. But the reality was that Lin Ming had closed up in Primordius' heavenly palace and had broken through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, allowing his strength to reach unprecedented heights. This Lin Ming had been set in death trap after death trap but had found the path to survival, making it so that no one could summon the courage to face him. Even if Tian Mingzi were a great world king, he was also the same. However, now that matters had come to this step, it was impossible for him to retreat. He had severely damaged his life source, and if he didn't kill Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian now, then it was likely he would fall to the boundary of an ordinary world king in the future. Not just that, but his lifespan would be damaged, and it would be nearly impossible to progress a single inch forwards in his future cultivation. To Tian Mingzi, this was a fate worse than death. Now, in this sealed-off space, it was either he would perish or they would die. Good. Very good. Tian Mingzi's eyes were dignified. Although his words seemed confident, he lacked any assurance in his heart. If he were in his peak state, then no matter what breakthroughs Lin Ming made, he could still easily suppress him. But now, he had lost all grasp of the situation because he simply didn't know how strong a martial artist would become after reaching the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. There was simply no reference target for this. This was because the saints didn't cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Their race had a body transformation technique that was easier and suited them more. Thus, it could be said that within the current universes of the 33-layered heavens, only Lin Ming had reached the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. His achievements could not be replicated. Facing this enemy that he didn't understand at all, Tian Mingzi could only try his best. Tian Mingzi spread out his arms. Behind him, the phantom of a demon god formed. All of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy gathered towards this demon god. A great world king was still a great world king. Even after being reduced to such a state, he could still display such a powerful technique. Tian Mingzi shot out the black sword in his hand. This sword seemed to turn into a black snake, winding through the air before falling into the hands of this demon god phantom. Tian Mingzi had given his sword to the demon god phantom. Seeing this, Lin Ming was startled. He could faintly feel that Tian Mingzi's sword was extremely unusual. Its shape was strange, with the blade being longer than an adult male was high, and yet the blade was as narrow as a flower petal. It was difficult to apply any sort of force with this sword, and thus difficult to understand why any refining master would design a sword like this. But seeing this demon god phantom gradually take shape in the air, Lin Ming was able to speculate that this demon god phantom wasn't summoned by Tianmingzi, but had always been sealed within the sword. Then, Tianmingzi struck his chest with his fist and spat out a mouthful of blood into the demon god phantom. As this demon god phantom absorbed Tianmingzi's blood, it became increasingly real and its expression became increasingly fierce. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ming felt his heart skip a beat. Tianmingzi had actually used his own blood to raise this demon. In the legends, there were witches and shamans that raised poisonous bugs in their body, feeding them with their own flesh and blood. This demon that Tianmingzi released was in a similar situation. Ha ha ha! Lin Ming, this demon slave that I carefully raised is for when my true self has been severely wounded. It can display 50% of my peak strength. You can die now. Tianmingzi raved. Then, the demon god phantom hurtled forwards, billowing demonic energy that surged all about it, condensing into ash-gray pythons that twisted above the sword before cutting straight down. A demon slave with 50% of your combat strength. Hearing Tianmingzi's wild laughter, Xiao Maxian was shocked. A great world king truly did have endless methods to use. She never imagined Tianmingzi would have such a backup plan. Just from looking at the billowing demon energy of that demon god phantom, she could see just how strong it was. A demon slave with 50% of Tianmingzi's peak combat strength? How could she and Lin Ming block it? And as Xiao Maxian's mind wavered, the demon slave roared out loud and rushed towards Lin Ming. A terrifying demon will turned into a beam of dark light that shot into Xiao Maxian's spiritual sea. This was the heart demon seal that Tianmingzi had used before. Without being weakened by Primordius Heavenly Palace's array formation, this heart demon blood seal was over 10 times more powerful than before. Be careful! Just as this heart demon was about to enter Xiao Maxian's mind, Lin Ming's voice cracked in her ear like a shocking thunderclap. In his voice, he had fused the divine mist heart mantra, using the laws of the soul forging system to block the heart demon blood seal that was trying to drill into Xiao Maxian. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming's spear swept out and drew a Tao diagram in the air. This Tao diagram had countless demons sealed within it, all of them fierce and dreadful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Tao diagram revolved, suppressing and smashing apart the heart demon blood seal like a massive grinding pan. Xiao Maxian's mind shook. Only then did she free herself from the shackles of the heart demon. She was startled by what had just happened. She had almost fallen into Tianmingzi's trap. He's lying to you. Lin Ming quickly said to Xiao Maxian with a true essence sound transmission. Xiao Maxian eyebrows shot up. She immediately understood what Lin Ming was saying. Perhaps Tianmingzi might have really raised a demon slave so he could bring it out whenever his true self was injured. But the strength of this demon slave wasn't as formidable as Tianmingzi had described. The reason for this was that Tianmingzi had to face the iron-armored spectral soldier array and had repeatedly burnt his blood essence to defeat them. If this demon slave really did possess 50% of his peak strength, then why would he need to burn his blood essence now? In other words, Tianmingzi had already used this demon slave to deal with the iron-armored spectral soldier array, causing the origin energy of the demon slave to be severely damaged and its strength to have lowered. But no matter what the truth was, Tianmingzi was simply making empty claims about this demon slave. And there was only one reason he did this. He wanted to produce a brief moment where Xiao Maxian's mind wavered so he could use a heart demon blood seal to invade her spiritual sea and stoke her heart demons. Guard your mind. This Tianmingzi wants to deal with you first so he can suck up your phoenix blood essence to recover his own strength and then deal with me. Lin Ming quickly said. Xiao Maxian grimaced. This Tianmingzi was far too sinister. But one couldn't blame Xiao Maxian for being too careful in thinking this. Tianmingzi's acting was far too real, and in addition to his great world king boundary, It was easy to believe that he had some ultimate hidden card in his hands. Bang! At this moment, the myriad demon karmic wheel released an explosive sound. After it crushed the demon heart-blood seal to dust, it began grinding down on the demon slave. Lin Ming stepped on space. As he raised his hands, tremendous supernatural powers rushed forwards with overwhelming momentum. He grasped the phoenix blood spear and pointed it straight between the demon slave's eyebrows. All demons in this world, be received into the myriad demon karmic wheel, never to enter samsara, forever and ever imprisoned to be used by me. Yuwo! The myriad demon karmic wheel flew forwards like a horrifying spinning saw wheel. The demon slave released heart-rending screams as the myriad demon karmic wheel tore into its body. Xiao Maxian's thoughts were right. This demon slave, in its peak state, might have had 40 to 50% of Tian Mingzi's strength. However, because Tian Mingzi needed to break through the iron-armored spectral soldier array as soon as possible so he could hinder Lin Ming's breakthrough, he had summoned the demon slave, greatly consuming its energy. Now, it was far inferior to how it was in the past. Xiao Maxian watched as the demon slave was cut apart. Lin Ming's words were like the proclamation of heaven, seeming as if he were ordering the slave demon to be sucked into the myriad demon karmic wheel. She couldn't help but feel admiration at Lin Ming's combat strength. Xiao Maxian had broken into the Divine Lord realm and had completed her first Phoenix Nirvana. Currently, her strength wasn't too far off from Lin Ming's. But, in terms of true combat experience, the Xiao Maxian who grew up in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace was far inferior to the likes of Lin Ming and Tian Mingzi, who wandered the world in search of adventures, experiencing countless dangerous life or death situations. Even if their strength was similar, the combat strength that Xiao Maxian could display on the battlefield was far inferior to Lin Ming's. As she admired Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian also felt an indescribable affection towards him. Even though she was a proud daughter of heaven who possessed a nearly unrivaled talent and had even completed her first nirvana during the Divine Lord realm, or even if she were to become a true divinity in the future, when she was with Lin Ming she knew that he would always stand in front of her, forever protecting her and giving her an inexplicable sense of safety. Chapter 1538 Hatred of 50,000 Years. Chapter 1538 Hatred of 50,000 Years. Hum hum hum. The myriad demon karmic wheel viciously spun, soon about to cut through Tian Mingzi's demon slave. This demon slave had been carefully raised by Tian Mingzi. It was equal to a contract beast in energy form. Once it was exterminated by Lin Ming, Tian Mingzi would suffer enormous losses. Demon slave, wind the primordial spirit! Tian Mingzi roared out loud. In that moment, the demon slave phantom that was suppressed by the myriad demon karmic wheel emitted a shrill scream. Ignoring the myriad demon karmic wheel that was cutting through its body, it hurtled towards Lin Ming. Ca. With a loud cracking sound, the demon slave was split in half by the myriad demon karmic wheel. The split-up halves of the demon slave began to burn, turning into pure streams of gray energy that wound towards Lin Ming. This was the demon slave's final desperate attack. After this strike, the demon slave would extinguish into smoke, no longer existing in this world. Tian Mingzi was planning to use this demon slave to suicide into Lin Ming, having both of them die together. An ordinary contract beast would not be under the absolute control of their master. They wouldn't sacrifice themselves simply because they were commanded to. But Tian Mingzi's demon slave was completely raised by him and was under his full domination. If it was ordered to risk its life in an attack, then it would truly be reckless. At the peak of its strength, this demon slave had 40 to 50% of Tian Mingzi's full strength. Even though this demon slave was nothing but a dried-up lamp, the strength that it could erupt with at its final moment was still terrifying. On the spot, it turned into a giant net that came bounding towards Lin Ming. Ca. The surrounding 100 feet of space was completely sealed off. Lin Ming's complexion changed. This Tian Mingzi was too ruthless. He had sacrificed this contract beast that he raised for so many years and had forced it to burn away all its life essence. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his heart shake. Just as he was being covered by the demon slave net, illusions grew thick in his mind. Lin Ming saw illusions of terrifying scenes. First, he had been captured by Tian Mingzi, his cultivation completely crippled and his soul sucked out to be refined. Then, Xiao Maxian was raped by him, and Lin Ming could only watch helplessly on as she was refined into a pill. Next, Lin Ming's primordial spirit was imprisoned by Tian Mingzi for 1,000,000 years, forced to undergo endless torture and pain before disintegrating to ash. These innumerable illusions flashed through Lin Ming's mind, the pain nearly causing his spiritual sea to be torn apart. These are heart demons. Lin Ming's mind shook. This demon slave was an energy life form, one connected to heart demons. Thus, it unexpectedly had the ability to affect his own heart demons. Haha, Lin Ming, how is the taste of having heart demons enter your body? I know that you have a will firm, but this is a heart demon life form that I've carefully raised for 60,000 years. This demon slave is formed from the evolved obsessions of an ancient powerhouse. It was obtained by me, and then I used several hundred years to slowly refine it and cancel out its consciousness before it was fully subdued by me. Although I'm not relying on it to kill you, it's more than enough to imprison you. A heart demon life form evolved from the obsessions of an ancient powerhouse. Lin Ming was startled. Most martial artists' heart demons usually came in two extreme forms. One was something they feared more than anything else in the depths of their heart, and the other was something they longed for incomparably. Obsessions, in other words, were desires. When an unrivaled powerhouse died, for their obsessions to turn into an energy life form, that was truly incredible. This attack that came from the demon slave burning its life away not only surrounded Lin Ming, but also surrounded Xiao Maxian. Even if they knew that everything they saw was illusions, it was still difficult to rid themselves of these heart demons. Phoenix true form. Xiao Maxian cried out loud. The back of her clothes tore apart and two giant phoenix wings unfurled, stretching to the skies. In that moment, wild and savage black flames rolled forth from Xiao Maxian like a tide, burning away the heart demons. The black flames nearly reached the 7th level concept of the fire laws. Tian Mingzi's mind chilled. This Xiao Maxian was not easy to deal with. Her strength wasn't much different from Lin Ming's. If this were to continue, then the demon slave would be completely burnt away by her. Tian Mingzi sneered. You've actually cultivated to the 7th level concept of the fire laws. Even an ordinary world king who cultivates supernatural fire powers is no better than you. You are truly a pair of outstanding youths, but what a pity, you are both destined to die here today. Shadow Snake Sword explode. Tian Mingzi suddenly shot out his sword. As his sword pierced towards Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, the surface of the black sword shimmered with a massive number of runes. As these runes shined, the sword began to disintegrate, erupting with an infinite rain of light. Tian Mingzi wanted to blow up his own black sword. This black sword had also been obtained by Tian Mingzi in an ancient mystic realm, and was itself an Empyrean spirit treasure. However, the original artifact spirit had already died, and thus Tian Mingzi had captured an ancient vicious beast to draw out its soul to replace the sword's artifact spirit. Then, he had spent tens of thousands of years to completely refine this sword until he became of singular mind with it. Because this artifact spirit had been placed in by Tian Mingzi and combined with the fact that he had completely refined the sword, he could use a thought command alone to have this black sword of his explode. The might of an exploding Empyrean spirit treasure was unimaginable. For instance, if Primordius' heavenly palace were to explode, the consequences would be incredible. Even a planet would be blown up. Of course, Tianmingzi's black sword was far inferior to Primordius' heavenly palace in grade. Even so, this was not something that Lin Ming could withstand. If an Empyrean spirit treasure were to explode near their bodies, then both Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian would be completely destroyed. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming, you are far too naive. I know that your strength has greatly risen because you broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and as for me, I have nearly exhausted all my strength. You rushed out now, choosing what you thought was the perfect time and situation to do so, but the difference in our cultivation is far too great. Even though I am a dried-up lamp, I still have limitless methods to kill you. I am willing to abandon my demon slave and my shadow snake sword, all to eliminate you. As long as I can kill you, then everything I've lost can be recovered. Tianmingzi's attack could be called meticulously calculated and prepared in advance. Although abandoning his demon slave that he had spent tens of thousands of years raising and shadow his snake sword was an enormous loss, he didn't miss them too much because he knew that the secrets on Lin Ming's body far exceeded the value of those two. Seeing the dazzling runes on the shadow snake sword shine to the extreme as it began storing a massive explosive force, Lin Ming didn't panic at all. Rather, he sneered and said, Tianmingzi, are you really so sure that there is some heaven-shaking secret on my body that is enough to make up for everything you've lost? Since that's the case, let me show you just what my secret is. As Lin Ming spoke, his momentum rose beyond description, as if he was ready to wield the heavens and earth, dominating all of existence. Tianmingzi was shocked as he heard this. Lin Ming really did have a heaven-shaking secret on him. Just what could it be? He stared with eyes wide open, his concentration completely focused. At the same time, he also stimulated the energy within the shadow snake's sword to explode. He wasn't so stupid that he would miss the best chance to attack just so he could see what Lin Ming's secret was. Could it be the inheritance of a true divinity-level character? Tianmingzi instantly thought. In his opinion, he had thought that in front of Lin Ming's current achievements, even the inheritances of peak Empyreans weren't anything at all. In the entire divine realm, there were over a handful of peak Empyreans, and this was even more when the dead were included. With so many peak Empyrean descendants, not a single one of them was able to compare to Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming sunk his thoughts into his inner world. A vast and boundless aura of the great Tao surged out from Lin Ming's body, as if everything had returned to the most primal era. With Lin Ming's inner world as the core, a black and mystical vortex appeared. Power of the heaven's stars, gather unto my body, purple temple Tao Palace. Lin Ming roared out. Within his inner world, a magnificent Tao Palace shining with glory appeared. In that moment, the vault of Bai Chi's tomb seemed to vanish, replaced with an endless starry sky. Endless starlight gathered into a vast river of sparkling lights, all of it flowing into Lin Ming's inner world. Lin Ming's strength began to wildly grow, and all of this crazily growing strength was poured into a gray cube within Lin Ming's inner world. Reveal yourself, divine crystal magic cube. Lin Ming had stepped onto the peak of the early Divine Lord realm and had also broken into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. With his dragon and phoenix blood energy brought into harmony, on this day he had finally obtained the ability to galvanize the magic cube's strength. When Mo Eversnow had been a half-step world king, she had also been able to do this because her talent was outstanding and her strength far surpassed that of all other half-step world kings. At that time, Mo Eversnow had the ability to stimulate the magic cube. Of course, wanting to activate its powers to the max still required her to burn her soul to do so. And now Lin Ming's strength was no weaker than that of Mo Eversnow in the past. The ash-gray cube floated out from Lin Ming's inner world, slowly revolving in the skies. Mysterious runes appeared all over its surface. With a single glance, one could feel their soul be trapped, forever unable to leave. It was like this ash-gray cube contained a universe unto itself, limitless, boundless, so vast that even a true divinity could not explore its depths. This is. As the magic cube appeared, Xiao Maxian had no reaction. As for Tianmingzi, he was shocked beyond all description. A maddening demented light colored his complexion. Magic cube. The divine crystal magic cube. How could it possibly be in your hands? You actually. Tianmingzi pointed a shaking finger towards Lin Ming, his words filled with anger, shock, fear. This was an object he had waged war for, something he had spent a massive amount of effort to take, but Lin Ming had unexpectedly obtained it. He had overthrown the verdant feather holy lands for this item alone. He had killed the old world king of the verdant feather holy lands and had hunted their saintess to her death, and yet all of his efforts had become a gift to Lin Ming. How could he not be angry about this? I knew it. I knew that bitch Mo Evers now hadn't yet died. If you picked up the magic cube, then you must have seen that whore. Tianmingzi's expression wildly shook, as if he were losing his mind. To see Tianmingzi lose his calm like this surprised even Xiao Maxian. Just what was that black cube? Why would Tianmingzi have such a great response to it? Chapter 1539 Young Demon God. Chapter 1539 Young Demon God. Of the three wondrous divine tools of the universe, Xiao Maxian only knew the legends of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. This was because the good fortune saint's son had deliberately displayed it to the world. As for the magic cube and purple card, Xiao Maxian didn't know about them at all. There was no consensus on their names either. Throughout the different epochs and different universes they had taken different names. Even though Lin Ming and Tianmingzi had repeatedly used the term magic cube, Xiao Maxian had no idea what they were referring to. Heart Demon Cage Shatter! Lin Ming shouted out loud. The magic cube raised a vortex of energy that spun around like a saw. The great heart demon web formed by the demon slave was torn apart by the magic cube. Yuwo! The moment the demon slave completely died, it sent out a lung-wrenching scream. However, it could not change its fate of being swallowed up by the magic cube. It turned into a gray flow of energy that was gathered into the magic cube. The demon slave was originally a heart demon life form. Heart demons, souls, thoughts, wills, all of these were under the category of divine within the trifecta of essence, energy and divine, thus it was utterly suppressed by the magic cube. To use the magic cube to swallow up the demon slave was far too simple. The ash-gray magic cube revolved in Lin Ming's palm. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian instantly regained their freedom to move. All of the heart demon phantoms and endless illusions around them immediately disappeared. In that instant, Tianmingzi's complexion became horrendously ugly. His entire body shook with rage, so angry that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. So that's how it is. I finally see. I never imagined this was possible. To think that the magic cube was obtained by you of all people, ha ha ha. How ironic. For 50,000 years I've done everything in my power to secretly search for this object that now lies in your hand, and yet I never knew any of this. Tianmingzi felt nothing but utter hate and loathing in his heart. If he had known that the magic cube was in Lin Ming's possession, then how wonderful would it have been if he had killed Lin Ming when he was still small and weak. Tianmingzi, you are finished. Today I shall kill you, for myself, and also for the millions of souls that died for the verdant feather holy lands. Lin Ming gathered all of his strength, pouring every last ounce into the magic cube. For a time, 1,000,000,000,000 stars seemed to extinguish themselves as the world fell into a dark, ash-gray space. Tianmingzi felt a horrifying strength break into his body and lock onto his soul. The magic cube was a divine tool of the soul. When Lin Ming was still weak, the magic cube was only able to serve as a passive defense. When something broke into his spiritual sea and tried to seize his body, only then would the magic cube counterattack on its own. But now, with Lin Ming's strength having risen to the Divine Lord realm, he was able to stimulate the movement of the magic cube. This was completely different from the past. The magic cube could be controlled by Lin Ming and used to attack the enemy. Even if the enemy's soul was protected by their mortal body, their soul would still be impacted by the magic cube. In this wild and manic soul storm, Tian Mingzi felt his own soul shake like a leaf in a storm, almost torn from his body in the next moment. For a time, he found it hard to control the shadow snake sword to make it explode. Moreover, the key problem was that now with the web of the demon slave shattered by Lin Ming, even if the shadow snake sword were to explode, Lin Ming would still be able to block it. If so, not only would he not be able to injure Lin Ming, but he would have lost his own Empyrean spirit treasure in vain. And at this moment, Lin Ming rushed towards Tian Mingzi like a tiger descending the mountain. Strength erupted from his body as the purple temple Dao Palace gathered the power of the heaven's stars. Lin Ming grasped his phoenix blood spear and thrust right towards Tian Mingzi's head. Azura Heavenly Dao, Demon Extermination. After Lin Ming opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, he used another technique within the Azura Sutra. This was a body transformation martial skill, and now with the support of the heaven's stars, Lin Ming was strong enough to use it. Seeing Lin Ming's spear thrust towards him and even crushing the surrounding space, Tian Mingzi's complexion greatly changed. He recalled the shadow snake sword, and without a thought to the danger to his life, he forced out another mouthful of blood essence and spat it on the shadow snake sword. After the shadow snake sword absorbed this blood essence, it turned a deep shade of reddish black. A demonic wind howled like 10,000 grieving ghosts were crying out for justice. Even if you have the magic cube, so what? In the past, Mo Evers now couldn't kill me even when she burnt her soul, and now my strength cannot be compared to how I was 50,000 years ago. Tian Mingzi wildly roared. He grasped his shadow snake sword and cut towards Lin Ming. This was Tian Mingzi's strongest strike, one he made by overdrawing his life. Facing this sword, Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. 15 billion genes of strength erupted from his body. Supported by his arcane techniques, his strength rose again to the power of 5 dragons. Bang! A dreadful sonic explosion blew up like a detonating star. The world collapsed all around them. Tian Mingzi felt an indescribably great strength ram into his body, causing his palm to shake, his arm to go numb, and the shadow snake sword to fly away from his hand. What? Tian Mingzi cried out, inexplicably shocked. Although he had speculated that Lin Ming's strength had risen after opening the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, he never imagined it would be to such a degree. Lin Ming's strike could even shatter a planet. With his bodily strength alone, Lin Ming had reached such a terrifying boundary. And when supported by his true essence and astral essence, anyone that faced Lin Ming would feel as if they were facing an ancient grand dragon in human form. Die! Lin Ming roared. He gripped his spear, aiming it at Tian Mingzi's head and bringing it smashing down. Tian Mingzi desperately revolved the space laws to avoid this spear strike. But in that time, the gargantuan strength had already caused space to collapse, making the space laws unusable. Tian Mingzi stared helplessly on as this unbelievably terrifying spear rushed towards his own head. Time seemed to slow down. A strong sense of despair and unwillingness swelled up within Tian Mingzi's heart. Lin Ming was far too strong. After breaking into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, he could honestly and openly face off against a true world king. In addition, with the magic cube supporting him, his strength could already allow him to rule his own domain in the divine realm. He was no longer a young genius but an overlord. In this life-or-death moment, Tian Mingzi twisted his head to the side. But then, Lin Ming's spear still crashed into his right shoulder. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the terrifying strength of 5 dragons fell onto Tian Mingzi's body like an unending waterfall. His protective true essence shattered and all the bones in his entire right side directly shattered like twigs. His organs burst open and blood and flesh splashed outwards. Lin Ming's spear had forcefully torn open half of Tian Mingzi's body, tearing off his right lung and nearly severing him in two. In that moment, Tian Mingzi's pupils lost their focus. The right half of his body drooped down and his hand was left hanging, with blood gushing out of him. Even in ordinary times, such a heavy wound would nearly kill Tian Mingzi. This was not a strike that a great world king could afford to take. Much less, Tian Mingzi was in an almost exhausted state right now without much energy left. Before this he had repeatedly forced out his blood essence to use his secret technique. And now, receiving such a heavy wound nearly destroyed his life source. A person's life source was their very foundation. Once it was destroyed, it was nearly impossible to continue living. Even a transcendent divine pill would only be able to extend their lifespan a little bit. Sooner, and not later, death would come to claim them. You! Tian Mingzi humorlessly chuckled, vomiting blood the entire time. A year ago he had rushed into God-burying Ridge with great ambitions in his mind. With his great world king cultivation, he hunted down the late divine transformation Lin Ming. But he never imagined that this event, which should have been his life's greatest lucky chance, would actually lead to his current fate. All of those who hunted Lin Ming, whether they were world kings or half-step Empyreans, were killed off by Lin Ming, one at a time. Not just that, but he possessed the magic cube and the inheritances of numerous powerhouses. Such a character was as terrifying as a true demon god. However, no one would know about any of this because everyone who hunted after him had died. He would become a freakish monster that hid in the shadows of the juniors, an existence whose strength already surpassed the giants of the older generation. Puff! Tian Mingzi spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to say something, but all that came out from between his lips was more and more blood. And at this time, Lin Ming punched out with his fist, smashing into Tian Mingzi's throat. The trillion true essence threads of strength training's flow like silk instantly erupted in Tian Mingzi's throat, turning his spine into nothing but muddied flesh. Tian Mingzi's head fell down at an awkward angle. An unwilling and sad smile still hung on his lips, making him look like a macabre puppet. Then, Lin Ming pulled out the phoenix blood spear and swept it out, cutting off Tian Mingzi's head. A fierce and ambitious individual, one who had lived for 100,000 years, one who was soon about to enter the half-step Empyrean realm, had been killed by Lin Ming like this. His head bounced on the ground like a rubber ball, his eyes perfectly round, dead with everlasting regrets. Chapter 1540 The Dust Settles. Chapter 1540 The Dust Settles. Seeing Tian Mingzi's head roll to the ground, Xiao Maxian still felt that all of this was unreal. She recalled the last 10 years she had spent with Lin Ming, experiencing all sorts of drastic changes and upheavals, ups and downs that they crossed through with repeated life or death dangers. Finally, their strength rose by a large degree, and they slowly killed those that had hunted them down. All of this was like an eternal dream. Xiao Maxian even felt that these last 10 years were far more rich and passionate than all her life experiences before that. All of those dangers and hopes had become unforgettable memories etched into her bones. And throughout all of these dangers, Xiao Maxian had only played a supporting role. But even so, she had obtained a massive harvest. It wasn't just her cultivation and strength that had risen, but her mentality and will had evolved. Looking at Lin Ming once more, he was the one who had helped lead her through all of this. In terms of how his mentality and strength had been a steady constant this entire time, there was no need to mention it. Xiao Maxian could approximately guess that most of Lin Ming's near 60 years of life had passed in such an environment. He had grown to where he was by experiencing endless adventures, battles and life or death slaughters. Xiao Maxian suddenly thought that it wasn't strange for Lin Ming to have such achievements at his young age. Lin Ming was only a martial artist from the lower realms, and as he trained in martial arts, he had to overcome all sorts of unfavorable conditions. Compared with the Empyrean descendants of the divine realm, Lin Ming was no different from an ant to an immortal being. However, it was these layers upon layers of difficulties that led to Lin Ming's myth. Lin Ming's experiences and his near 60 years of hardships were his most precious treasures. A treasure sword was sharpened through tempering, and the fragrance of a plum blossom came with the freezing cold. All of these things that Lin Ming experienced were far from what any Empyrean descendant could compare with. For instance, in these last 10 years, if it weren't Lin Ming who had undergone these experiences but some ordinary Empyrean descendant, even if their strength was the same as his, they would have died countless times already. Of course, Xiao Maxian was also well aware that Lin Ming's current achievements were impossible without lucky chances and fortuitous encounters. She immediately remembered the sudden response that Tian Mingzi had displayed after seeing the magic cube. Just what was that thing? Xiao Maxian was suddenly filled with curiosity. At this time, Lin Ming had walked near Tian Mingzi's corpse. He took Tian Mingzi's spatial ring and then formed seals with his hands, summoning a vicious-looking Dao diagram to his front. Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. The Azura Heavenly Dao was not some orthodox cultivation method. The Azura Road Master's life was also filled with slaughter and death. While this Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel could be used to attack an enemy, it could also be used to absorb an enemy's essence energy for oneself. Then, all of the essence energy in Tian Mingzi's body was drawn out by the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Even Ash Murder's essence energy that had scattered into the air after his death was gathered by the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. These essence energies were Tian Mingzi and Ash Murder's life essence. If Lin Ming didn't gather them with the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel, then after several tens of thousands of years, these essence energies sealed within by Qi's tomb would slowly evolve into existences without any thoughts of their own. They would only be ghosts that knew to swallow others. In many mystic realms, these types of ghosts would be a source of grave danger. Now that Lin Ming had sealed all of this essence energy into the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel, this situation naturally wouldn't happen. Essence energy of all living beings, be used by me. Lin Ming flicked his finger and the essence energy within the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel rerouted towards the essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Drawn-out essence energy was more suitable to cultivate avatars. If it were Lin Ming's true self, then although absorbing these essence energies could increase the cultivation of his body, too much would leave behind hidden dangers within him. But the essence Spirit Embryo Stone was nourished from the infinite essence energy gathered by the God-Beast Tomb Array formation, thus there was no need to be careful with it. In that instant, all of the essence energy poured into the essence Spirit Embryo Stone. The essence Spirit Embryo Stone's entire body emitted crackling sounds as its muscles and organs wriggled about. All of this blood vitality was completely absorbed by it, and the strength and astral essence within the avatar continued to grow. The body of the essence Spirit Embryo Stone was similar to the saint. In other words, it was an existence especially bred for body transformation. Its cultivation method was also similar to the saint. If one had to describe the essence Spirit Embryo Stone's cultivation base, then using the saint race's Saint Lord boundary was more appropriate. And after absorbing the essence energy of a great world king and a half-step Empyrean, the astral essence within the avatar wildly circulated through its body, joining with the energy that was already within it to begin with. Without any hindrance, its cultivation rose by a small boundary. This was something Lin Ming already expected. The essence Spirit Embryo Stone could easily rise in cultivation boundaries. Let alone a small boundary in the Saint Lord realm, there wouldn't be a bottleneck even when entering the Holy Lord realm from the Saint Lord realm. The only restriction to the avatar's cultivation was Lin Ming's own cultivation. In other words, if Lin Ming's own cultivation was lacking, then the essence spirit embryo stone would encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, if Lin Ming was much weaker than his avatar, then he simply wouldn't have the strength to control the much stronger essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief as he finished. For Tianmingzi and Ash Murder's essence energy to be used by him after their death, they had truly died miserable. Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming finished, Xiao Maxian blinked over and looked towards Lin Ming. As Lin Ming met her playful eyes, his thoughts stirred. He was able to approximately guess what she was thinking of. He laughed, saying, "You want to ask me what the magic cube is, right? What I want to know is just what sort of thing allowed my lover to grow from a common martial artist from the lower realms into the number one talent of his race?" Xiao Maxian said, her eyes filled with curiosity. But she suddenly changed the topic and said a bit contradictorily, "But I don't think you should tell me. This should be your life's greatest secret, and if you tell me..." Xiao Maxian dragged out her words, looking at Lin Ming all the while. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then, he straightened up and solemnly said, "This is indeed my greatest secret. But the reason I was able to reach this step is not just the magic cube. The magic cube accompanied me during my youth when I first stepped on the road of martial arts and helped me traverse that most difficult period of my early road. Since I was willing to take out the magic cube during my battle with Tianmingzi, I have no intentions of hiding the truth from you. Moreover, during this adventure through the Azura Road, I will slowly gain the power to protect the magic cube." Lin Ming's current strength was high enough that he could defeat an ordinary world king. But his trial through the Azura Road had yet to end. Lin Ming intended to continue to train here until he reached at least the late Divine Lord realm or half-step Holy Lord. Perhaps he would even wait until he broke through to the Holy Lord realm and was able to kill a great world king before considering leaving. At that time, Lin Ming would be able to fully refine the Primordius Gate and fully control Primordius Heavenly Palace. Then, by relying on this Empyrean spirit treasure, even if an Empyrean were to chase after him, they still might not be able to kill him. Only in that state would Lin Ming truly be able to freely wander the divine realm and display his skills in the upcoming great calamity. Lin Ming raised his right hand and an ash-gray cube floated into his palm, slowly revolving around, filled with a mystical aura. He said, "Siener, this is the magic cube. I accidentally obtained it when I was 15 years old, in a restaurant. At the time, I was working for the restaurant and..." As Lin Ming was speaking, Xiao Maxian suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. She grinned. "You don't need to say anything. If you trust me enough to tell me your greatest secret, I am more than satisfied with that. Although I am curious, I don't really need to know. When we leave the Azura Road, I will have to return to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. If my parents, grandfather, or the Monster Emperor find out about what happened between us, then they will become enraged. Moreover, there is my engagement with the Good Fortune Saint's son. If this matter were to become a problem, then I would be confined to my quarters, and not even the heavens know what would happen after that. If I know the secrets of your magic cube, then even if I don't willingly reveal them, that doesn't mean someone won't use an arcane technique to learn information about you from me." Xiao Maxian had already considered this for a long time. As Lin Ming listened to this, he was silent for a while. Do you plan on returning to the monster race and demon race no matter what?" If Xiao Maxian didn't return to the monster and demon races and instead stayed within Lin Ming's inner world, then no one would know about it. Xiao Maxian lightly sighed. She nodded, "Yes, I will return, because they are my people." Xiao Maxian was a very independent and free-thinking woman. She was bold and brave, and if she favored something, then she would recklessly pursue it no matter what others thought or said. But at the same time, she would not degenerate into becoming a servile dependent of any man. She had her own martial arts goal, her own pursuits, and her own faith in herself. Just like Lin Ming, who would never betray humanity, Xiao Maxian would not discard her own race. Although the future was filled with unknowns and uncertainties, she wouldn't evade her future but face it head-on. I understand. Lin Ming gently embraced Xiao Maxian. Let's leave this place. Chapter 1541 A Heading Deeper into the Azura Road. Chapter 1541 A Heading Deeper into the Azura Road. In the depths of the Great Desolate there was a virgin forest that was untainted by human hands. These trees had been here for hundreds of thousands of years, and because these trees originated from ancient breeds they grew much larger. So large that dozens of people together couldn't wrap their hands around them. Their crowns pierced thousands of feet high, straight into the skies, and their large and vibrant leaves were like clouds that blocked out the sun. In this wild forest, there was a keening wolf howl that impacted into the heavens. All of the birds and beasts in the woods were startled by this howl and fled in droves. Bang! With an explosion of energy, a shockwave rose up. A great black wolf as large as an elephant tumbled through the air and smashed into a large tree, causing an avalanche of leaves to be shaken off. The trees in this wild forest were all spiritual trees. Their dense trunks were more like pillars of divine iron, and as this great black wolf crashed into the tree trunk it dizzily bounced off and landed in the deep foliage. "I've got you!" With a clear cry, a black-clothed girl rushed through the woods like a black butterfly, arriving right in front of the great black wolf in just several blinks of the eye. She raised a black badge she had prepared and pushed it in between the great wolf's eyebrows. In the next moment, the great black wolf's body shrunk, as if it were being forced down by some strange energy. Its body became smaller and smaller, melting and pouring away into that black badge. Finally, that wolf's massive body was absorbed by the black badge without anything remaining. Soon after, the black badge in this girl's hand turned deep blue. It slowly floated in the air, exuding a mysterious charm. This black-clothed girl was Xiao Maxian, and the mission badge in her hand was one she obtained in Heaven Devil City. Blue Soul Level God Rune, Darkness Demon Wolf, it's mine now. The Darkness Demon Wolf wasn't a true life form but an existence that evolved from the energy of the Azura Road, similar to the nightmare beats in the Divine Dream World. As long as one could kill it, then one could use a mission badge to absorb it and then transform it into a God Rune. Xiao Maxian flicked her fingers and this rune disappeared into her body, vanishing from sight. Over half a year had passed since the battle with Tian Mingzi. During this time period, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had returned to Heaven Devil City and bought up all the mission badges that were related to the final smelting trial. Then, they had slowly completed these missions, transforming them into God runes. As for Lin Ming's servant Soul White, he had been kept in Heaven Devil City. Lin Ming didn't need him accompanying him anymore. Soul White wasn't too useful to Lin Ming now. Soul White had spent most of his life out in the periphery of the Azura Road and had little to no understandings of what happened deep in the Great Desolate or deeper in the Azura Road. Still, Lin Ming didn't undo the slave seal in his body yet in order to prevent him from leaking information and causing trouble. We've just about completed all the missions in the Great Desolate. If we go 30,000 miles east, then there will be a transmission array. We can take that transmission array to reach the middle rear sections of the Azura Road. At this time, Lin Ming emerged from the woods. Most of the God runes in the Great Desolate had been obtained by the both of them. In fact, according to what Soul White said, if the two of them formed a team to enter the final smelting trial, they would only need to collect a single set of runes. The second set would only be a spare. Are we finally going to the middle rear sections of the Azura Road? Xiao Maxian asked, excitedly tracing her chin. The middle rear section of the Azura Road was also the so-called Inner Azura Road. The final smelting trial was also located in the Inner Azura Road. After the end of the final trial, she and Lin Ming would both return to the Divine Realm, and that would be the time when they would have thoroughly completed the Azura Road trial. A 30,000-mile distance wasn't far away to Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. If they flew, it would only take them several quarter hours to cover the distance. But this time, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian spent almost 2 months walking the distance. During these 2 months, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were constantly in battle. More than half a year ago, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had just broken through their boundaries and their strengths had dramatically risen. But, because their strength rose too quickly, their foundations weren't too solid. For instance, to combine the 7th level concept of the fire laws with his actual combat skills or save energy within their inner world, all of this required time. But Lin Ming wasn't worried. He had several dozen years to fully accomplish all of this. The Great Desolate was a far-reaching land with broad, sweeping borders. In the deepest depths of the Great Desolate there were said to be ancient god beasts. In addition to the convoluted space-time, it was an extremely complex environment. Even Empyreans shrunk back upon venturing too far. The Great Desolate was also the dividing line between the outer Azura Road and the inner Azura Road. If a trial challenger wanted to pass deeper into the Azura Road, they could not travel through the Great Desolate and could only take one of the several large-scale transmission arrays that ferried people back and forth. On the eastern side of the Great Desolate there was a city. This city wasn't too large and was surrounded by the Great Desolate. It could be considered far away from all else. All those that traveled through this city were peak masters, and most of them were trial challengers that needed to travel into the intersections of the Azura Road. Pardon me, is this the transmission array to enter deeper into the Azura Road? The transmission array guard heard a simple and indifferent question. The one who spoke had a voice filled with energy. As he turned, he could see a young man and woman standing behind him. These two youths had extraordinary looks that brightened the eyes, but one could see from their worn-out clothes that they had experienced a long and arduous journey to arrive here. Those people that could travel through the Great Desolate on foot and arrive at the transmission array were without a doubt peak masters. Yes, the guard respectfully replied, no showing any disdain because of the young age of these two. From these two, especially the black-clothed man, he could feel a faintly roiling killing intent. This sort of killing intent could only be developed through long periods of life or death slaughters. We're planning on going deeper in, the black-clothed youth said. This black-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming, who had crossed halfway through the Great Desolate to arrive here. All right. But I want to caution you too. This transmission array can only go one way. In other words, it can deliver you deeper into the Azura Road. If you want to return, you will have to rely on other methods to do so. The guard earnestly said. Lin Ming was already aware of this point. Once a trial challenger entered deeper into the Azura Road, if they wanted to leave they would have to satisfy certain conditions, and the conditions in the inner Azura Road were far more severe than those on the periphery. Many people were unable to accomplish these conditions and could only continue living on in the Azura Road for the rest of their lives. Of course, to certain people, this wasn't necessarily bad. Many masters preferred the dangers of the Azura Road where death and slaughter hid around every corner. The light of the transmission array shined like a blazing sun. In the next moment, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian vanished together with other trial challengers from the Great Desolate. They passed through the void and truly entered the Azura Road. Chapter 1542 – Divine Rune City. Chapter 1542 – Divine Rune City. A dark wind howled through the boundless land. Lin Ming soon left the dizzying spatial transmission and found himself in the center of a vast wilderness, knee-deep in grass. What surprised Lin Ming was that when they left it had been daytime, but here was a dark night, with a depressing gloom covering the world, hiding all light. This pitch-black environment immediately raised Lin Ming's guard. He spread out his sense and didn't discover any vicious beasts, only some other trial challengers that had come here with him and Xiao Maxian. Because the Azura Road was far too long, it took an exorbitant amount of energy to open a transmission channel from the outer Azura Road to the inner Azura Road. Thus they would only start the transmission array once dozens of people had gathered. The trial challengers that arrived here with Lin Ming rose up one after another. Without a word, many of them launched their movement techniques and flew away. Some people began discussing amongst themselves. They were clearly in groups and were discussing their next step after arriving here. The two that caught Lin Ming's eye was a young-looking man and woman not too far away. At this time, the man and woman had taken out a compass as if they were investigating something. Spiritas. Lin Ming's eyebrows slightly arched up. The skin of these two shined with a faintly shimmering light. This was a sign of the soul race. The body of the Spiritas contained an extremely rich soul energy. If they didn't deliberately conceal the light they emitted, they would glow extremely beautifully. In the dark of night they would be like enchanting illusions. This young Spiritas pair had outstanding looks and their foundation was extremely solid. One could instantly sense they were geniuses amongst their generation. However, their cultivation wasn't too high. In Lin Ming's opinion, their cultivation was just enough to enter the Great Desolate, but it seemed a bit forced for them to come to the inner Azura Road. This was true even if they could jump ranks to fight. At this time, the compass in their hands lit up. The young man's face brightened and he happily said with a sound transmission, "Big sister, we're in luck this time. It seems that we were right when we thought that the transmission array to the inner Azura Road would bring us to a random location. Fortunately for us, we didn't land in some place with vicious beasts and our arrival area is also extremely safe and near Divine Rune City. If we hurry along we should be able to arrive in 3 days." From their words it was clear that these two Spiritas youths were brother and sister. But at this moment, as the older sister heard her little brother speak, she humorlessly said, "What is so good about this place? Although we're near Divine Rune City, there is still a wild mountain range separating us. With our strength, wanting to travel through that mountain range will be too difficult, and if we must go around it that will make our journey far longer, and we might also encounter other dangers." The young Spiritas girl said, her eyebrows pressed together in a frown. Their cultivation was indeed not high. Wanting to travel through the inner Azura Road was just barely manageable already. As the two of them were speaking, most of the other martial artists had flown away. The only ones remaining were Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, who had yet to leave. The young Spiritas girl looked over at Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian for a while. Then, the light in her eyes changed and she greeted them. "Hey there, how do you do?" Lin Ming looked back at the young Spiritas girl, nodding his head in response. "Do you two not know where you want to go?" The trial challengers hadn't stayed in this grasslands for a long time. Those that knew where their destination was had already left, leaving only Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian idling about. From this, one could see that it was likely they were unfamiliar with the area and didn't know where to go. Lin Ming didn't reply. This was considered his tacit agreement. "May I ask, would you two like to accompany us to Divine Rune City?" Divine Rune City is the largest city in the surrounding area, and in terms of influence even an Empyrean Holy Land is inferior to Divine Rune City. If you go to Divine Rune City, whether it is supplies or missions, it is a very good place to go. Divine Rune City. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Was this related to divine runic technique? He remembered that just when he defeated Soul White and he was begging for his life, Soul White had said that he was skilled in alchemy and inscription, so taking him in as a slave would be far more useful than killing him. And in the Azura Road, a higher-level inscription master wasn't called an inscription master but a divine runic master. In the divine realm that was ruled by humanity, when a martial artist reached an extremely high boundary, the inscription arts weren't much useful to them anymore. But this was different in the Azura Road. According to what Soul White had said, in the Azura Road, God runes and inscription could be combined together in a wondrous evolution, creating an entirely different form of inscription altogether. This was why divine runic masters and alchemists had an extremely high status in the Azura Road. And the best alchemists and divine runic masters in the Azura Road were all Spiritas. This was because the Spiritas all possessed a formidable soul force that made them perfectly suited to studying alchemy and divine runic technique. When this was combined with the long inheritance of the soul race, they were several times greater than all the other races in these two skills. This divine rune city, with its name, was most likely related to this. Divine Rune City is a city of divine runic masters? Lin Ming asked after thinking for a moment. That's right. Several 100 million years ago, many top divine runic masters of the Azura Road gathered together to form a divine runic association. At the time, the city they chose as their headquarters was quite ordinary, but as time passed and they took in more and more divine runic masters, growing all the while, they slowly had martial artists from all over coming to them, seeking help. After that, the city eventually developed into the current Divine Rune City. Not only are there divine runic masters but also a massive number of alchemists, refiners, and top masters from all around. Me and my little brother came to the inner Azura Road in order to go to Divine Rune City and experience the divine runic technique there and also participate in an assessment or competition of the Divine Runic Masters Association. If we're lucky, we might be able to apprentice ourselves to someone there. The young Spiritas girl knew she was lacking in strength, so she thought to join with others. And if she were to accompany others, it was best to form trust with them. Thus she had told Lin Ming her goal in going to Divine Rune City. Lin Ming also understood why these two came to the inner Azura Road even if their cultivations were lacking. Lin Ming soon understood the whole city. This brother and sister believed that with their status as divine runic masters, they would be able to obtain sufficient protection in Divine Rune City. The only danger for them would be the road to Divine Rune City, thus they had invited Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian to travel together with them. As for Lin Ming, when he was at the outer Azura Road, he had Soul White as a guide. But now that he was in the inner Azura Road, he was unfamiliar with the people and places here, and he didn't even know where he needed to go to obtain missions. If he could find a city and inquire into some information, then that would naturally be the best choice for him. And this Divine Rune City interested Lin Ming very much, because Lin Ming was also once an inscription master. In the past, when Lin Ming first stepped onto his road of martial arts, in his weakest moments he had relied on inscription technique to gain the training resources he needed to overcome this most difficult period. But after that, as Lin Ming's strength rose, his inscription technique could no longer follow the footsteps of his cultivation. Even so, Lin Ming always held a certain sentimental feeling towards inscription arts. He looked towards Xiao Maxian and said with a sound transmission, "What do you think about taking a trip to Divine Rune City?" Xiao Maxian said, "It's up to you. I'll follow where you go." "Then we're going to Divine Rune City," Lin Ming decided. Then, he agreed to the young Spiritas girl's offer. The Spiritas siblings were overjoyed. Although they could faintly feel that Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had relatively ordinary cultivations, they were still stronger than the two of them. Moreover, there was strength in numbers. With the four of them, crossing the wild mountain range shouldn't be a problem, and in a worst-case situation, if they met some sort of powerful vicious beast that they couldn't defeat, they would each still have a higher chance of surviving if they scattered and fled. "My name is Yu Liuxing and this is my little brother Yu Qifeng." The Spiritas girl introduced herself and her brother. "I am Lin Ming and this is my wife Ji Xiener." Lin Ming didn't bother to hide his name. The Azura Road was far too large and there were also too many duplicate names. Moreover, he had already killed Tian Mingzi and Naki, and the place where they died was in the extremely isolated tomb of Bai Qi. All of this had been meticulously cleaned up by Lin Ming so that no one would know about it, Thus Lin Ming didn't fear anyone discovering his true identity. Lin Ming had only casually introduced her, but Xiao Maxian felt a bit warmer as she heard this. Her cheeks flushed a little. In truth, she wasn't really considered Lin Ming's wife, and although the two of them had made love and dual cultivated, they had never held a marriage ceremony, and the two of them were destined to part ways in the future. To describe their relationship as lovers was much more appropriate. Along the way, Lin Ming continued chatting with Yu Liuxing, gaining a much higher understanding of Divine Rune City. In the city, all Divine Runic Masters were divided into different ranks depending on their attainments in the Divine Runic art. Every higher level required tests, and there was also a corresponding competition. As for the siblings, they were both geniuses in Divine Runic art. Their goal in going to Divine Rune City, besides apprenticing themselves to someone, was also to compete in the many competitions. The prizes for these competitions were quite generous. As they spoke, Yu Qifeng discovered that Lin Ming had some original opinions into Divine Runic art. This surprised him. He asked, "Big brother Lin Ming, do you understand the Divine Runic arts?" Lin Ming was 10 years older than Yu Qifeng, so Yu Qifeng had referred to Lin Ming as Big Brother. Lin Ming smiled, barely. "But what I understand is inscription technique, and it's just a little. It's not comparable at all to your Divine Runic art." Lin Ming's understandings of inscription technique had come from the soul fragments in the magic cube. And in the past, the people that were killed by Mo Evers now and had their souls sucked into the magic cube couldn't be considered much anyway. They were all Tian Mingzi's subordinates, and their cultivations were divine lords or holy lords, without a single world king amongst them. If their inscription technique was placed in the lower realms, then it would be marvelous without compare, but if placed in the divine realm, it wasn't considered much at all. Moreover, the inscription technique of the divine realm was cast far behind by the long legacy of the Spiritas in the Azura Road. In the divine realm, a top character like an Empyrean wouldn't study inscription technique because the value wasn't too great. But the divine runic arts of the Azura Road were different. According to what Soul White had said, the divine runic arts could display effects beyond belief. Thus, Lin Ming was well aware that someone with his caliber of understanding was nothing when placed in Divine Rune City. Chapter 1543 The Qualifications to Enter the City. Chapter 1543 The Qualifications to Enter the City. The wild mountain range is in front of us. After the group traveled for around half a day, Yu Liuxing suddenly pointed towards a dark mountain that appeared before them. "This is the most dangerous part of the road. We must join together and fight as one. There are many different types of vicious beasts, but I understand their weaknesses and the ways to fight the most vicious type. Listen to my directions in battle." As Yu Liuxing reached the base of the mountain range, she pulled out a jade slip. Recorded within this jade slip was the terrain of the mountain range as well as the distribution degree of dangerous vicious beasts scattered throughout it. This surprised Lin Ming. According to most reasoning, the inner and outer Azura Road were nearly completely isolated from each other. He never imagined that these two siblings would have information on the inner Azura Road, and in such an exhaustive manner that they even possessed a map of this mountain range detailing the distribution of vicious beasts. Our cultivation isn't high, so we can only avoid as many danger zones as we can. However, there are some places we won't be able to avoid. For instance, this place here is the habitat of the giant blood eagle, and we have to cross this area no matter what. The giant blood eagle has a bloodline connection to the ancient rock, so it is an extremely dangerous place to be. If we meet one or two, we should be able to deal with them, but if we meet a group, then we'll have no choice but to flee our separate ways and hope that the heavens smile down on us. Yu Liuxing earnestly stated her precautions and possible tactics. Xiao Maxian rubbed her chin as she listened to this. It was unknown how the ancestors of the monster beasts obtained their god-beast bloodline, but these bloodlines could be passed on for multiple generations without weakening. These kinds of vicious beasts were extremely nourishing, especially for mortals. Xiao Moxian chuckled, whispering to herself, "It seems my big yellow will have something to eat. Although the god-beast bloodline purity of these beasts is low, there should be an effect if he eats many of them." What did you say? Yu Liuxing asked, distracted. Haha, it's nothing. 1 hour later. Whoosh! A sharp crackling sound howled through the air. A massive blood-red eagle with a fleshy head emitted terrifying screams as Xiao Moxian's whip slashed over its body, breaking one of its wings. Xiao Moxian's whip was like a cord of black lightning, nearly impossible to follow. Where it went, the void would sizzle, the piercing air penetrating through the ears. As the group of 4 traveled all this way, Lin Ming hadn't done anything at all. Xiao Moxian personally cut down all the dangers that appeared. Whether it was the giant blood eagle or any other type of vicious beast, all of them were cut down by Xiao Moxian like vegetables. Not even Yu Liuxing or Yu Qifeng were able to interfere. So fierce! The handsome and somewhat shy Yu Qifeng's mouth turned into an O shape as he saw this splendid battle take place. His eyes shined as he looked at Xiao Moxian, clearly filled with awe and worship. As for Yu Liuxing, this was completely unexpected. She never imagined that the 2 allies she pulled into her group would be so fierce. She originally thought that they would have to work together and pass through countless life or death dangers to travel through this mountain range, but what really happened was something completely different. "Big Yellow, it's time to eat." As Xiao Moxian called out, there was a cheerful little roar as a small furry yellow dog rushed out from Xiao Moxian's spirit beast bag like a tiny whirlwind. Big Yellow drooled as it hurtled towards the giant blood eagle, cleanly eating it away in just a few moments of time. This left Yu Liuxing and her little brother dazed. They finally understood what Xiao Moxian had said by, "It seems my big yellow will have something to eat now." How can that little thing eat so much? Yu Qifeng felt this all to be unbelievable. She struggled to imagine how such a small body could eat so much. That beast that looks like a little yellow dog should be the girl's contract beast. If that girl is so fierce, then her contract beast likely isn't ordinary either. Maybe it is some sort of desolate, ancient, vicious beast. Yu Liuxing murmured. If it was a desolate, ancient, vicious beast, then she wouldn't be surprised by how much it ate. Yu Liuxing's guess was more or less correct. However, Big Yellow was not desolate, ancient, vicious beast but a Taotai god beast. Although its bloodline was inferior to the bloodline purity of Lin Ming's black dragon, a god beast was still a god beast. This sort of gluttonous god beast formed a separate world within its body. After growing up, it could even swallow a planet. After seeing the little yellow dog cleanly eat up the vicious beast, Yu Liuxing's eyes turned to Lin Ming. To her, Lin Ming was filled with even more mysteries. She could faintly feel that Xiao Moxian was following Lin Ming. If so, this meant that Lin Ming might even be stronger than Xiao Moxian. She didn't know just where these 2 humans had come from. Their strength was strong to the point of being abnormal. With Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, the 4 of them reached Divine Rune City safely, without any accident at all. Divine Rune City was the largest city in the surrounding 10 million miles. A massive number of divine runic masters, alchemists, and top martial arts masters were gathered here. Such a city naturally had to have an imposing atmosphere. Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised if it had city walls as grand and tall as a mountain ridge. However, the reality was that Divine Rune City had no city walls at all. Instead of city walls, it had a titanic large-scale defensive array formation. This array formation also had the effect of gathering heaven and earth origin energy. Lin Ming could feel that the origin energy in the surrounding several hundred thousands of miles was being slowly gathered towards this array formation, finally settling near Divine Rune City. This caused the heaven and earth origin energy here to be thick to the point of nearly condensing into liquid. If one could cultivate here, they would absolutely have astronomical result. Just this advantage alone was enough to have countless martial artists seek out this land. Of course, this array formation needed a tremendous amount of energy to support it, otherwise it wouldn't activate. Even an Empyrean Holy Land would be overwhelmed with the task of supporting such a gargantuan array formation. From this, it could be seen that this divine rune city was disgustingly wealthy. However, this was also well within reason. Whether it was divine runic masters, alchemists, or refiners, all were rich characters amongst all martial artists. Lin Ming wholeheartedly pursued the martial path, and thus didn't place much focus on these occupations, so he didn't have many interactions with these martial artists who focused on these secondary skills. Lin Ming originally thought that entering a treasure land like Divine Rune City required a high entrance fee, and this entrance fee would naturally be used to maintain the activation of the array formation. But he didn't think that there would be no entrance fee at all. Rather, the city had extremely high standards for all martial artists entering. As Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were about to enter the city, they were stopped by the city guard. These city guards had late Divine Lord realm cultivations. In a small holy land, Divine Lord martial artists could serve as outer court elders, but in Divine Rune City, they could only serve as gate guards. Determine your city entrance qualifications. The voices of the city guards were indifferent, with a faintly superior aura to them. It had to be known that the guards of Divine Rune City were part of the Divine Runic Corps, and thus they were treated extremely well. Their status was not low, and not only was their strength extraordinary, but they also had a considerable level of talent. There were many weak martial artists that wished to apply to become a guard for Divine Rune City, but simply lacked the ability to do so. Me and my little brother are divine runic masters, Yu Liuxing said. She drew traces in the air, her fingertips leaving behind paths of energy that coalesced into beautiful runes. With a glance to Yu Qifeng, he also quickly followed suit. As Lin Ming saw this, he recalled a scene from when he was 15 years old. When he had just obtained the magic cube, he had to go to the 7 profound martial houses' zither quarters to look up information about skyworm silk. But, because there were many beautiful women there, he had been mistaken by the elder senior sister there for some sort of sexual pervert who had gone to seek out advantages from the many beautiful women. The result was that Lin Ming had met Qin Xingxuan and had to prove that he was an inscription master, and the method he used was drawing an inscription symbol in the air. At the time, Qin Xingxuan had been shocked by Lin Ming's inscription technique. That was also the first time they met. Your talent is satisfactory. A city guard nodded, revealing a convinced expression. These 2 city guards were also Spiritas, and had an approximate understanding of the divine runic arts. They were able to see how talented Yu Qifeng and Yu Liuxing were. Then you fellows, you don't seem to be divine runic masters. The city guards turned to Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, and upon seeing that they weren't Spiritas, realized that they likely weren't divine runic masters. The talent of the other races in the divine runic arts simply couldn't compare to those of the soul race, thus most of those from other races usually wouldn't choose to become divine runic masters because no matter how hard they tried, it was far too hard for them to catch up to the talent of the Spiritas. We aren't. Lin Ming didn't count on drawing up some half-baked inscription runes to pass. A city guard expectantly nodded. Then, he took out 2 god rune talismans from his spatial ring. These 2 god rune talismans turned into seals that sank into Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's body, casually wandering through them. What is this? Lin Ming could feel no malice behind these runes, thus he didn't try to stop them, but he was still unhappy that these city guards investigated them so suddenly. It is to determine your cultivation and skeletal age. Although there is no fee to enter Divine Rune City, the standards for entering are extremely strict. Otherwise, just the rich heaven and earth origin energy here would have had the city bursting at the seams with martial artists. Those that can enter the city must either be talented geniuses, powerhouses, or divine runic masters, alchemists, or refining masters. Since you two aren't powerhouses, divine runic masters, alchemists, or anything like that, you can only rely on your talent to enter, otherwise you cannot enter the city. We only allow the most extraordinary of individuals to enter. The city guard proudly said. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. If they admitted only the most extraordinary of individuals, then it wasn't a surprise that Divine Rune City's strength had developed to such a terrifying degree. After the city guard finished, he looked at the results of the runes. From what he saw, he was left dumbfounded. He never thought that the young man and woman standing in front of him were two monstrous geniuses. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had youthful appearances, but the truth was that martial artists had many techniques to disguise their looks. It was hard to tell one's age from appearances alone, but these divine runes would not be mistaken. They could measure a person's skeletal age to within a year. One has cultivated martial arts for over 40 years, and the other for more than 50 years. The city guard's mouth fell open. To reach the Divine Lord realm at only 40 to 50 years was simply the talent of an abnormal freak. He had thought that his talent was good to begin with, but compared to this young man and woman in front of him, he was simply garbage. Chapter 1544 A Lin Ming's Goal. Chapter 1544 A Lin Ming's Goal. Do we have the qualifications to enter the city? Yes, of course you do. The city guard respectfully handed over the city tokens. In the 33 heavens, because humanity had devolved in the past, their status wasn't too high in the Azura Road. If they went to some places, it was likely they would be looked down upon and excluded by others. But in the Azura Road, strength stood above all. If one's talent reached a certain boundary, then regardless of whether they were human or some other race, they would be respected all the same. The city guard suspected that Lin Ming was the successor of some great influence. He naturally couldn't offend such a person. When Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian obtained the qualifications to enter the city, Yu Liuxing looked at them curiously. She had seen the amazed expressions of the city guard from the side of her eyes. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's strength and talent were far more terrifying than she had originally anticipated. We will be going to the Divine Runic Master Guild for the examination now. Would you like to come and have a look? Originally, after entering Divine Rune City, the relationship between the two groups should have ended here. However, Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng were far too young, and although they were proud of their talents in the divine runic arts, their actual combat strengths were somewhat lacking. If they could become friends with two powerhouses like Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, then that would give them many advantages. And we'll come too. Lin Ming readily agreed. This startled Xiao Maxian. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "Since when did you enjoy joining in on the fun? Did you want to see how great the difference is between the inscription masters of the Divine Realm and the Divine Runic Masters of the Azura Road?" Lin Ming shook his head. "It's just convenient. The reason I want to go to the Divine Runic Master Guild is also the true reason why I came to Divine Rune City. I want to find the path of how to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace." To cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace required 2 essential factors. One was inheritances, in other words, cultivation method manuals, and second was resources, in other words, pills and other materials. In terms of cultivation methods, the Celestial Tyrant Manual that Lin Ming trained in mostly focused on the 8 inner hidden gates, in particular the gates of life and death. The Esoteric Immortality Pill for the Gate of Life and the Esoteric Mortality Pill for the Gate of Death were both found in the Celestial Tyrant Manual. But in terms of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the Celestial Tyrant Manual didn't have many records on it. Or, it was more accurate to say that these records had already been lost. When Mo Eversnow's grandfather obtained the Celestial Tyrant Manual in the ancient ruins where he also found the magic cube, it had been incomplete. Thus, now that Lin Ming had broken through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he was at a loss as to how he should further continue. The Ajura Sutra first volume also had body transformation cultivation method. But these methods were mostly focused on raising the essence spirit embryo stone, and in terms of type, they were far closer to the saint race. There was a great difference between the Ajura Sutra first volume and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that humanity cultivated. Missing cultivation methods was one part, and pills and resources were another. In the essence gathering system aspect, Lin Ming didn't have too high a need for pills, but in the body transformation system, it was impossible to continue without pills. When Lin Ming first tried to complete tempering marrow, he had used up several thousand heaven-opening pills without accomplishing it, and to the relatively minor person that Lin Ming was back then, every heaven-opening pill was extremely precious. In the past, the Martial House Master of the 7 Profound Martial House, Qin Zia, had been stranded at the peak Hotian realm for over 20 years, unable to break into the Xiantian realm because he didn't have a heaven-opening pill. That was how precious they were. Tempering marrow was divided into percentages, and the closer one reached to 100%, the more difficult it would become to continue. Lin Ming finally had to rely on the shattered demon heart crystal, and only then was he able to forcefully lift his tempering marrow boundary to 60 to 70%. Finally, he had relied on the Nirvana Dragon Root he obtained in the Demon Emperor Palace to bring his tempering marrow to perfection. Following that, when he opened the 8 inner hidden gates, each gate was more difficult than the last. In cultivating the body transformation technique, Lin Ming had spent a massive amount of heavenly materials. Each heavenly material that Lin Ming used for his breakthroughs possessed a shocking value for that relative cultivation level, enough that martial artists several boundaries higher would be willing to engage in life or death battles for them. Finally, when Lin Ming broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was also because he had accumulated resources to the peak. Not only did he have the support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence and the sealed energy from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, he also needed Xiao Maxian's primordial Yin blood. With these 3 incomparably precious treasures together, only then did he accomplish a miracle and complete his breakthrough of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. From this alone, one could see that walking down the road of body transformation was truly a heaven-defying path. Lin Ming had only opened a single star, and there were still 8 stars behind that. Thinking about it, he felt a bit powerless and frustrated. Even though Lin Ming had a firm heart of martial arts, it was still hard to not be bitter about it. The following 8 stars would inevitably require an astronomical amount of resources. Not just that, but looking for materials, looking for pill recipes, finding a master alchemist, all of these problems were enough to cause a grand headache. It would be great if I could become a divine runic master and alchemist. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. However, whether it was the divine runic arts or alchemy, it wasn't something that could be learnt in one day. One had to study from the very start in order to be successful. Even though Lin Ming's perception was high, it would still be difficult for him. Lin Ming could only take a step back and consider befriending some high-ranked divine runic masters and alchemists of Divine Rune City. If they had something they were interested in, then he might be able to ask them to help him refine some pills or draw up some inscriptions. However, any divine runic master or alchemist who could refine the pills for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace would inevitably be a grandmaster. One didn't need to be a genius to know that all grandmaster-level characters had long since joined great influences where they were worshipped and treated as living Buddhas. Wanting to ask them for any sort of help without enough rewards was an impossible matter. And for the current Lin Ming, besides the Magic Cube, Primordius Gate, Primordius Heavenly Palace, and Black Dragon Egg, There was nothing he possessed which would be able to tempt these grandmasters. And Lin Ming would never barter with those items to begin with. Ah, this is really troublesome. Lin Ming rubbed his temples. 9 stars of the Tao Palace pills, alchemists, as well as methods to train in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I wonder if we'll be able to find any of these things in Divine Rune City. Divine Rune City had a history of several 100 million years, and for this entire time they had gathered countless extraordinary individuals. This city was known as a place that could solve any matter in the aspect of pills or inscriptions. No matter how one thought about it, this was the easiest place to find ways to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace or ancient pill recipes. In Divine Rune City, there was no need to ask where the Divine Runic Master Guild was. It was the most eye-catching as well as the highest construction in the entire city. That is the Divine Runic Master Guild. Yu Liuxing pointed at a divine pagoda in the center of the city that was several thousand feet high. From any corner of Divine Rune City, one could see this massive pagoda. As they walked towards the tall pagoda, one could see Divine Lord and Holy Lord Realm Masters everywhere. Really, in this place where Holy Lords walked everywhere, it made one feel as if Divine Lords were as common as dogs. One would occasionally see those with lower cultivations, but these were all outstanding individuals of their level, all of them young elites. Just like the city guard had said, Divine Rune City only allowed the best to enter. The descendants of elites, the apprentices of elites, they too tended to be elite. Gradually, Divine Rune City became a place where talented people gathered, like a growing den of dragons. Thus, in the inner Azura Road, Divine Rune City was a particularly special existence. Although they weren't a sect, they were a city that was united together. There was no other influence who wished to look to Divine Rune City for trouble. The streets of Divine Rune City were lined with numerous shops. There were pill stores, weapon stores, inscription stores, and countless others. Half of the shops here were part of the business complex of the Divine Runic Master Guild. Just the income from these shops alone reached an incalculable number, more than enough to continue supplying the great array formation of Divine Rune City. Within Divine Rune City, fighting was banned and flying was prohibited. Those who violated the city rules would be severely punished. At the same time, there was an extremely strict hierarchical system in Divine Rune City. Here, high-ranked Divine Runic Masters could enjoy all sorts of privileges, and those that offended them would be captured and imprisoned. It was even possible that these Divine Runic Masters would kill those who offended them, and no one would stop them or mourn the deaths of those they killed. Before arriving at Divine Rune Pagoda, Lin Ming could feel strange changes in the heaven and earth origin energy around him. Lin Ming had already seen many places with rich heaven and earth origin energy. For instance, the heaven and earth origin energy of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was so rich that it turned to strands of fog. This wasn't strange at all. However, the heaven and earth origin energy around Divine Rune Pagoda wasn't just rich, but the origin energy was faintly restrained by some sorts of laws, forming an indescribably coordinated beauty. Lin Ming even discovered that as he approached closer to Divine Rune Pagoda, the heaven and earth origin energy around him began to spontaneously form runes, just like inscription runes. This scene shocked Lin Ming. The heaven and earth origin energy here was clearly condensing into inscription runes. From this, one could infer just what degree of magnificence the inscription technique of this Divine Rune Pagoda held. Chapter 1545 Information about the 9 Stars of the Tao Palace. Chapter 1545 Information about the 9 Stars of the Tao Palace. For the surrounding 10 miles around Divine Rune Pagoda, there wasn't a single building. The entire area was a massive square, and on this square were all sorts of martial arts vendors who were selling various goods. Some sold pills, some sold weapons, but of course, most of them sold inscriptions and divine runic inscriptions. All of the stalls were well organized. Lin Ming cast out his sense and was able to approximately feel that in this 10-mile square trading market, there were around several tens of thousands of people. These several tens of thousands of people were all outstanding individuals. Whether it was sellers or buyers, none of them were poor. In such a giant trading market, the daily volume of transactions was mind-boggling. This Divine Rune City is quite lively. Lin Ming sighed. Yes, Divine Rune City is the most famous trading hub in the Inner Azura Road because there are a massive number of pills, divine runic inscriptions, weapons, and all sorts of other things that are sold here. Many people prefer coming here to buy and sell their goods because of the required qualifications to enter the city. Because of their strict standards, everything sold in Divine Rune City is only the highest quality of goods. In Divine Rune City, there are 10 large trading companies and the largest of them belongs to the Divine Runic Master Guild. Every 3 years, this trading company will hold a large-scale treasure exhibition show. At that time, all sorts of influential forces throughout the Azura Road will bring their treasures here to display and trade amongst each other. There are extremely good treasures that can be found and traded, and there are also open sales all over. This treasure exhibition will continue for a full month, and almost anything you can imagine can be purchased at this exhibition. Not only are there pill and divine runic inscriptions, but there is also a great number of ancient pill recipes, ancient inheritances, god-beast flesh and blood, Empyrean spirit treasures, transcendent divine mites, and even relics of true divinities from times long past. Yu Liuxing confidently spoke up from near Lin Ming, a somewhat satisfied tone in her voice. It had to be known that in Divine Rune City, almost 90% of the people were Spiritas. In a sense, Divine Rune City was a city of the soul race. For her own race to have such a bustling city, Yu Liuxing was certainly proud of this. Oh? There is this kind of grand meeting? Lin Ming was even more satisfied with this Divine Rune City. In such a large volume of transactions there would definitely be some that concerned inheritances and pills of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In ancient times, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was a considerably popular human cultivation method, so it wouldn't be surprising for inheritances to be left behind in ancient runes. Of course, even if Divine Rune City has a tremendous amount of daily business, there are still Empyreans that come here every year to make transactions of their own. Besides various treasures, you can also inquire into all sorts of information. All of the greatest intelligence networks of the Inner Azura Road have branches in Divine Rune City, and some of them are even headquartered here. In short, in Divine Rune City, if you want to buy something, the premise is not whether you can find it here but whether or not you can afford it. The hard currency here is pills or origin energy runes. I understand. Lin Ming subconsciously traced his spatial ring. In terms of wealth, Lin Ming was once rich. But because of his battle with Tian Mingzi, he had been forced to use up a massive number of 9 sun jades to power Primordius' heavenly palace. Although he was still considerably wealthy, the amount of money he had was completely inadequate to buy pill materials for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. How to obtain a sufficient amount of wealth was one of the problems Lin Ming worried about. You just said that there are intelligence networks that sell information? Lin Ming planned to inquire into information pertaining to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. To have pre-prepared information was always better than flying around like a headless fly. That's right. In Divine Rune City, the most famous intelligence network is Heaven's Secret. Their headquarters are based here, and if you have anything you wish to find out, chances are you'll be able to discover it. I understand, thank you very much. There are indeed some things I wish to ask about, so we'll leave our sound transmission marks with you and part ways for now. Hearing Lin Ming say he was leaving, Yu Liuxing was startled for a moment, but there wasn't anything she could do to stop him. After the two groups exchanged sound transmission marks, Lin Ming then left with Xiao Maxian towards Heaven's Secret. Heaven's Secret was also located at the center of Divine Rune City. It was extremely easy for Lin Ming to find. The headquarters of Heaven's Secret wasn't considered too grand. From the outside it seemed like an antique pavilion that was a bit too old-fashioned. There were gardens surrounding it that extended out for several miles. Lin Ming didn't need to be a genius to know that the value of land in Divine Rune City came at a sky-high premium. If Heaven's Secret was able to construct such a luxurious garden in Divine Rune City, it was a clear indication of their status. Entering the pavilion, Lin Ming looked up at the entranceway to see a plaque with the words Heaven's Secret Pavilion written on it in large brush strokes. "Young hero, is there information you would like to inquire about?" Someone welcomed Lin Ming at the entrance. This person was only a doorman, but their foundation was extremely solid. The way he walked and spoke was steady and solid. He was definitely an outstanding person amongst his peers. What would you like to ask about? The information that our Heaven's Secret sells is divided into different ranks and different prices. The higher level the information is, the more valuable it is. At the highest level, the information will come at an astronomical price. Heaven's Secret Pavilion had a total of 7 floors. The lowest floor had the cheapest information, but even though this was only the most ordinary information, it still wasn't something that an ordinary Divine Sea powerhouse would be able to handle. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming directly stated his goal for coming here. "Please enter the 5th level," the doorman respectfully said. It was clear that this doorman was an extremely knowledgeable person. Just from some casual term that a guest gave out, he was able to judge the approximate value of it. To be able to understand many things from all over the Azure Road, as well as the entire 33 heavens, this wasn't something that an ordinary person could hope to accomplish. Just this alone made Lin Ming feel a bit more confident about this Heaven's Secret. If they dared to call themselves the #1 intelligence network of Divine Rune City, then they really must be amazing. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace is only a 5th level inquiry. It doesn't seem that it's too exaggerated. Lin Ming traced his chin. There were still 2 levels above the 5th. This meant that information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace wasn't too difficult to look up. In other words, inheritances of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace shouldn't be difficult to find either. Of course, it was unknown what the rank of this inheritance would be. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian walked up to the 5th level. The one who greeted them was an old man. In front of this old man was a table with many wooden signs placed atop it. These wood signs had words such as inheritances, pills, sex, cities, mystic realms, races, vicious beasts, and so forth, each of them pertaining to the matter of information that someone wanted to look up. The person seeking information here would pick up the appropriate wooden sign and would then be directed to the corresponding room. Lin Ming picked up the wooden sign for inheritances. Afterwards, a woman in a green dress came and brought Lin Ming to a different room. After closing, all sound and aura was isolated outwards. It was clear that there was an extremely well-done array formation constructed in this room to prevent anyone from spying inwards. An old woman in brocaded robes was already sitting down in this room, waiting for Lin Ming. "What sort of inheritance would you like to inquire about?" the old woman asked in an elderly voice. "The 9 stars of the Tao Palace." As Lin Ming spoke, an astonished light shined in the old woman's eyes. She stared at Lin Ming deeply. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace had long been lost to the rivers of time. She was currently unable to judge what Lin Ming's body transformation cultivation was, but only knew that he was at least at the peak of the 8 inner hidden gates. For a youth to open the complete 8 inner hidden gates, that wasn't easy at all. If you're asking about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then you should understand just how difficult it is. It is one of the 33 heavenly Tao. I know. Lin Ming calmly nodded. If you can cultivate the 8 inner hidden gates to this degree, then your understanding of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace is likely greater than my own. I can only give you some information about inheritances, and as for cultivating, everything will depend on yourself. The old woman didn't try to urge Lin Ming not to waste his time or effort. She was only responsible for sharing information with guests here. As for the purpose of that information, she didn't ask that either. About the inheritance of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, there are 42 pieces of information. Each piece of information is ranked differently, and the higher the rank, the more expensive it is to find out. The old woman was very familiar with the information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. All of this information was gathered by Heaven's Secret. Heaven's Secret would gather all sorts of information, and then this information would be sorted and classified into different categories, and then passed out to the individual responsible for that corresponding category. That person was responsible for memorizing all of this information so that when guests came, there was no need to look up information. They would have the answers readily available. I only want the highest rank. It needs to be at the Transcendent Divine Might rank or above. Lin Ming gained a bit more confidence in Heaven's Secret as he heard this number. As he had expected, it wasn't too difficult to look up information on inheritances of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Transcendent Divine Might? It seems you have a big appetite. The old woman chuckled. But those that would enter my Heaven's Secret headquarters to inquire about information would have to have at least that much. When it comes to low-rank cultivation methods, we simply don't bother recording them at all. If you are looking for transcendent divine mights, there is indeed one, but it isn't complete at all. There are 3 pieces of information, each one costing 350 million origin energy runes. If you want, I can sell you all 3 for $1 billion. Also, we only provide information. Our information doesn't mean that you will be successful in your quest. But what you should know is that for the price we charge, we will not provide any false information to you. If you ultimately cannot find what you are looking for, then the problem lies with you. The old woman calmly said. This expensive price left Lin Ming secretly flabbergasted. Origin energy runes were a currency unique to the Azura Road. They could be manufactured by having blank runes absorb heaven and earth origin energy. There were many strong martial artists who had no other way of earning money, and who would spend a massive amount of time to create these origin energy runes and then use them to purchase goods. In the Azura Road, every business that was connected to the Azura Road Heavenly Tao had to use origin energy runes. Lin Ming suspected that these origin energy runes were the source for how the Heavenly Tao rules revolved in the Azura Road, and thus how they became the hard currency for this land. 1 billion origin energy runes were equal to 10 trillion violet sunstones. This was far more expensive than the boundless world pill that Lin Ming had spent nearly all his wealth buying in the past, and this was only for information about a transcendent divine might. As for whether or not he could rely on this information to obtain a transcendent divine might, that was hard to say. This high price was simply because a transcendent divine might was far too precious. In the divine realm, it was considered wonderful if a world king Holy Land could have even an incomplete transcendent divine might. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 stars of the Tao Palace received such little attention, then this price might be even higher. I only have 9 sun jades, Lin Ming said. We accept 9 sun jades. If you wish to pay in 9 sun jades, then that will be 11 of them. Lin Ming pulled out 9 sun jade. The old woman picked them up and appraised their purity before nodding with satisfaction. Those that could use 9 sun jades as currency were clearly not poor, because these were things created by human Empyreans. The old woman accepted the 9 sun jades and then took out a blank white jade. She poured her divine sense into it and soon wrote down all the necessary information. Then, she gave this jade slip to Lin Ming. The information is in here. Take a look. Thank you. Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept through it with his divine sense. But as he saw the contents, he was left startled. How is this possible? Something like this could happen. Chapter 1546, Riddle of the Cultivation Method. Chapter 1546, Riddle of the Cultivation Method. In the jade slip, there were 3 pieces of information recorded down about transcendent divine mites of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The first piece of information came from 30 years ago. The Forbidden Divine Barrens was a dangerous death zone. It was said that it was a land left behind by a great body transformation emperor. And this great body transformation emperor was a human. In the Forbidden Divine Barrens, someone had once found a remnant of a transcendent divine might related to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. However, they disappeared afterwards and their whereabouts were currently unknown. The second piece of information came from 40 years ago. In the stormy sea, there were a number of islands that seemed to flit in and out of existence. One of these islands held an ancient ruin that concerned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and there were said to be inheritances left behind by powerhouses that once practiced the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. However, the location of this island was filled with uncertainties, and many people even thought it was nothing more than a mirage. A great number of powerhouses had gone to the stormy sea to seek out some clues of this island, but they all failed. Some people even went missing and no one knew whether they had died or not. The third piece of information was also the simplest. The first 2 pieces of information were about mystic realm danger zones. Wanting to find transcendent divine mites of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace from those places was as dangerous as ascending to the heavens, and if there were any mistakes at all, one could even lose their life. But the third piece of information was more concrete. In the inner Azura Road, there was an assassin organization known as Heaven's Net. This Heaven's Net had a branch division in Divine Rune City, and the third leader of Heaven's Net was a human. This person dual cultivated in body and energy and trained in a remnant transcendent divine might of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. If one was willing to pay a high enough price, they could borrow it for a look. But what truly shocked Lin Ming was that the remnant transcendent divine might that the third leader of this Heaven's Net assassin organization possessed was the Celestial Tyrant Manual. This startled Lin Ming a great deal. Was there such a coincidence in this world? He himself possessed the 8 inner hidden gates section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, and just by casually inquiring at Heaven's Secret, he would find information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Could the Celestial Tyrant Manual have been a common body transformation law formula of ancient times, and thus there were many copies of it? As soon as this thought appeared in Lin Ming's mind, he shot it down. He didn't know what level of cultivation method the Celestial Tyrant Manual was, but he guessed that it was a transcendent divine might. And now, Heaven's Secret also recognized it as a transcendent divine might. Without a doubt, this was the most likely situation. If the Celestial Tyrant Manual were indeed a transcendent divine might, then wanting to make another copy of it was nearly impossible. To do so, one needed to have reached large success in cultivating the Celestial Tyrant Manual, and the one who did so would be a body transformation Empyrean. Many transcendent divine might manuals were singularly unique. This showed just how precious they were. Moreover, the Celestial Tyrant Manual that Lin Ming had was found in an ancient ruin along with the magic cube. If there was an inheritance cultivation method that could be found together with the magic cube and was related to the magic cube, then it definitely wouldn't be something common. My Celestial Tyrant Manual was obtained by the Verdant Feather World King, and at the time, he only managed to obtain the section about the 8 inner hidden gates. If there is only one copy of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, then, does the Celestial Tyrant Manual that the third leader of Heaven's Net possesses make a set with mine? This is too coincidental. How could it be such a coincidence? Lin Ming felt this all to be unbelievable. It had to be known that the magic cube was discovered in the divine realm. But in this Azura road that was a completely separate universe from the divine realm, he actually managed to find news about the other half of the Celestial Tyrant manual. How could he not be surprised? Anomalies like this that were out of the ordinary were always suspicious. Lin Ming couldn't help but think there was some unknown secret. But no matter what, Lin Ming decided to meet this Heaven's Net leader to see where the Celestial Tyrant manual in their hands had come from. So, these 3 pieces of information, do they satisfy you? The old woman faintly said. She had noticed the shock on Lin Ming's face as he read through the jade slip. But she didn't ask further because it wasn't her concern at all. She was only here to provide information and receive payment. I'm satisfied. Lin Ming believed that the information coming from Heaven's Secret was true. If they were able to stand tall in Divine Rune City, where there were so many powerhouses, and also become the largest intelligence network in this city, then it would have been impossible to reach these heights by swindling their way here. Moreover, the Celestial Tyrant manual indeed existed. But, I want to ask something. How can I contact this Heaven's Net third leader? Lin Ming guessed that a behind-the-scenes leader of an assassin organization was mostly a mysterious figure. Wanting to make contact with him wouldn't be easy at all. The old woman said, "Consider this information a free gift to you. Wanting to make contact with the Heaven's Net third leader is extremely difficult, and all I know is that this person's codename is Blood Moon. This person's whereabouts are all a mystery, and if you are thinking about joining Heaven's Net to find them, then you will be wasting your time. This is because Heaven's Net doesn't accept new members like yourself. Most of the people in their ranks start out as extremely talented children that they take in. These people have all grown up in Heaven's Net and have been trained in that hellish environment, making all of them loyal and devoted to their organization." Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this at all. An assassin organization particularly focused on the loyalty and confidentiality of their members. Many of them wore masks for their entire lives, and even their team members wouldn't know their true appearance or name, only knowing them by their code name. Assassin organizations most loved looking for orphans and children that were extremely good at stealing and pickpocketing. By raising these people from their childhood and training them into sublime killers, these people would be utterly loyal to the organization, and their backgrounds would also be clean. "Senior, you said that most of the people from Heaven's Net were raised since childhood, but what about the rest?" The old woman said. "The rest have either been thoroughly inspected by Heaven's Net for a long time, or they have been guaranteed by extremely important individuals of Heaven's Net. These types of people are normally extremely talented individuals, for instance, divine runic masters or alchemists. No matter how perfect the training system of Heaven's Net is, it is impossible for them to train divine runic grandmasters or alchemist grandmasters. Otherwise, there would be no need for an existence like the Divine Runic Master Guild. However, as an assassin organization, it is impossible for them to lack talented individuals in those aspects, thus they can only take in divine runic masters, alchemists, and refiners after they have been trained. If you wanted to make contact with Heaven's Net's third leader, then being introduced by divine runic masters or alchemists is the best way to go about it. This is because the Heaven's Net third leader has a high need of pills, and he is also needing people to refine them. If you are a divine runic grandmaster or grandmaster alchemist, then you won't even need to look for him. He will look for you." The old woman slowly said. Since Blood Moon Duel cultivated in body and energy, he certainly needed pills. Let alone Blood Moon, even someone like Lin Ming who experienced Lucky Chance after Lucky Chance needed pills and materials to the point of suffocating from them. Now Lin Ming had finished swallowing all God-Beast parts he had finished swallowing the 9-star Heaven Pill, had finished swallowing the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence, and had even absorbed Xiao Maxian's primordial Yin blood to bring himself into harmony. If he wanted to continue training, then he would really be nothing but a destitute beggar with nothing to his name. "Senior, Do you think I am an alchemist or something? Lin Ming ruefully smiled. That's not my problem. If you know any Grandmaster alchemists or divine runic grandmasters, then you can have them introduce you. I've already provided you with the method on how to make contact, so what else do you have to ask me? Nothing, Lin Ming helplessly said. Out of all the people this person could be, they had to be a leader of an assassin organization. This type of person was usually secretive in their movements, a divine dragon that never showed their face, so where would he begin looking for them? All right. If you have any other information you wish to inquire into, then feel free to visit. The old woman expressionlessly saw her guests out. Like this, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian left Heaven's secret pavilion. Lin Ming, what was in that jade slip that surprised you so much? And you even have to ask about an assassin organization? Xiao Maxian asked Lin Ming as soon as they left. Lin Ming answered without hiding anything from her. After Xiao Maxian heard this, she pressed her eyebrows together and said, "Is it that strange? Reasonably speaking, your Celestial Tyrant Manual should be a singularly unique copy. If so, then the Celestial Tyrant Manual that Blood Moon possesses should have been two parts of a whole to the one that you have. It's only that they were separated, and they were separated so long ago. The first half was left in an ancient ruin within the Divine Realm, and the second half came all the way to the Azura Road. I wonder how this is related? I think it's strange too. It seems there is some mystery to this code named Blood Moon." Lin Ming couldn't figure out what the reason was. The only way he would be able to find out the truth was if he met Blood Moon in the future. The truth was that what Lin Ming wanted to know the most was how the Celestial Tyrant Manual was related to the Magic Cube. Was it just a coincidence that the first half of it was found together with the Magic Cube? Unfortunately, the Verdant Feather World King had died long ago, so this mystery was hard to solve. If he could see the second half of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, would he be able to find some clues about the Magic Cube? This was something that Lin Ming deeply cared about, even more so than the 9 stars of the Dao Palace cultivation method itself. After all, the Magic Cube was Lin Ming's most important treasure. His initial rise to fame had relied upon the Magic Cube, and as Lin Ming stepped into the Divine Lord Realm and his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to control more and more strength of the Magic Cube. The Magic Cube would eventually become Lin Ming's most powerful magic tool. In the future, he might need to use the Magic Cube to kill his enemies. In the future great calamity of humanity, the Magic Cube would become one of Lin Ming's greatest strengths. Any secret regarding the Magic Cube was extremely important to him. What do you plan on doing? Xiao Maxian shrugged. Have you thought about becoming a divine runic master? You should be able to meet this third leader like that, right? Don't you have some experience with inscription technique? But it does seem that the Azura Road's inscription technique is far more profound than that of the Divine Realm, and they have even combined it with God runes. How could I possibly do that? Lin Ming ruefully smiled. My inscription technique is too shameful to even show others, much less combine with God runes. How could it be that easy? As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he immediately perked up. Inscription technique combined with God runes. God runes, that's right. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's mind. The God runes of the Azura Road could be obtained by challengers after they completed certain tasks. They were in a sense traces of the great Tao that corresponded to the heavenly Tao of the Azura Road. They were divided into many different grades. For instance, silver, gold, blue soul, zenith black, and so forth. Once one collected enough God runes, then they could open the final trial of the Azura Road. As for divine runic inscriptions, they were able to use the God runes of the Azura Road in inscription technique, forming the divine runic arts. I have successfully obtained and studied the Azura Sutra first volume, and I understand the Azura Road heavenly Tao, then, God runes, perhaps I might be able to draw up one myself. As this crazy thought began to grow within Lin Ming's mind, he gained unprecedented clarity of his path. If he could become a divine runic master, then, not only would he be able to see the third leader of Heaven's net, but it would be a great help to paving his future path to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Chapter 1547 A Divine Runic Masters Guild. Chapter 1547 A Divine Runic Masters Guild. Rather than asking others, it was better to ask himself. If Lin Ming wanted to walk down the path of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his dependence on pills was far too great. And, in order to make pills for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, each material needed was rarer than the last. Moreover, to refine them was extremely difficult, something that would be nearly impossible for anyone that wasn't a Grandmaster Alchemist. But, asking a Grandmaster Alchemist for help wasn't easy to begin with. In addition to that, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace often used ancient pill recipes, the kind that alchemists almost never refined. Even if they did, they would need to spend some time familiarizing themselves with the process. This only added another level of difficulty, and a Grandmaster Alchemist might not be willing to waste so much time. Thus, there was no choice that would be as convenient as Lin Ming's own alchemy ability. Divine Runic Master, Alchemist, perhaps I really need to consider learning them, Lin Ming thought to himself. Then, at this time, a flame lit up in front of him. It was a sound-transmitting talisman sending a message from Yu Liuxing. The general gist of it was that she had completed the Divine Runic Arts assessment with her little brother. Yu Liuxing had been evaluated as a 4th-grade inscription master, Divine Runic Arts apprentice. Yu Qifeng had been evaluated as a 3rd-grade inscription master, Divine Runic Arts apprentice. Yu Liuxing's voice in the sound-transmitting talisman was one of joy and happiness. She was clearly more than satisfied with her results. Moreover, they had both been evaluated as possessing extremely high levels of talent and were fortunate enough to be received as disciples by an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even though they were only ordinary disciples now, if they performed their duties well, they had a chance of rising to be direct disciples in the future and possibly even being the ones to inherit the legacy of that elder. At that time, Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng would both become characters that could wield power as they pleased, mighty and unapproachable. At the end of the message, Yu Liuxing invited Lin Ming to come and take a look at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This was just what Lin Ming wanted to do. He wanted to see what sort of scene the Divine Runic Masters Guild was like. The tall pagoda where the Divine Runic Masters Guild was located was filled year-round with the lingering fragrance of incense and medicine. In the skies around the pagoda, strange god runes appeared from time to time. Many martial artists that came to Divine Rune City would often come here for sightseeing and be amazed by the wondrous scenes all around them. As Lin Ming arrived at Divine Rune Pagoda, he saw a line of martial artists all waiting to take the assessment. These people were all uncommon individuals, and in Lin Ming's eyes, many of them could be considered heroic young elite. For Lin Ming to judge someone as a heroic young elite, they had to at least have the ability to stand tall in an ordinary world king holy land. What are they doing? Lin Ming could see that the content of the tests these young martial artists were taking was similar to the 7 profound martial houses 10,000 killing array. They would need to enter the illusory magic array and then fight their way through to assess their strength. "Brother Lin, over here!" The voice of a young girl suddenly called out. Lin Ming turned to see that the one shouting to him was Yu Liuxing. She beckoned to Lin Ming from the crowd, having Lin Ming walk over. Beside Yu Liuxing was Yu Qifeng, as well as another Spiritas man. This Spiritas man had a middle divine lord realm cultivation. Lin Ming guessed that he wasn't too old. For him to have this cultivation at his current age was quite rare. "Let me introduce you, this is my senior apprentice brother, 5th grade inscription master, 3rd grade divine runic master Luo Yubai, senior apprentice brother Lu." Senior apprentice Brother Lu is the most magnificent direct disciple beneath my master and just completed his test to become a third-grade divine runic master last year. Yu Liuxing clearly held deep admiration in her eyes as she introduced Lin Ming to this person. In particular, when she mentioned the words direct disciple and third-grade divine runic master, her eyes shined particularly bright as if she couldn't conceal the envy and respect within her. In Divine Rune City, inscription masters were divided into 12 grades and divine runic masters were divided into 9 grades. It wasn't hard to rise in grade as an inscription master, but wanting to rise in grade as a divine runic master was far, far too hard. In the inner Azura Road, there were numerous 12th grade inscription masters, but there wasn't a single 9th grade divine runic master. In fact, 8th grade divine runic masters were nearly myths unto themselves. As for 9th grade divine runic masters, they had only existed in ancient times several billion years ago. To divine runic masters, a 9th grade divine runic master was in existence close to that of God. It was because of this extremely difficult grading system that Yu Liuxing was filled with admiration and yearning towards the term third-grade divine runic master. A third-grade divine runic master was high enough to receive a courteous reception from almost any large influence. This was particularly true for someone like Luo Yubai. With his extremely high talent, his future was limitless. He might even become a 6th-grade divine runic master in the future. This meant that many great world kings would be respectful when seeing Luo Yubai, treating him with the same dignity that they reserved for their descendants. Lin Ming glanced over Luo Yubai. This person was indeed outstanding. From looks he seemed to be around 23 to 24 years old. He was tall and stood straight with an imposing and immaculate appearance. His forehead was wide and even, and he had the aura of a natural-born ruler. On his right eye was a small round lens, something that resembled a monocle. In fact, this was a common magic tool that divine runic masters used and was specifically for analyzing the structure of divine runes. He wore robes of black and white like ink on water. The base of his clothes were white, and black ink traced lines along them. These lines were designs of divine runic inscriptions and looked natural and pleasing. "Hello," Lin Ming politely greeted. Luo Yubai glanced at Lin Ming without any expression. Then, Lin Ming felt a sudden divine sense wash over his body, as if it wanted to thrust into his spiritual sea and inner world, completely understanding him. Lin Ming's mind chilled. He immediately summoned a little power from the magic cube, and in addition to the divine mist heart mantra that he studied, he concealed his inner world and spiritual sea, making it so that Luo Yubai only saw faint white mirages. With Luo Yubai's cultivation, it was impossible for him to see through any secrets within Lin Ming. But no one liked being probed by others, and this was the most basic form of politeness between martial artists. Luo Yubai certainly knew this, but, as a divine runic master and also a spiritus, he was particularly skilled in the aspect of sense. In any normal circumstances, it was impossible for human martial artists of the same step to discover that he was probing them, much less Lin Ming, who was at a much lower cultivation boundary. Upon discovering that there wasn't anything special about Lin Ming, Luo Yubai proceeded to ignore him. Since Lin Ming was a human, this made it so that Luo Yubai had fundamentally no interest in exchanging any pleasantries with him. He pushed up the monocle on his eye and faintly said to Yu Liuxing, "These two are your friends?" "Why, yes." Yu Liuxing was a bit embarrassed as she saw the lack of expression on Luo Yubai's face. Later, don't bring irrelevant people to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. We'll consider it fine just this once. Luo Yubai used a sound transmission to speak and didn't say it out loud. Then, he turned and left. But, his expression and gestures demonstrated a clear sense of superiority that caused Xiao Maxian's eyes to twitch. She could approximately guess what Luo Yubai had said to Yu Liuxing, otherwise there was no way she would look so awkward. Just who does he think he is? Xiao Moxian pouted. Yu Liuxing was frozen where she was, her face filled with an apologetic expression. Lin Ming didn't care about this at all. He indifferently said, "This person is an outstanding young elite of the Divine Runic Masters Guild and has an inborn sense of superiority. Unless you are an equally outstanding character, it is hard to enter his view." Luo Yubai's cold response hadn't surprised Lin Ming at all. This was because Yu Liuxing's status was insignificant to begin with. She was considered amongst the lowest echelons of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As for the friends she invited over, they weren't Divine Runic Masters nor were they part of the Soul Race, and their cultivations were only at the peak of the early Divine Lord realm, so who would bother with seeing them? Imagine there is a successor of a royal family. One day, a son of a branch family with no status at all decides to invite his own common city friends for a visit. In the eyes of the world, it is impossible for that successor to treat those common city friends with any sense respect at all. In fact, that successor is likely disinclined to meet with them to begin with, because those common city friends have no value in his eyes. Currently, this other person views us in the same way. Lin Ming's words were all spoken with a true essence sound transmission. Xiao Moxian was still miffed after hearing this. What a snob little bastard! I can beat up 10 of these people and still not be satisfied. It should be more than 10. Lin Ming smiled. But in terms of inscription technique, he can defeat me 100 to 1, I believe. Lin Ming self-deprecatingly said. These words were not modesty, they were the truth. Xiao Moxian also worried a little for Lin Ming after hearing this. Then how do you plan on learning? Learning these sorts of things will probably require a great deal of time. Yes, but I don't plan on taking a conventional approach. I have other methods available to me. I've never had much contact with the Divine Runic Arts, so it's impossible for me to judge how much time it will take, but I believe that my speed of learning the Divine Runic Arts will be at least 100 times faster than anyone else's. Lin Ming confidently said. Xiao Moxian was left stricken, 100 times. Something that would take someone else 100 years to learn, Lin Ming could learn in a single year. Miss Yu, about how old is this senior apprentice brother Luo of yours? Lin Ming only cared about how many years Luo Yubai had spent to become a third-grade Divine Runic Master. Yu Liuxing thought about it for a while. He is over 400 years old. Over 400 years old? Could he have used 400 years to learn the Divine Runic Arts? Lin Ming frowned. Although he was confident that he could quickly learn the Divine Runic Arts, taking 400 years to become a third-grade Divine Runic Master seemed a bit too much. How could it be so long? Senior apprentice brother Luo first started studying the Divine Runic Arts when he reached the Divine Lord realm, so he has probably studied the Divine Runic Arts for around 70 to 80 years. Studying the Divine Runic Arts requires a tremendous amount of time, and you also need a ridiculously solid soul force as a support. Many martial artists first cultivate the martial path first before studying the Divine Runic Art. Me and my little brother are also the same, that is why we are only Divine Runic Art apprentices right now. There is still a long road ahead of us, and we will continue to primarily focus on cultivating. So that's how it is. Lin Ming finally understood. When a martial artist was young, that was the prime time in their life to cultivate martial arts. From their teenage years to when they were several dozen years old, martial artists were in a constant race against time. The higher their cultivation achievements were in their youth, the more life potential they could dig out in the future, meaning that their future achievements would also be greater. If they placed too much time and energy in learning the Divine Runic Arts, then the losses would simply outweigh the gains. 70 to 80 years to become a third-grade Divine Runic Master, that is also acceptable. Lin Ming was constantly calculating the time he needed to learn the Divine Runic Arts. If a divine runic arts talent like Luo Yubai needed 70 to 80 years to become a third-grade divine runic master, then if he could increase this speed by 100 times, Lin Ming could reach the same level in maybe 10 months. Of course, a third-grade divine runic master was far from reaching Lin Ming's requirement. He needed to become a divine runic grandmaster and also minor in alchemy. Only like this would he be able to refine the pills needed for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Chapter 1548 Broken Jade. Chapter 1548 Broken Jade. After entering the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the medicinal fragrance was much richer. If an ordinary pill were placed in the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a long time, then it would soak in the medicinal fragrance and become a medicinal pill. If a mortal were to breathe in this fragrance, then their mind would become sharper and they would become the #1 scholar of their country. If a martial artist lived here year-round, it would also be beneficial to their cultivation. The grounds of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, their walls, their stone tables and stone benches, and even their eating utensils were engraved with runes. These runes not only served decorative purposes, but they were themselves array formations that could do various things such as gathering origin energy or strengthening the use of tools. "Miss you, I saw some people lining up outside the Divine Runic Masters Guild waiting for some test. Just what are they testing?" Lin Ming asked as he followed behind Yu Liuxing. "It seems that the Divine Runic Masters Guild is looking to recruit guards. Those people have all come to apply," Yu Liuxing casually said. Lin Ming was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Just for recruiting guards, so many people had come, and these people were all outstanding young elites. However, upon thinking about it further, this was also within reason. Not only was it easy to come into contact with great individuals within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, but one could also obtain high wages. Just the medicinal fragrance within the Divine Rune Pagoda would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation if they could inhale it daily. Lin Ming continued following Yu Liuxing through a number of winding corridors until they reached a broad hall. Within this grand hall, there were several neatly arranged rows of blue stone counters. These counters all had various alchemy and inscription tools on them. Standing behind some of these counters were young martial artists. These martial artists wore robes and were clearly busying themselves with working at the counters. A few old men sat on the sidelines, judging their work while they sipped on some tea and also occasionally gave pointers. It was clear that they were guiding their apprentices. "Sir Lin, take a look. The one in a black and white robe is a divine runic master and the one in a blue and red robe is an alchemist. The badges on their chest represent their grade. The more stripes there are, the higher their grade is." In Divine Rune City, alchemists and divine runic masters were separate. Although there were a massive number of alchemists in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the reason that this organization was named by its divine runic masters was because their status was higher than alchemists. Lin Ming watched with his own eyes as a disciple completed a divine runic symbol and then placed it on a rock. The divine runic symbol immediately melted into the rock, fusing with it. Then, this hard rock shimmered with a brilliant light. After the light died down, it still glowed with a golden light, because it had actually turned into gold. This was truly turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold was an immortal skill that mortals dreamed of. However, this was a useless ability to martial artists, because to them, gold was no different from iron. But, if someone were to tell Lin Ming to turn stone into gold just by touching it, then that wouldn't be something he could do. Let alone Lin Ming, not even a great world king could do this. In order to accomplish this miracle, one needed to be at least an Empyrean. This was because turning stone into gold involved changing the structure of matter, something that was part of the heavenly Tao laws. In truth, changing the structure of matter was violating the heavenly Tao laws. Although it wasn't the same as rebelling against the heavens, it was similar. If one wasn't an Empyrean or hadn't crossed heavenly tribulation, then it was impossible to do this. But in front of Lin Ming, a simple divine runic art had accomplished this. This was because in the Azura Road, divine runic arts represented the heavenly Tao, the will of God. Because of this, people changed this skill from inscription technique to the divine runic arts. After witnessing a divine runic master turn stone into gold, Lin Ming saw another divine runic master place a divine runic symbol into a basin of water. This water became increasingly thick, and before long it had turned into oil. And what startled Lin Ming the most was a middle-aged divine runic master with 3 stripes on his badge placing a divine runic symbol on a frog. This frog then transformed into a mouse. Although this wasn't particularly useful to a martial artist, this was actually an extraordinary ability. For a single divine runic symbol to turn stone into gold, turn water into oil, and even change the shape of a life form and turn a frog into a mouse, this was almost the same as the divine ability of creation. The legendary Azura Road is said to be created by the Azura Road Master. But the title of the Azura Road Master is not a true divinity, but the creator. The Azura Sutra that he created is the cultivation method to control the power of divine creation and create an entire world. If one mastered the Azura Sutra, then it might really be possible to create an entirely new world. Unfortunately, I understand far too little about the Azura Sutra. Lin Ming sighed deeply. He was far too young, with less than 60 years of cultivation. There was a long road ahead of him. If one reached the highest levels of the divine runic arts, could one change grass into peak heavenly materials? Or change stones into 9 sun jades? If so, then to an 8th or 9th grade divine runic master, wealth has no meaning at all. Of course, Lin Ming was just thinking about this. He didn't doubt that wanting to transform something into top medicinal materials would require an absurdly high grade of divine runic symbol. It wouldn't be easy at all to draw up. As Lin Ming was thinking, he soon saw another divine runic master place a divine runic symbol onto a hoe. This hoe was an ordinary hoe used by mortal farmers on their farm. It was indeed stained with rust and time. But after this divine runic symbol was placed on it, the entire hoe shined with a divine light. Although its shape didn't change, the quality of this hoe had directly climbed up to a low-grade saint artifact. The rust fell off, revealing a pitch-black edge that shined with a cold light. Even the handle gained a strange elasticity that allowed one to bend it like a moon, and one could even use it to save strength and shatter a pillar of divine steel. In Lin Ming's eyes, this handle would make an excellent spear shaft. This is truly heaven-defying. As Lin Ming sighed with praise, he also understood that divine runic arts were limited to the Azura Road. Once one left the Azura Road, it would be impossible to use the divine runic arts because God runes did not exist outside of the Azura Road. The only exception would be if one could thoroughly pass the final test of the Azura Road and control the laws of the Azura Road for one's own use, instead of simply following them. Lin Ming could faintly feel that the Azura Road Master had in truth formed his own independent heavenly Tao, and although this heavenly Tao stood outside of the 33 heavenly Taos, it still stood on equal footing with them. To be able to create his own heavenly Tao laws, this sort of method was truly heart-shaking to hear. Without a doubt, after one's divine runic arts reached this level, even if there was a poor quality pill, if one were to place a high-grade divine runic symbol on it, it would become something far more profound. This was not something that the medicinal inscription symbols that Lin Ming learnt before could hope to compare with. After passing through this hall, Lin Ming and the others arrived at a side hall of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This side hall was considerably large. It was the trade area of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This trade area was completely different from the square around Divine Rune Pagoda. In the Divine Rune Pagoda square, there were all sorts of sounds, cries and bargaining noises, just like a busy mortal market fair. But here, everything was quiet. The stall vendors lazily sat in their chairs. They might have been meditating or resting, as if these stalls had nothing to do with them at all. These vendors were all divine runic masters or alchemists of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian approached a stall. The stall vendor reluctantly opened one eye to sweep over Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, then he returned to meditating as if he hadn't seen them at all. This was because to the stall vendor, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian didn't resemble customers at all. They were as young as little babies, their cultivations weren't high, and they weren't divine runic masters or alchemists, so what could they possibly be doing here except taking a look? This stall vendor simply couldn't be bothered with attending to these customers who were only interested in window shopping. "What sort of service is this?" Xiao Maxian said, a bit indignantly. Ever since coming to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, she had been continuously ignored. First was that Luoyubai who seemed to have his eyes on the top of his head. She wished that she could maliciously stomp on him as revenge. Now it was this old geezer, sitting there motionlessly like he was some almighty Buddha. How could Xiao Maxian be happy with this? "Hey you, how do we buy these medicines?" Xiao Maxian pointed towards a withered yellow root that looked like a radish, and asked about this common-looking herb. She asked about this medicinal herb because she could feel a rich heaven and earth origin energy emanating from it. It clearly wasn't ordinary. The Divine Runic Master lazily opened an eye, glancing at Xiao Maxian from between the slits of his eyelids. He lightly said, "Your eyesight is all right, but you don't even know the name of this medicinal herb. You aren't a customer at all, but you're simply curious about all of this. If you're just going to waste my time, then don't bother disturbing me." After being exposed by the Divine Runic Master, Xiao Maxian squawked out loud, nearly choking on herself. Lin Ming smiled, saying, "Although we don't understand the divine runic arts, buying good materials is always useful. I also intend to dabble in the divine runic arts in the future, so I ask Senior to kindly inform us of the price." With Lin Ming's Divine Lord boundary cultivation, he was at the perfect time to begin learning the divine runic arts. But to this old divine runic master, Lin Ming clearly didn't have any chance of learning anything because he was a human. He looked at Lin Ming with an annoyed look, as if he didn't want Lin Ming to continue bothering him. Then, he directly listed off the names of several materials as well as the price of the medicinal herb. This time, Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. He had never heard of these materials before, and according to the old man, he simply didn't accept origin energy runes. Rather, he wanted to barter, the most primitive form of trade. Realizing this, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. These vendors all held extremely high positions and didn't lack 9 sun jades or origin energy runes. What they lacked were materials and rare god runes, or superior top-grade pill furnaces for alchemy, or even top-grade pens for drawing up divine runic symbols. Thus, these vendors were mostly interested in bartering. They had no interest in origin energy runes because there were things that couldn't be purchased with origin energy runes. Lin Ming was able to confirm that he couldn't afford anything here. He hadn't even heard of these materials before, so what was there to buy? Lin Ming had no choice but to withdraw. The Divine Runic Master sighed, giving off an expression that he had long expected this. Then, he closed his eyes and returned to his meditation. This caused Xiao Maxian to be even more disgruntled. "Let's go," Lin Ming said. The reason he came to the Divine Runic Masters Guild was to see just what the divine runic arts were. Now that he had accomplished his goal, he could leave. All that remained was to learn the divine runic arts. However, just as Lin Ming was about to leave, he suddenly stopped where he was, no longer leaving. His eyes locked onto a table covered with random objects in front of the old divine runic master. Among these random items was a common-looking piece of broken jade, but as Lin Ming saw this jade, he was shocked. Chapter 1549, Buying Treasures. Chapter 1549, Buying Treasures. There were too many scattered items in front of the old divine runic master's stall. It was like he was too lazy to sort these things out and let them pile up in a messy bunch. Among these random items was a common piece of broken jade that was hidden by some other things. If it weren't for Lin Ming's extraordinary eyesight and a faintly familiar aura that he felt from this broken jade, then he would never have noticed it at all. Lin Ming silently squatted down in front of the old divine runic master's stall, quietly probing that broken jade. After a short period of time, he was able to confirm that he wasn't mistaken. Normally, someone old and well-taught like this old divine runic master vendor would have a vast amount of experience, and it should have been impossible for Lin Ming to find any hidden gems in his trove of random items. But this broken jade was too special. Besides Lin Ming, there was no one else who would have sensed anything special about it. Although this broken jade was only an inch in size and was extremely fragmented, there were faint lines on its surface. These lines revealed an aura, one that was the exact same as the Emperor Jade that Lin Ming had obtained from the Wheel of Destiny. When Lin Ming first entered the Azura Road, he had obtained the Emperor Jade. By relying on it, he had been able to enter the great desolate god trove hidden in the depths of the God-Burying Ridge. In God-Burying Ridge, the Emperor Jade had allowed Lin Ming to repeatedly overcome danger after danger, saving his life countless times. Could the Azura Road Master have left more than one piece of Emperor Jade? Was there a pair, or even more than a pair? Lin Ming didn't know why this Emperor Jade was broken. This little piece wasn't even a quarter of the size of a complete Emperor Jade, and it was also missing the most essential lines of an Emperor Jade. This would make perceiving anything from it nearly impossible. This divine runic master must have accidentally obtained this broken jade from somewhere, and although he could faintly feel that it was uncommon, he couldn't figure out just what it was. He likely thought it was only a fragment of an ancient top magic weapon, and thus he had brought it out to sell. Lin Ming began to leisurely look over every other item in the stall to prevent the old divine runic master from discovering his true purpose. At this time, the divine runic master vendor opened his eyes, saying, "You aren't a divine runic master, and you also don't understand the materials that I have, and yet you still linger around here. Have you taken a fancy to my items? Or perhaps you think you found some treasure amongst my random goods that you would like to take from me?" As the old divine runic master spoke these words, Lin Ming felt his heart chill. This old geezer, he was far too vigilant. However, Lin Ming's behavior really couldn't be explained. What others wanted, Lin Ming didn't have, and as for the items that were placed out, Lin Ming had no idea what they were. If he continued to wander around here and look about, then that simply couldn't be justified. Lin Ming's thoughts turned and he immediately responded, "Senior shouldn't say that. Although this junior is nothing but an amateur layman when it comes to the divine runic arts, and I also don't have any materials that senior wants, I have still decided to become a divine runic master in the future. I will eventually need to understand what these things are, and there are always some things that I have which senior might need. For instance, God runes. The God runes in the Azura Road were obtained through completing missions. Lin Ming had many rare blue soul runes as well as a few zenith black runes with him. A divine runic master's divine runic arts needed rare God runes. Only by combining these God runes with inscription did that form the divine runic arts. Lin Ming guessed that divine runic masters were normally busy with their own matters every day, so they almost never had time to go out in the greater Azura Road and complete missions. Thus, in order to obtain rare God runes, they would trade for them here. This was why he thought of exchanging some treasures with God runes. "You want to become a divine runic master?" The divine runic master vendor chuckled. Although hadn't done any evaluations, his meaning was obvious. In his opinion, a human wanting to become a divine runic master was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. However, The divine runic master vendor was indeed interested in Lin Ming's god runes. He asked, "What god runes do you have? Let's take a look." Lin Ming didn't take out his god runes just yet. If this vendor saw that he had so many rare god runes, then he might ask for a ridiculous price. Lin Ming said, "If I dare to speak like this, then I naturally have quite a few in my inventory." As Lin Ming finished speaking, he continued looking at the random treasures. His original idea was to casually pick some items and then conveniently take the broken Emperor Jade too. However, he immediately rejected this after he thought of it. This was because besides the Emperor Jade fragment, the other items didn't need to be appraised at all. If he chose a random bunch of bargain items and then added on this strange Emperor Jade fragment once more, it would inevitably arouse the vendor's suspicions. It was clear that this vendor didn't understand just what the Emperor Jade fragment was, and Lin Ming lingering around here was suspicious to begin with. If he were to take the Emperor Jade fragment with a bunch of other things, then that would be far too suspicious. Thinking of this, Lin Ming directly took up the Emperor Jade fragment and then flipped it over a few times in his hand. He suddenly said to Xiao Maxian, "Xianer, I remember you said that your uncle wanted to refine his life's magic tool, but he needed to fuse in the treasure spirit of an Empyrean spirit treasure? A complete Empyrean spirit treasure would be too luxurious, but using a fragment should be more than enough. Since your uncle's 103,000th grand birthday celebration is coming up, then how about I make a gift of this spirit treasure fragment?" Lin Ming was simply making things up on the spot. Where did Xiao Maxian have an uncle that needed an Empyrean spirit treasure to refine his life's magic tool? But Xiao Maxian was a smart young woman. She immediately realized that Lin Ming wanted to hide his intentions of buying this broken jade and avoid the suspicion of the old man. Could this broken jade be a treasure? Xiao Maxian felt this all a bit too unbelievable. But, whether or not Lin Ming's judgment was correct, she wouldn't ruin his play anyways. Without revealing a puzzled expression, she slapped on the most helpless look that she could. With a thick embarrassment in her tone, she said, "Sir Lin, don't you think that this gift is a bit too sad? My uncle's celebration will have people coming from all sides, and if you only take out a spirit treasure fragment, then don't you think it's a bit pitiful to take out? You should know that my uncle handles most decisions of my family. If he has a poor impression of you, then I'm afraid that our matters will be." Xiao Maxian immediately responded with her own play. Lin Ming was left a bit stunned. Wasn't her acting a bit too good? Hearing Xiao Maxian call this gift a bit sad, the divine runic master vendor's lips twitched. This was equal to saying that he was selling trash. Just what sort of noble status was a divine runic master? He had lived to his old age and had a great deal of face, and yet right now he was insulted by a little girl. How could he be happy about this at all? "Do you want to buy it or not?" The old divine runic master coldly coughed. Lin Ming quickly apologized. "Senior has misunderstood the situation. This junior didn't mean it like that. I only meant to say that this magic weapon fragment has the lowest value out of all of Senior's goods, but even so, it would bleed out far too much wealth from me. May I ask just how much this magic weapon fragment is?" "Heh, you don't need to flatter me into forgetting," the old man sneered. He stared at Lin Ming and then said, 10 blue soul runes." Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat as he heard this. He knew the approximate cost of an Empyrean spirit treasure fragment as well as the cost of a blue soul rune. 10 blue soul god runes for this fragment was far too outrageous. Although Lin Ming could afford 10 blue soul runes, he still felt that this old vendor was cheating him. If he agreed, not only would he make himself seem suspicious, but this old man might not even sell it to him anymore. 10 blue soul runes? Are you joking with me? As a senior, should you really be trying to butcher a junior like this? The most I can offer you is 3. As Lin Ming spoke, he raised 3 fingers and 3 blue soul runes floated above his fingertip. Lin Ming had taken special care in choosing these 3 blue soul runes. Although their value wasn't too high, they were still quite rare among blue soul runes. They couldn't be bought with mere money. Lin Ming wanted to stir up this old divine runic master's interest. However, Lin Ming never thought that as soon as the old divine runic master saw these 3 runes, he would immediately grab back the Emperor Jade fragment. Lin Ming inwardly grimaced. Could this old man not be planning on selling to him anymore? If the old divine runic master didn't plan on selling to Lin Ming, then Lin Ming didn't have anything else he could do. He could only leave. Otherwise, if Lin Ming offered a higher price, the old man's suspicions would be even higher, finally only having the opposite effect. The old man flipped the broken jade in his hands several times, carefully probing it and using his sense to evaluate it. This process continued for an entire incense stick of time. This old man had already appraised this item many times before. In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the Divine Runic Masters were generally on good terms with each other. When others evaluated this item, they also came up with a similar appraisal. This sort of magic weapon fragment was likely of the Empyrean Spirit Treasure rank. This wasn't too tempting to the old man. If it weren't for the strange lines that covered this piece of jade, he would have already dealt with it. An Empyrean Spirit Treasure wasn't priceless even if complete. It would be far lower in value than a transcendent divine might. This was because an Empyrean would at most be able to form a single transcendent divine might in their life, if at all. As for Empyrean Spirit Treasures, they would create several of them. An incomplete Empyrean Spirit Treasure was even less valuable. Its only use was, as Lin Ming had said, to draw out its artifact spirit and form one's own treasure. Finally, the old man handed the broken jade to Lin Ming. He coldly said, 3 blue soul runes for you. Hearing these words, Lin Ming finally relaxed. This old fellow was cautious and stingy to the point that he could squeeze oil from sand. A junior had chosen one of his items and even given a good reason for doing so, yet he had actually taken it back to look over several times. 3 blue soul runes was a bit high for an Empyrean Spirit Treasure fragment, but it wasn't too outrageous. Lin Ming feared that the runes he took out weren't able to move the old divine runic master. If so, he could only leave. Otherwise, the more he tried to barter, the more suspicious the old man would be. It seemed that Xiao Maxian's performance just now was a bit more effective than he thought. Lin Ming handed over the 3 blue soul runes and finally bought what he wanted. As for the old man, he was satisfied with the 3 blue soul runes Lin Ming had put forth. He had indeed needed them. Chapter 1550, Undying Medicine. Chapter 1550, Undying Medicine. In order to prevent any more problems occurring, after Lin Ming bought his item, he took a few more circles around and then bid his farewells to Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng. Together with Xiao Maxian, he left the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming, what is that thing you bought? Xiao Maxian couldn't help but ask Lin Ming with a sound transmission as soon as they left. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her. If I'm not wrong, then this should be something left behind by the Azura Road Master. Lin Ming honestly replied. Xiao Maxian was startled upon hearing this. The Azura Road Master. In the Azura Road Master was the true divine god. Anything related to him, even if it was only a tiny fragment, was astoundingly valuable. No wonder Lin Ming had tried so hard to buy this piece of broken jade. What use does this have? I have no idea at present. But no matter what, we're headed back to Heaven's Secret for now. You want to return to Heaven's Secret? Xiao Maxian asked, surprised. They had just left from there not too long ago. What do you want to go to Heaven's Secret for? There's some information I need. This information is extremely important for me to learn the divine runic art. The divine runic arts were broad and all-encompassing. In order to study them, one needed to invest a massive amount of time and energy while accumulating a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience. What Lin Ming lacked the most now was time. Even if he had the Ajura Sutra supporting him, it was impossible to do all of this overnight, and if all of this took too much time, then it was meaningless to Lin Ming. After several hours, Lin Ming arrived at Heaven's Secret once more. This time, Lin Ming had chosen to change his appearance. Although Heaven's Secret sold all sorts of information, what they wouldn't reveal was what sort of information their guests had inquired about. This was one of the most basic rules of an intelligence network, otherwise there would be no guest that would be able to ask for information in confidence, lest they be looked up by others. Even so, Lin Ming felt it was safe to change his appearance. After all, the information he was seeking now was highly sensitive. "Sir, what would you like to inquire about?" the doorman asked Lin Ming at the entrance to Heaven's Secret. "Divine Runic Masters." "What rank?" "5th rank and above." "Then please go to the 5th floor," the doorman respectfully said. This was the same floor as last time. After reaching the 5th floor with Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming took up the wooden sign marked with people, and then was led to the corresponding room. In this room, there was a blue-clothed old man waiting for Lin Ming. The old man sat in the back of the room, separated from guests by a hanging curtain. He spoke to Lin Ming through this curtain. "What would you like to know?" The old man's voice was hoarse and gritty, as if he were in the waning years of his life. "I want information on divine runic masters and alchemists. I do not want any divine runic masters from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They must live outside of Divine Rune City, and should preferably have strange and eccentric personalities. They need to be people who have committed all sorts of sinful and evil deeds. I need their location, their cultivation methods, their cultivation boundaries, an approximation of their strength, what influences support them, and all other related information. Moreover, the Divine Runic Masters should be at the 5th grade or above. At the very least, they must be at the 4th grade." The blue-clothed old man was surprised as he listened to Lin Ming. "The information you want is extremely detailed, so our price will be very high. This is also because if we betray the information of these individuals, our Heaven's Secret might offend them." Heaven's Secret was an intelligence network, and thus they inevitably collected information on great influences and important figures. If they sold this information to others, they were likely to offend them, especially if they sold this information to their enemies or other hostile group. Thus, Heaven's Secret would be very careful with what sort of information they sold. If they couldn't offend the individual, then they would never sell the information, no matter how high the price. As for those that they could offend, the price would be exorbitantly high. An intelligence network was involved in all aspects of the world. If their background wasn't deep enough, and they aroused the anger of some people, it was possible that they would be dug up and eliminated. Information on divine runic masters is sensitive to begin with. There are often many complex relationships behind these divine runic masters. Luckily, you don't want any information about divine runic masters that are a part of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Otherwise, no matter how many origin energy runes you offered, we still wouldn't sell it to you. If you want information on divine runic masters that have been exiled outside of Divine Rune City, then I can actually provide some information to you. There are a few pieces of information I have which aren't too involved with the greater influences. Each piece of information will be charged according to the detail as well as the grade of the Divine Runic Master, and they will be around 500 million to 700 million origin energy runes each. As the blue-clothed old man said these words, even though Lin Ming had already been prepared for this, he still felt his heart drip blood. This was indeed ridiculously expensive. Although he was wealthy during all his years in the Azure Road, he had never earned money, only spent it, and he had spent a great deal of it too. Lin Ming didn't have too many 9 sun jades left on him. Lin Ming took out a piece of white jade and poured his divine sense into it, further detailing his requests. He wanted to know their strength, cultivation, moral behavior, temperament, and so forth. He also only wanted those evil and demonic people. As for divine runic masters that were highly respected and noble characters, he didn't want them at all. After the blue-clothed old man looked through the white jade, he said, "There are a total of 3 individuals that match your request. The total price will be 1.6 billion. Lin Ming took a deep breath and fished out some 9 sun jades from his spatial ring. After he lined them up, he said, "Tell me everything." "All right." The blue-clothed old man wrote down 3 sections of information on a jade slip. Lin Ming took the jade slip and recorded all the information in his mind. Then, he and Xiao Maxian left Heaven's secret. 100,000 miles southeast of Divine Rune City, there was a remote mountain. People rarely visited this mountain, and deep in a valley of it was a lake that stretched for 10 miles, named Star Lake. As night arrived each evening, Star Lake would be filled with the night winds. The reflection of starlight would shine down on the lake, making it seem like a stretch of liquid silver, beautiful to the eyes. On one side of Star Lake was an ancient castle. This castle was built with obsidian, and had already stood here for 100,000 years. A part of the castle extended into the lake, leaving a black reflection on the surface. Looking at this black reflection, one felt a sense of peace and quiet. However, no one imagined that such a beautiful and wondrous place was in truth a den of darkest evils. Within the castle, there was a completely sealed-off space. The floors were made of pale red tiles and the walls were dark gray. Pill furnaces and divine runic tables were scattered all about, making it seem messy and chaotic. On these stone tables and on the walls there were black stains. These stains were left by dried-up blood. In the center of this space, there was a row of metal frames, dozens of them altogether. But what was startling was that on every metal frame there was a young girl tied up. These young girls were in rags and some were even naked. The oldest of them were in their 20s, and there were even those that were 16 to 17. The youngest among them looked to be around 11 to 12, with a few 13 to 14-year-olds placed throughout. Every girl was covered with scars. These scars were found on their necks, thighs, chests, stomachs, and wrists. There were knife wounds, scratches, and even bite marks. Some wounds were intentionally afflicted, and some seemed specifically designed to let out blood. After suffering for such a long time, all of these girls were in the depths of despair, their eyes without light, like dying embers. If it weren't for their faint heartbeat and breathing, one might even think that they were dead. Although they had been tortured into such states, one could still the beauty that hid behind their dirty faces and disheveled hair. It was clear that these were once proud beauties of different races. There were humans, monsters, demons, and even saints. In fact, not only were they beauties of different races, but there were those amongst them with relatively high levels of martial talent. Some had special physiques, variation bloodlines, or variation dantians. Some girls were martial artists. There were those at the Xiantian realm, and even some at the revolving core realm. But now their cultivations had been sealed away, they were no different from ordinary mortal girls. If one were to send these girls to large influences, then although they might not have been peak geniuses, they should still have become inner court disciples. If one raised them with enough effort, then there were high chances that they would reach the Divine Lord realm in the future. But now all of that was impossible. Their lives would be buried in the horrendous and despairing castle. Some of these people had been kidnapped, and some had been bought as slaves. Of them, most were mortals that had never cultivated before. They were simply unable to withstand the inhuman torture. Without a doubt, they would die from suffering in just several months. But those who cultivated had already been trapped in this castle for several years. After being tortured night and day for several years, the average person would have suffered mental collapse or died. But the master of this castle was an alchemist, and with all sorts of miracle pills and medicines, wanting to die was nearly impossible. This castle master would even use dangerous pills to heighten the cultivation boundary of these girls, digging out their life potential and then stealing it away. What awaited them was a lifetime of endless suffering and pain. Only when their essence, energy, and blood vitality was sucked dry, only when their youth and strength had faded, would they be abandoned and buried in the back gardens of the castle. Seemingly because of the presence of their skeletons, the flowers in the back gardens bloomed especially bright. At this time, the space barriers of this hidden space suddenly shook violently. A man's roar echoed out within it. Trash! Trash! Damn it all! Bang! With an explosive sound, something seemed to detonate. Stone tables were flipped over and pill furnaces were tossed away, bouncing all over. A pale man with grayish-white hair rushed in like a rabid beast. This man wore tattered robes and he looked to be middle-aged, but there was not a trace of blood on his face, and a faint death aura percolated around his body. This meant that his life was nearing its end. I failed again. The life-lifting undying pill, just how many times have I failed? The man's eyes were blood-red, seeming as if he were about to go crazy. He was a spiritus, but the faint soul glow that symbolized the soul race had already vanished. This was a sign that his fires of life had diminished and his life was nearing its end. He would have at most another 100 years to live. He dreamed to refine an endless life immortality pill. For this pill, he had refined for 10,000 years already. He thought that he would never be able to successfully complete the refining of this pill before he died, thus in the last several hundred years, he had been refining the lower quality life-lifting undying pill. He wanted to lengthen his life, even if it were only by several hundred years. Chapter 1551, Sex Fiend, Tor Triver. Chapter 1551, Sex Fiend, Tor Triver. I am a 6th grade divine runic master, an 8th grade alchemist. How could I fail here? The spiritus man seemed to teeter on the edge of insanity. It's impossible for me to fail. It must be because the blood essence quality of you whores is insufficient. The man pulled on a girl's hair, causing her to scream out in pain and fear. Towards this scene, most of the other girls still had dead expressions on their faces, as if they didn't see anything at all. But there were some girls that hadn't been here long enough who trembled as they saw this, panic coloring their complexions. Here, besides being raped and having their essence energy stolen, this crazy divine runic master would sometimes use their flesh and blood to refine pills. They had witnessed some of their companions being tossed alive into a pill furnace in order to refine life-lifting undying pills. To life forms with an intelligence of their own, death was an extremely terrifying matter. Upon approaching death, many people would turn crazy and lose all sense of reasoning. In just the mortal world alone, when some kings were on the verge of death, they would use the strength of their entire nation to find life-extending medicines. These kings would have alchemists take virgin boys and girls and use their flesh and blood for alchemy. Some kings even specifically raised 12 to 13-year-old virgin girls to take their menstrual blood every month to refine pills, and in order to guarantee the virgin purity of their menstrual blood, they would only allow them to eat berries and drink morning dew. In the martial world, this insanity could reach the limits. In particular, if an alchemist feared death, this would intensify everything he did. What a pity, if I could capture a proud daughter of heaven who reached the divine transformation realm before her 60th cultivation year, and then refine her virgin blood essence into a pill, I would definitely be able to live on for another 100 more years. The spiritus man spoke as if he had lost his soul, his gestures bizarre and ghostly. Many years ago, this spiritus man had been an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and also had a World King cultivation. As a 6th grade Divine Runic Master, 8th grade alchemist, and even an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, this Spiritas man was blessed with endless brilliant halos around him. There were countless influences that curried his favor, and even sect leaders of great world king influences had to treat him with politeness and respect. As for his disciples and followers in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, there was no need to mention them. They wouldn't even dare disobey him in the least. His prestige had been as high as the sun, and he lived a life where he was the center of countless stars. There were countless people that respected and admired him, and there were even many female divine runic arts apprentices that willingly offered themselves to him for a higher status, allowing him to do whatever he wished to them. After tasting these young girls, the Spiritas man began to seduce them on his own initiative, bringing in many young girls as his toys. He had held the post of elder for tens of thousands of years, and countless women had been ruined and deceived by him. As for the disciples he received, they tended to be women, and many of these disciples also had to simultaneously serve as his living furnaces. Towards this Spiritas man who was obsessed with obscene desires, even immortals couldn't compare to the lavish lifestyle he lived. He wasn't satisfied with his world king cultivation, and he wasn't satisfied with being an ordinary elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He wanted to become a red robe elder, and he wanted to become a great world king. He used all methods at his disposal to grab more resources and take advantages of anyone he could. Time and time again he formed deep grudges with others within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and with his continued violating of young female apprentices, he was finally impeached by the Council of Red Robe Elders and was removed from his post of elder. This was something he remembered and something he bore a deep grudge toward. During a trip into a dangerous mystic realm, he tried to wrest away sole possession of a miracle medicine while also killing the Divine Runic Master Elder who had proposed to impeach him. But in the end he was defeated. Not only did he fail to obtain the miracle medicine, but he was even beaten to the ground and severely wounded. Afterwards, he was expelled from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Some people wanted to finish him off and cut off the disease at the root. He fled to the open sea, living a life of seclusion for tens of thousands of years. It was only when his arch-enemy died during an exploratory trip into a mystic realm did he show himself again. But when he reappeared, his lifespan was nearing its end. Not just that, but in the past when he was injured in the mystic realm, he had also wounded his divine soul, causing his lifespan to be drastically reduced. During these past years, he had done everything at his disposal to refine life-extending pills and pills to restore his divine soul. But, because the foundation of his life force was mostly destroyed, every effort he made was nearly useless to begin with. As his day of death approached closer and closer, he had fallen into a state of madness. He was too obsessed with his previous life of endless glory and joys, and wasn't able to endure the loneliness and desolation until his end. He bought a large number of young women, venting his rage on their bodies and using their blood essence to refine pills. Finally, he built his evil castle of sin on the shores of Star Lake. Because his divine sense had been damaged, and he had thrown his entire being into refining life-extending pills, he had no intention or desire to refine other pills. Thus, to many great influences he had lost all value, with none of them bothering with him. Because of this, he could only steal away a limited number of resources. Wanting to obtain the proud daughter of heaven that he needed was impossible. Thus, of the young girls in Castle, most of them were simply mortal women with extremely high levels of martial talent. Bang! This nearly crazed Spiritas man flipped over a stone table and then threw himself onto a young 16-year-old girl. This young girl only had a pulse condensation cultivation. She had been born in the Azura Road, and had once been the core disciple of a tiny sect. This sect was far too small. One could say that it was situated between the martial world and the mortal world. In her sect, this young girl had been a proud daughter of heaven, admired by countless young disciples. but in a single night her entire sect was exterminated. All beauties, all young women with any level of talent, were rolled up in a black wind and brought to this hellish castle. The one who destroyed her sect was this Spiritus man. To her, his world-king cultivation was an incomprehensible existence. This fiend didn't immediately rape these women. Rather, he used their virgin blood to refine pills, but unfortunately for him, his efforts failed again and again. This caused him to become even more insane. As he threw himself onto this young 16-year-old girl, he ripped away the remnants of her tattered clothes. In that moment, the young girl was left entirely naked. Her face was pale and she pitifully screamed out. But this scream seemed to stimulate the Spiritus man, causing his eyes to light up with a blood-red color. These last years had been endless pain to him, and only by making others feel this pain was he able to be satisfied. He licked his lips, demonically grinning as he said, "Your whorish blood is too low quality, causing me to fail in refining my undying pills. Since that's the case, keeping your virgin body around any longer is useless. I will suck dry the little primordial een that you have." As the Spiritus man cackled, he bit down on her pale shoulder, greedily sucking up her blood. What he was doing was not just drinking her blood, but also absorbing her blood essence, using it to restore his declining fires of life. The young girl crazily struggled, but the more she struggled the more it seemed to arouse this bestial demon. His pupils had gone wide and his entire body was excited. He tore off his own clothes, pressing himself onto her. But, just when he was about to thrust into her body, he stiffened and his enlarged pupils rapidly contracted. In that instant just now, he had felt a sense sweep through this sealed-off space, and soon afterwards, a deep killing intent had locked onto him. Without thinking, he threw himself forwards. Bang! With a terrifying explosion of energy, a spear light pierced through the void like a 100,000-foot rainbow. Under this unstoppable divine light, the space barrier that sealed off this area was torn apart like paper. Not just that, but half of the obsidian castle immediately collapsed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Stones tumbled as walls came falling down all around. The Spiritus man's hideout was destroyed. A young man and woman floated in the air. The man grasped a spear, his eyes shimmering with killing intent. He pointed his spear right towards the Spiritus man's head. You are sex-fiend divine runic master Tortriver." Lin Ming's voice dripped with murder as he glared at this Spiritus man. Lin Ming's request towards Heaven's Secret was that he wanted a 5th grade or above divine runic master who had an ordinary world king cultivation or below, who had no influences, or only weak influences behind them, and did all sorts of evil and sinful deeds. The information of the first divine runic master that Heaven's Secret had given to him was that of this sex-fiend Tortriver. In his life he had raped countless women, and he had developed a grotesquely infamous reputation within the divine runic masters guild. Finally, he had been banished by them. Lin Ming never imagined that this Tortriver would go so mad as he neared the end of his life. During these past years, it was unknown how many young girls had died beneath his hands. Not even dying 10,000 times would make up for his sins. Near Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian tightly clenched her jaw. She had borne witness to everything that had happened. To see other women harmed like this, her rage had already reached its limit. "Lin Ming, do not kill him. Leave him a sliver of life. I want him to experience a life that is worse than death." Chapter 1552 Divine Runic Master Shortcut. Chapter 1552 Divine Runic Master Shortcut. Who are you? To be ambushed just as he was about to rape someone, Tortriver was burning with rage. His eyes were blood-red, as if he wanted to devour Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. But at this time, he noticed Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's cultivations. They were only at the Divine Lord realm? Were they hiding their cultivation? No, that wasn't right. They were extraordinary young elites. Tortriver had raped countless women in his life, and he usually only preyed on young girls. Thus, he was very sensitive to the life auras that surrounded young girls, so he could confirm that Xiao Moxian wasn't very old. So young, and yet they had reached the Divine Lord realm. Just how had they cultivated? This discovery caused Tortriver's eyes to shine brilliantly. A variation bloodline. She must possess a variation bloodline. A proud daughter of heaven, and she also has a variation bloodline. If I can use her blood as medicine and eat her up every day, then perhaps I really might be able to heal the wound to my divine soul. I will be able to live for thousands more years and complete my immortality pill. Tortriver suddenly cackled. The heavens haven't abandoned me, they haven't abandoned me. What I lack is a proud daughter of heaven for my alchemy, and yet you have delivered yourself right to my door. Good. Very good. You will become my living furnace. We shall dual cultivate every day and I will bring you to paradise. As Tortriver spoke, he lewdly stared at Xiao Moxian. This caused Xiao Moxian to nearly burst apart with rage. Lin Ming, dig out his eyes, slice out his tongue, and cripple his cultivation. I want to slice off his flesh and slowly torture him for 100 years, 1,000 years with every slice. Xiao Moxian came from a demon and monster bloodline to begin with. She was no blindly puerile and benevolent person. How could she allow herself to be insulted in such a way? Haha, if I haven't misunderstood then, you are only two martial artists at the Divine Lord realm. Your talent is a bit better than those of your generation, and yet you think you can kill me? You are insane. Even though my cultivation boundary has dropped, I am still a half-step world king. Catching you two is the same as catching two chickens. Tortriver raved. He turned to Lin Ming and chortled again and again. Is this your little lover boy? Very well, then I shall use him for my alchemy right in front of you. Before Tortriver finished speaking, his complexion suddenly changed. He could feel a vast and deep killing intent cover him. Then, the surrounding world changed. The world fell away, the stars vanished, and everything was isolated from him. He was completely trapped in a sealed-off space. Force field. Tortriver immediately realized that this black-clothed youth had surrounded him with a force field. For such a genius, it wasn't a surprise if they had a force field. But what astonished Tortriver was that this force field formed an incomparably stable space, far surpassing the limits of any Divine Lord realm martial artist. There were even many holy lords who couldn't compare to this. Interesting, such talent even causes me to be more inspired to turn you into a pill, Tortriver said, brilliantly staring at Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly sneered. The information that Heaven's Secret gave me said that you have already fallen to the brink of madness, but now it seems that not only are you mad but you are also stupid. Your cultivation has fallen to a half-step world king, and with your fires of life nearly extinguished, even among half-step world kings you are the weakest. A talented late Holy Lord martial artist would already be able to brutally murder you, and yet you continue to dream on. Now die. As Lin Ming spoke, he hurtled himself forwards. Although his speed wasn't fast, his figure was as calm and stable as a mountain. 9 stars of the Dao Palace, Purple Temple Dao Palace. Lin Ming revolved his strength to the limit and smashed his spear down at Tortriver. Because the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been lost for far too long a time, and in addition to the changes that occurred in the heavenly Dao laws, it had become extremely difficult to practice. But this difficulty meant that it had become even stronger than before. Although there was no text that stated how the different levels of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace corresponded to the different ranks in the essence gathering system, Lin Ming could approximately confirm that opening a single star in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace far surpassed the early Divine Lord realm of the essence gathering system. In other words, although Lin Ming appeared to be an early divine lord, the truth was that when he combined the cultivation of his body transformation and essence gathering systems, he already far surpassed that. Torch River naturally couldn't understand Lin Ming's 9 stars the Tao Palace. He simply grinned, saying, "Since you want to die, allow me to help you along." Torch River took out a deep red sword from his spatial ring and then slashed out at Lin Ming. He wanted to crush Lin Ming's spear light and cut apart Lin Ming's body at the same time. However, just when his sword light came into contact with the Phoenix blood spear, Torch River's smile froze. The spear light he thought he could easily tear apart actually contained a horrifying strength beyond description. It was like this spear light was formed from heavy stars, able to collapse space and cut through galaxies. Gotcha! With an explosive sound, Torch River's sword light shattered. The red spear thrust towards Torch River's chest. This spear had locked down Torch River and locked down the space around him. It was impossible to dodge. Even Torch River's blood vitality rebelled, as if it wanted to break free from his body. What? Seeing this spear light rush towards him, Torch River immediately paled. He thought that killing a junior like Lin Ming would be as easy as turning his hand. He never imagined that this would be the result. This youth's strength was powerful beyond understanding. Although this spear hadn't pierced him yet, what he knew was that even if he didn't die, this spear strike would still severely wound him and cause him to lose all combat strength. In this life-or-death moment, Torch River punched his own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence formed a mysterious symbol in the air. At the same time, Torch River pulled out 2 divine runic symbols from his spatial ring. He thrust them outwards, causing them to burn in the air. After these 2 divine runic symbols burned, they turned into a protective barrier that received Lin Ming's spear strike. Gotcha! With an explosive sound, Lin Ming's Phoenix blood spear smashed into this translucent barrier. In a brief moment, the barrier exploded and the spear continued thrusting ahead, driving into the blood symbol that Torch River spat out. And at this time, Lin Ming finally felt a tremendous existence. The Phoenix blood spear suddenly slowed down, startling Lin Ming. He had used an arcane technique to strengthen himself, causing the might of this strike to reach the power of 5 dragons, and yet he hadn't been able to kill this Torch River who had fallen in cultivation boundary and had nearly lost all his blood vitality. Without a doubt, this was the work of the divine runic arts. Torch River had thrown out 2 divine runic symbols to lessen Lin Ming's spear potential and had then used a divine runic symbol formed from his own blood to resist Lin Ming's all-out strike. The divine runic arts could be used for more than assisting in alchemy. They could be used in combat. However, relying on this alone was not enough to change Torch River's fate. As the Phoenix blood spear was blocked by the blood symbol, Lin Ming's thoughts moved and a shadow rushed out from his inner world, hurtling towards Torch River. This was Lin Ming's essence spirit embryo avatar. It dwelled in Lin Ming's inner world and could rush out at any time to fight. After absorbing Tian Mingzi and the other's blood energy, the essence spirit embryo stone had broken through yet another boundary. In terms of mortal bodily strength, it far surpassed Lin Ming. Ca. The essence spirit embryo stone thrust a spear towards Torch River, aiming to take his head. Ah! Torch River cried out in alarm, scared out of his mind. A single Lin Ming was already as terrifying as a life-reaping ghost. Only by sacrificing a great portion of his remaining life was he able to form this divine runic symbol of blood to barely resist the attack, and now another Lin Ming had appeared. Pung! With a cracking sound, Torch River's protective energy was unable to withstand the terrifying strength of the essence spirit embryo stone. In just a moment, Torch River's defenses collapsed and the avatar's spear pierced through his chest. The long spear penetrated through Torch River's body. In front of the horrifying strength of the essence spirit embryo stone, the frail mortal body of Espiritas was no different than paper. A massive amount of flesh and bones were twisted by this dreadful strength. Torchriver's body was pierced through like a water bag, blood leaking out from all over him. How is this possible? Torchriver's eyes filled with despair and disbelief. He had been easily defeated by a mere divine Lord Junior and would die here. How could he accept such a ridiculous result? Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming smashed his hand into Torchriver's chest. A savage and wild true essence rushed through Torchriver's body, tearing apart every single meridian within him and severing the power of his blood vitality. In that moment, Torchriver's body fell down from the air like a rag doll. In a strange coincidence, he fell into the sealed space where the young girls were imprisoned. Puff! As the crippled Torchriver plopped to the floor, his blood splashed out. The young girls who were imprisoned stared helplessly on. This unbelievably powerful Torchriver had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, leaving all of them stunned. Was this a dream? Torchriver still had a single breath of life remaining. Lin Ming had intentionally kept Torchriver alive, because the shortcut for him to become a divine runic master was in Torchriver's body. Chapter 1553 Refine the Soul. Chapter 1553 Refine the Soul. These girls that had been tortured by Torchriver over so many years had already anticipated that they would die here. They had lost themselves to despair long ago, and there was nothing left that could stir anything in their hearts. But at this moment, they saw that cruel and godlike Torchriver fall onto the floor in a completely inhuman mess, on the verge of death. Then, a faint spark of hope ignited in their stunned eyes. After being beneath the agonizing abuse of Torchriver for so many years, even if they saw him about to die, they still couldn't believe it. They were afraid that this was all a dream. At this time, Lin Ming floated down with his long spear in hand. Seeing Lin Ming descend like a god from heaven, the young girls were left in a daze. "You're free." Lin Ming flicked his fingers and several true essence arrows shot forth, cutting the chains that shackled these young girls. Even the energy seals within their bodies were lifted. The moment that their shackles were cut, because many of the girls were weak and their muscles had atrophied, they fell onto the floor. The pain from this fall finally made them believe that this scene in front of them was real and not a dream. As they felt the rough ground, they also felt the freedom that they hadn't had for such a long time. Their bodies shivered. It wasn't known who started crying out first, but the girls couldn't help but weep one after another. They didn't know who this young man was, but in their hearts, this young man was their God and their Savior. Even if they had to take care of him for their entire lives, they were willing to do so. Even if this youth wanted them all to die here, they would still comply without blinking. This was because when they were imprisoned by Torchriver, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. They had lived a life worse than death. Looking at these young girls, Lin Ming sighed in pity for them, lamenting their fates. Many of them had a decent talent for cultivating martial arts, but their lives were mostly destroyed. Lin Ming flicked his fingers again, and dozens of pills flew into the hands of these young girls. Lin Ming had given them miracle pills to make up for their lost blood vitality and to wash their marrow. These young girls were abused by Torchriver, and their blood vitality had been mostly sucked dry. Each of them had a pale white face, and their energy was lacking. If they wanted to continue cultivating martial arts in this sort of condition, it would be impossibly difficult to do so. Normally, the lower cultivation a martial artist was, the worse their bloodline was, the easier it was to make up for lost blood vitality. The higher one's cultivation was, the greater one's bloodline, and the more one's talent defied the heavens, then the more difficult it would be to make up for lost blood vitality. But as for martial artists with low cultivation, although it was relatively easy to make up for lost blood vitality, they were simply far too weak to find the necessary blood tonics and pills to do so. Thus, for a martial artist at a low cultivation to make up for lost blood vitality was extremely difficult. For these young girls, it was simply impossible. However, this was a simple task for Lin Ming. To him, these pills weren't precious at all, but to these starry-eyed girls, these were unrivaled miracle medicines. Most of these young girls were common mortals. Even if they were to walk down the road of martial arts, they would only be able to reach the pulse condensation, Hotian or Xiantian realms. To them a heaven-opening pill would be a priceless treasure, much less these miracle pills that Lin Ming handed out. Take these. These are all pills with moderate properties. Even though your bodies are weak, there won't be any side effect. Lin Ming gently said. As these girls held the miracle pills in their hands, their fingers began to shiver. Although they didn't know what grade these pills were, they could approximate their value from the rich medicinal fragrance wafting off them. Because of this, there were some girls that held the pills tightly in their hands, not willing to swallow them. Lin Ming sighed again as he saw this. This was the life of low-level, mortal martial artists. To a high-level martial artist, things that they casually tossed to the side of the road were incomparably precious treasures to these low-level martial artists. Lin Ming waved his hand once more and shot out some more pills. This time, the pills were thrust right into these girls' mouths. Rest well. You all may leave whenever you wish, or you may also stay here. 3 days from now, I will bring you to the nearest mortal city. I suggest that you wait, because the nearest mortal city is 10,000 miles away. Here is something to tide you over for the next few days. Lin Ming tossed out a bottle of fasting pills. This was the limit to which he could help these young girls. Their future days and the paths they chose to take would rely on themselves. After thinking some more, he said, "You all possess talent to cultivate the martial arts. In the future, if you can walk far down that road, then perhaps the bitter and painful experiences of your youths might not be a bad thing." As Lin Ming finished speaking, he no longer delayed. He picked up the nearly dead torch river and flew away. Left behind, the many young girls watched Lin Ming's fading back, their eyes lost in thought. The fragrance of the medicinal pills was still in their mouths, and the warm medicinal efficacy nourished their bodies, soothing their pain. In their lives, this was probably the happiest moment they had experienced. Sometimes, setbacks and frustrations weren't bad. These experiences could allow a person to mature at the fastest speed possible. If a person grew up without experiencing any problems, then it was hard to temper their personality and will. Xiao Maxian was similar, only in the 9 years within tragic Death Valley had she matured in mind. Lin Ming brought the near-dead Torch River and went to the deepest depths of Star Lake. Here, he summoned Primordius' heavenly palace and entered it along with Xiao Maxian. "Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing?" Xiao Maxian was confused. Why would Lin Ming spend so much money to purchase information on divine runic masters from Heaven's secret? Moreover, he had especially chosen evil and sinful divine runic masters. Could it be that he wanted to save the common people and eliminate future scourges? However, no matter what was said, they had indeed performed a good deed today. You'll know in a bit. This is the first time I've tried this, so I don't know whether or not it will succeed. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand and then a cloud of darkness began to condense over his palm. In another several breaths of time, within this halo of black light, a dark gray cube slowly appeared, exuding a deep and mystical aura. This was the magic cube. After Lin Ming took out the magic cube, the dying and despairing Torch River suddenly twitched like he had been bitten by a snake. His body immediately stiffened. He stared at the magic cube with wide eyes that were filled with utter panic. What is this? His voice shivered and fear discolored his face. Torch River was a spiritas. Within their bodies, the soul was the most important and integral part of them. Thus, he was extremely sensitive to this divine soul artifact, the magic cube. The saints refined their bodies, humans refined their energy, and the spiritas refined their souls. In a sense, the magic cube was the greatest and most precious treasure to the entire soul race, but at the same time, it was their supreme nemesis. This was because the magic cube was able to directly pull out a person's soul from their body and swallow it. Now that Torch River was in front of the magic cube, he was in that exact situation. He felt a terrifying force latch onto his body, faintly trying to pull out his soul. This strength left one drowning in helplessness, filled with fear. Torch River had originally been on the verge of collapse. His life was at its end, and with his cultivation being crippled by Lin Ming, there was nothing in his heart but anguish. But now that he faced the magic cube, another emotion overcame all else. This feeling was fear. In front of the magic cube, he felt as if he was being thrust into the deepest pit of hell, forever unable to reincarnate. Torch River struggled to retreat, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. For Espiritas to see the magic cube was like a mouse seeing a cat, a frog seeing a snake. This was an instinctual, inborn suppression. However, he had been locked onto by a strength and was left unable to struggle at all. He could only watch helplessly as the magic cube came closer and closer. This feeling was truly blood-curdling. What are you trying to do? I am going to refine your soul. Lin Ming smiled. But at this moment, his smile was extremely fierce. This is a divine tool that can refine souls. Its name is the Divine Crystal Magic Cube. You might have heard of it before or you might not have, but none of that matters, because you will soon feel its strength. What do you want to know? I will tell you anything you want. Do not swallow my soul. Torch River was paler than white, his voice trembling the entire time. I'm sorry. The things I want to know are not things you can tell me. Lin Ming fiendishly grinned. Then, he poured his origin energy into the magic cube. The magic cube began to spin, sucking up all of the nearby divine soul energy. With the magic cube as the center, a black vortex appeared, seeming as if it could swallow the world. Ah! Torch River issued a heart-piercing scream. His body was twisted apart in this vortex and crushed to pieces. A deep blue divine soul was forcefully torn out from his ruined body before being sucked into the magic cube. No! Torch River's last cry seemed to stretch to infinity within this vortex, completed distorted. After that came pain, a pain that couldn't be described. A terrifying energy struck his soul form, and forcefully tore away his spirit mark. The souls of the Spiritas were strong to begin with, and their spirit marks were extremely deep. For their spirit mark to be torn out, the pain was excruciating beyond compare. Torch River felt as if time had slowed down to a crawl. Each breath of time seemed to last as long as a year. This endless and inexhaustible pain made him want to die, but he simply didn't possess the ability to kill himself. Torch River cried out again and again. Lin Ming was able to extinguish his soul from the start, but he didn't do so. Instead, he slowly grinded away Torch River's spirit mark. Towards this scumbag divine runic master who had caused so much suffering, only this sort of fate could slightly make up for all his sins. A person's soul was composed of pure memories and their spirit mark. This was a person's characteristic of life. If they lost either half, then the person would lose all sense of self. A person's spirit mark was like endless tiny filaments that thoroughly penetrated into every nook and cranny of a person's soul. Wanting to completely erase them without damaging the memories was impossible. But the magic cube could actually do this. It had the ability to pull out these tiny, imperceptible threads. And as this ability was reflected on Torch River's body, it was more painful than being slowly flayed alive. Lin Ming slowly and carefully removed Torch River's spirit mark from his memories. This was also because Lin Ming had never used the magic cube in this manner before. It was his first time using the magic cube to produce memory fragments on his own initiative. In order to maintain the full body of Torchriver's memories, Lin Ming used a full day and night to complete this laborious work. And as he was nearing the end, Torchriver's soul had already dimmed down to nothing but an ember. His consciousness had been slowly tortured and destroyed by Lin Ming. Chapter 1554, Heavenly Extreme Bliss. Chapter 1554, Heavenly Extreme Bliss. This day and night of pain was simply indescribable. Even Xiao Maxian, who swore she would cut Torchriver to pieces, still felt her heart skip a beat as she saw his fate. The echoes of pain that transmitted from Torchriver's soul were far too brutal and agonizing. It was hard to imagine just what he had experienced in this day. Finished, Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He looked towards the complete ownerless memory fragment that floated within the magic cube, and a happy expression crossed his lips. He had spent a great sum of money at Heaven's Secret to purchase information, and then had cut down Torchriver with all of his strength. Everything he did was for this ownerless and complete memory fragment, the memories of a divine runic master. Of the three divine tools, the divine magic cube, Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and that secretive and mysterious purple card, each one was the highest level of treasures. For the purple card, Lin Ming had no idea what its function was. But as for the magic cube and Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had more or less dug out their secrets. Of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and the magic cube, one was focused on the body and the other on the soul. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead could forcefully wrest away and swallow the blood vitality of all life. Moreover, it possessed the ability to condense all of this blood vitality into Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. The effects of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence even surpassed a transcendent divine pill that was refined by an Empyrean. When Lin Ming broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, if he didn't have the help of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence, then even if he had the strength from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and Xiao Maxian's primordial Yin blood, it still wouldn't have been enough for him to achieve his breakthrough. The reason that the good fortune Saint's son had the strength to suppress an ordinary world king with his peak divine Lord Realm cultivation was all because of the heaven-defying support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In a sense, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead suited the Saint race far more than any other race. If a human were to obtain the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, then the use of it would be extremely minor for them. This was because the road of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been blocked. In the past, when Empyrean Primordius obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, his essence-gathering system cultivation had already reached the World King boundary. But he hadn't started body transformation yet at all. He had started everything from zero. Not only was this road of martial arts one that defied the heavens, but Empyrean Primordius had also missed the best opportunity for him to cultivate body transformation. The difficulty of the road he took afterwards could be imagined. Even so, Empyrean Primordius had finally relied on the heaven-defying effects of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and his own prodigious talent to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But Empyrean Primordius hadn't opened too many Tao Palaces. At that time, his essence-gathering system cultivation was the extreme Empyrean realm, but his 9 stars of the Tao Palace had only opened 4 or 5 palaces. His body transformation cultivation was far inferior to his essence-gathering cultivation, and his body transformation technique only had a limited ability to enhance his combat strength. In comparison, Lin Ming had a divine Lord Realm cultivation and had opened a single star of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Currently, his body transformation cultivation was higher than his essence-gathering system cultivation. It was similar to giving a child a well-crafted and accurate crossbow, making that child's lethal killing ability to rise to an all-new level. Even a strong and robust man could still be severely wounded or shot dead by an accurate arrow. Therefore, Lin Ming was able to cross two large boundaries in the essence-gathering system and contend with an ordinary world king. As for the magic cube, its abilities seemed to surpass even those of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. It was able to ignore the protection of the flesh and directly exterminate an enemy's soul. But the true strength of the magic cube wasn't its ability to directly extinguish a person's soul and increase Lin Ming's combat strength. Rather, the true strength of the magic cube lay in its ability to cleanse a person's soul of its spirit mark, turning it into pure memories that could be freely absorbed without needing to worry that one would fall into madness. This heaven-defying effect was perfectly suited for plundering the cultivation methods of others. The cultivation methods of the martial world couldn't be passed on orally but had to be passed on through cultivation method jade slip. This was because cultivation method jade slips were far too complex and couldn't be fully explained in words alone. However, with the magic cube, Lin Ming was able to completely accept and inherit any martial artist's cultivation method. This even included their attainments and experiences in those cultivation methods. Thus, Lin Ming could cultivate at an astronomical speed. When combined with his superior perception, the speed of his progress could only be described as rising 10,000 miles in a single day. Besides cultivation methods, almost everything else was applicable. This included divine runic arts, alchemy, array formations, refining technique, many other skills. Not only could he inherit all of their knowledge, but he could inherit all of their experience. And what Lin Ming needed to do was to constantly practice, thoroughly mastering this knowledge and reviewing these experiences, fusing those memories into his body until they became instinctual. This method of studying and speed of learning was simply mind-boggling, truly heaven-defying. The divine runic arts that took others dozens of years to learn would only take Lin Ming several months of practice. It could be said that when Lin Ming had reached the Divine Lord boundary and gained the ability to activate the magic cube, he had silently undergone a dreadful transformation, one that no one knew about. As Lin Ming grew stronger, he would be able to kill stronger masters and swallow their memories. And the more memories Lin Ming swallowed, the faster his cultivation would rise and the stronger he would become. As long as he had enough time, Lin Ming's strength would grow like a snowball rolling down a snowy mountain, rapidly growing. He would eventually become a perfectly versatile genius, skilled in all aspects. Thus, although the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was also a priceless treasure to Lin Ming, during his youth, the use of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was far inferior to the help of the magic cube. From what he knew, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead focused on the mortal body and was able to produce endless medicines that surpassed the rank of transcendent divine pills. But transcendent divine pills were still something that Lin Ming could find if he went searching for lucky chances, wandering through danger zones, or he might even be able to purchase them. However, soul fragments from the magic cube were different. This would save a massive amount of cultivation time for Lin Ming, and what Lin Ming needed the most right now was time. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation, restoring his divine soul to its peak state. Then, he began to swallow Torchriver's ownerless soul. These were the complete memories of an ordinary world king. The amount of information stored within it reached unimaginable levels. When Lin Ming was in the lower realms, he had only absorbed small soul fragments. Moreover, the past masters of these soul fragments didn't surpass holy lords before they had died. Even so, to the Lin Ming of that time, these soul fragments placed a tremendous burden on his divine soul. Swallowing these ownerless memories was like cutting open his head and stuffing in a massive amount of information. Because there was too much information, and it was far too complex and diverse, Lin Ming had felt as if his head would explode. This wasn't something that the average person was able to withstand. Fortunately, during Lin Ming's 9 years in Tragic Death Valley, he had cultivated the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, and his soul force was no longer comparable to how it was in the past. Although abruptly absorbing the memories of an ordinary world king was extremely difficult, it wasn't to the degree where it would instantly shatter his spiritual sea. It had to be known that Tortriver had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. Moreover, a world king had an extremely sharp memory, and they were able to memorize things very clearly and in much detail. As these memories accumulated over time, the total quantity of them was simply unimaginable. When Lin Ming let open his spiritual sea, these memories rushed into him like endless waves from a dam that broke apart. Even though Lin Ming was already prepared, he was nearly washed away in this deluge of memories and his divine soul almost lost. He hurriedly guarded his mind, summoning a battle spirit sword and sending it howling out. Kacha! Torchriver's ownerless soul was chopped to pieces by Lin Ming's battle spirit. Lin Ming swept through these soul fragments at a frightening speed, immediately discarding large numbers of useless soul fragments. These included Torchriver's life experiences, his dealings with others, his friends, foes, and so forth. There were also a great number of memories from when Tortriver lured, raped, and intimidated young girls. All of these were discarded by Lin Ming. However, upon seeing these memories, Lin Ming thought more and more that this Tortriver died a deserving death. He had simply ruined far too many young girls. After being raped by him, many of these young girls had been savagely tortured to death. He had even gone into the world of mortals, disguising himself as a bandit rapist and violating young girls from all over. The youngest of these was even 12 to 13 years old. For such a disgustingly immoral despoiler to reach this level, it was truly a rare sight. Different people had different pursuits in life. What Lin Ming pursued was the peak of martial arts and to stand on par with the heavens and earth. But this Tortriver pursued immortality so that he could enjoy new young girls forever, tasting them all whether it was now, 1,000 years from now, or 1,000,000 years from now. Torchriver's ownerless memories were quickly chopped into hundreds upon hundreds of pieces. Like this, 99% of the memories were thrown away by Lin Ming. The only remaining memories were those related to cultivation method inheritances, divine runic arts, and alchemy. But upon reviewing Torchriver's cultivation methods, Lin Ming was stunned. Tortriver had over 100 different cultivation methods and even a complete transcendent divine might. With the status of an ordinary world king, it was very difficult to ever hope of learning a complete transcendent divine might. But, as a divine runic master, Tortriver was wealthier than some great world kings. By spending a massive amount of wealth, he was able to obtain this transcendent divine might. And what left Lin Ming speechless was that this transcendent divine might was called Heavenly Extreme Bliss. It was a dual cultivation method. Out of Torchriver's 100-some cultivation methods, over 70 of them were related to dual cultivation. He had really taken the road of obscenity to the limit. Lin Ming threw away most of these cultivation methods. He simply couldn't be bothered with looking at these low-level ones. But it was too wasteful if this complete transcendent divine might was lost like this. Thinking about this, he kept the heavenly extreme bliss. At this time, Lin Ming seemed to realize something. He momentarily stopped absorbing Torchriver's soul fragments. Then, Lin Ming took the spatial ring from Tortriver and crushed it. A massive amount of bottles, jars, pill boxes, and all sorts of things came flying out. Among the mess was a pink jade slip that Lin Ming grabbed. This pink jade slip was the complete cultivation method jade slip for heavenly extremely bliss. Tortriver had used several hundred thousands of years of time accumulate a massive amount of wealth through his career as a divine runic master. Then, in addition to a mind-boggling lucky chance that he obtained in a mystic realm, he had traded all of that for this complete transcendent divine might jade slip. This caused Lin Ming to sigh. In terms of obscenity, Tortriver had done everything in his power to reach the peak. What is that? Xiao Maxian watched as Lin Ming temporarily withdrew from absorbing memories, and then specifically took out the jade slip. She could immediately feel that this jade slip wasn't ordinary. This is a complete transcendent divine might. Lin Ming dryly coughed and awkwardly gesticulated. A complete transcendent divine might jade slip? Xiao Maxian was startled. An ordinary world king had this sort of thing? Not even Tian Mingzi had one. Tian Mingzi only had 2 incomplete transcendent divine might. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace to study the heaven-absorbing demon art. That's right. Divine runic masters are ridiculously rich. This jade slip was obtained by another world king in a mystic realm, but after that world king tried practicing this cultivation method to 60 to 70%, he realized that it didn't fit him too well. The world king took it out to sell, and in order to obtain this jade slip, Tortriver paid a heart-bleeding price, trading half of his lifetime savings for it. I see. Can I see what sort of jade slip that is? Xiao Maxian laughed and took the jade slip from Lin Ming's hands. Chapter 1555 Learning Skills. Chapter 1555 Learning Skills. Xiao Maxian happily began to search through the contents within the jade slip, but after she saw what was inside she was left completely stunned. The descriptions of the cultivation method were extremely graphic and exceedingly pornographic. This was actually a dual cultivation method. Xiao Maxian blushed. She sputtered, saying, "Bleh, just what sort of Empyrean was this? I can't believe that the summary of their lifetime studies is this sort of thing." Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. This is a cultivation method formed by husband and wife Empyreans who took the sexual road. The 2 of them were peerless geniuses of their time, and both became Empyreans together. Lin Ming had scanned through Tortriver's memories and knew what the origin of this cultivation method was. For a husband and wife to cultivate to the Empyrean realm together was an extremely rare sight. Empyreans were already rare in the martial world. An Empyrean Holy Land might not even be able to train an Empyrean successor in tens of millions of years, and for a couple to reach the Empyrean boundary together was far rarer than that. For instance, Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor only had world kings as wives. Cultivate into Empyreans together? Lin Ming, we must become true divinities together. Xiao Maxian suddenly said, stating her goal. She wanted to become a true divinity, and in her opinion it wasn't difficult at all for Lin Ming to accomplish this. For him, the realm of true divinity might even be underestimating him. Xiao Maxian was filled with anticipation as she thought of cultivating into true divinities with Lin Ming. Perhaps they would leave behind an eternal story of love and adventure, one that would be spoken about by the future generations, just like Empyrean Divine Seal. All right. Lin Ming chuckled. In truth, his goal surpassed that of a true divinity. He wanted to surpass a true divinity and reach the peak of all martial arts. Xiao Maxian grinned and put away the heavenly extreme bliss jade slip. This jade slip was only good as reference material for Xiao Maxian. She wasn't satisfied with taking the path of others. When she had the ability to do so, she would carve out her own cultivation path. Only like this would she be able to surpass those who came before her. At this time, Lin Ming had re-entered the soul space and continued to absorb Tortriver's memory fragments. Now he was about to absorb the most essential part, memories of the divine runic arts and alchemy. This was the main reason that Lin Ming had killed Tortriver. Tortriver had already reached the last years of his life and had fallen into a demented state, ready to die at any moment. He had lost all value, and in this situation, there was no one that would bother to provoke someone who had once been a world king and was even now a half-step world king. As for him ruining the lives of countless young women, there were even fewer people that cared about this. When a martial artist began slaughtering, sometimes they would exterminate entire cities. They could destroy what they wanted and no one would chase after this. This was a brutal world where strength reigned supreme. Besides the heavenly Tao, there were no laws that stood above martial arts. For a time, images of runes and array formations rushed into Lin Ming's mind. Tortriver had been a divine runic master and alchemist for several 100,000 of years. Although he was a sinful person, his accomplishments in divine runic arts and alchemy were truly worthy of respect. After all, he had once been an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and was a true 6th-grade Divine Runic Master. It had to be known that in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, an 8th-grade Divine Runic Master was a legend and 9th-grade Divine Runic Masters were ancient myths that only existed billions of years ago. It could be said that a 7th-grade Divine Runic Master was the highest level there was, and if one had such ability, they could even become Guild President of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. If one had to forcefully equate ranks of Divine Runic Masters with the cultivation ranks of a martial artist, then a 7th-grade Divine Runic Master would be equal to an Empyrean. And in fact, there were many Divine Runic Masters that had the strength of an Empyrean. A 6th-grade Divine Runic Master was equal to a World King. Outstanding 6th-grade Divine Runic Masters were similar to great World Kings. Tortriver was a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master, and 100,000 years ago, his cultivation had been that of an ordinary World King. A 5th-grade Divine Runic Master was equal to a Holy Lord. A 4th-grade Divine Runic Master was equal to a Divine Lord. A 3rd-grade Divine Runic Master was equal to Divine Transformation. Even so, the truth was that a 3rd or 4th-grade Divine Runic Master was far more precious than a comparable martial artist of that boundary. Divine Transformation realm powerhouses could be found everywhere, but 3rd-grade Divine Runic Masters had a considerable amount of status. If a 3rd-grade Divine Runic Master were a bit younger than average, proving that they had a bright future ahead of them, there would be many great influences that would try to win them over. Yu Liuxing's senior apprentice brother was in this type of situation. He had studied the divine runic arts for only several dozen years, and now he had become a 3rd-grade divine runic master. Although he was only at the 3rd grade, there were many leaders of large influences that were polite to him, because there was a chance that he could become an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild in the future. That was a truly incredible person. As Lin Ming scanned more and more memories, a huge amount of information piled up in his mind. He felt as if a massive steel weight was wildly smashing into his spiritual sea. Lin Ming grit his teeth, resisting this mind-tearing pain as he slowly reorganized Tortriver's memories. These memories contained a massive amount of experiences concerning alchemy and divine runic arts that Tortriver had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. Although Tortriver was a lustful villain, there was no doubting his specialized skills. One could even say that he was considerably talented in divine runic arts and alchemy, otherwise it was impossible for him to have become a 6th-grade divine runic master, 8th-grade alchemist. Tortriver was also well aware that the divine runic arts were the foundation for his pursuit of comfort, women, and immortality. Tortriver had an amazingly sharp memory. He was able to clearly remember every young girl that he had abused in the last several 100,000 of years. But beyond that, he was also able to clearly remember the process, details, and experiences of all the alchemy and divine runic arts he had done. Countless experiments, whether they had been failures or successes, had consumed a massive amount of precious materials or hard work. This was the summary of all his experiences and the experiences of his predecessors. It was all invaluable data. It had to be known that although a divine runic master made a great deal of money, they also burnt through money just as fast. The materials they used often cost several 100 million origin energy runes. If they failed, all of that would vanish into nothing, completely wasted. To raise a single divine runic master would require a large influence to invest the entirety of their financial resources. For a single person to become a divine runic master alone, that was simply far too difficult. Every divine runic master had their own unique take on the divine runic arts, and every now and then they would suddenly have strange and bizarre ideas. If they wanted to put these ideas into practice, they had to undergo countless revisions and deliberations, because every new idea meant new investments of materials. And of these ideas, over 99% would fail. But even failure meant that they would gain more experiences and knowledge from these defeats. And once they succeeded, even if they only succeeded a little bit, this would mean an astonishing new amount of wealth. This success would become some divine runic master's ultimate secret skill, something they would never pass on to anyone else. This was inevitable. After all, researching new ideas simply cost far too many resources. In addition, the Divine Runic Masters Guild was not a single, unified obelisk. Within the guild, many divine runic masters would compete against each other for resources. They would invest their resources into new studies, and whatever new information they gained, they wouldn't pass it on to anyone, not even their own apprentices. In this case, the hundreds of thousands of years of memories that Lin Ming absorbed, and all of the experiences and knowledge that went with them, was simply unable to be measured with mere wealth. In particular, unlike other divine runic arts apprentices, Lin Ming learnt all of this in a short period of time. Other apprentices would take dozens or hundreds of years, flattering and helping their master and having to also show a great deal of skill before they were taught anything worthwhile. Even then, only when their master retired and had a foot in the coffin would they decide to pass on the essence of their life's studies. But at this time, their apprentice wouldn't be young either. And those that had the qualifications to flatter their masters and learn true abilities were all direct disciples of divine runic masters, like Yu Liuxing's senior apprentice brother, Luo Yubai. As for brother and sister duo Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng, they wouldn't even see their master more than 5 times in a month, so what guidance could they possibly seek? Every divine runic master would have more or less a dozen or even dozens of unique skills. And now, all of Torchriver's unique skills had been completely learned by Lin Ming. What Lin Ming had to do was thoroughly digest all of these experiences and attainments, practicing them until they became natural movements to him. No matter how much knowledge he had, it was useless if his hands and feet couldn't follow his mind. Xiao Maxian activated Primordius Heavenly Palace's time enchantment, increasing the flow of time to a 20-to-1 ratio. Within this time enchantment, Lin Ming constantly recalled Torchriver's memories. After a month passed, Lin Ming had fully carved the hundreds of thousands of years of Torchriver's memories into his spiritual sea, making them completely his. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He hadn't rested for a single moment in this entire month, and his temples were pained. He had deep headaches, and his entire body was soaked with sweat. Lin Ming then rested in meditation for a full 10 hours, slowly restoring himself. As he opened his eyes, his vision gleamed with a bright light, shining with intelligence. He knew that the step he took had been the right one. By absorbing the memories of a divine runic master, the advantages he obtained could be imagined. This had saved Lin Ming dozens and hundreds of years of back-breaking work. All of this was thanks to the heaven-defying abilities of the magic cube. Otherwise, it would have been unimaginably difficult for Lin Ming to study divine runic arts and alchemy. But just Torchriver's divine runic arts were not enough. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with this alone. He studied the divine runic arts and alchemy in order to pave the road for his 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After all, unlike Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming didn't possess the endless essence of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Lin Ming could only refine pills through alchemy, and the pills required for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, in particular the last several stars, would be far too difficult for a mere 6th-grade divine runic master. he would need to be at least a 7th grade Divine Runic Master. Torch River had only been a 6th grade Divine Runic Master. In the future, he would only serve as reference to Lin Ming. Since these memories would all be reference materials, Lin Ming didn't mind having too many of them. "Come, let's go to where Heaven's secret," said the 2nd Divine Runic Master is. As Lin Ming spoke, a thick killing intent sparked in his eyes. The 2nd Divine Runic Master was even easier for him to kill. He couldn't help but admire the work of Heaven's secret. If it wasn't for their information, then he would never have been able to find so many skilled Divine Runic Masters that had also lost the protection of any great influences. After receiving Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming brought along the many young girls that had been imprisoned by Torch River and flew straight to the southeast. His destination was only 1,000,000 miles away. It wouldn't be long before he arrived. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.